We started with 16 players. We are down to 4 in the mix. Birthday boy Hans Niemann, Vegas on the line. If you're not hyped, chat, get your pulse checked. I'm Tanya Sachdev, alongside me, 2 times British champion, of course, commentator, streamer, extraordinary, just the best in the business, David Howell. David, right off the bat, super excited today, by the way, but give me one name who takes it all.
Tanya, Hans Niemann, it's his birthday. It feels like it's meant to be. He didn't get his shot last time in the previous Grand Slam in Paris. It feels like it's written in the stars. Thanks for the introduction, by the way. Right back at you. Olympic champion, Commonwealth champion, Indian champion. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's been a fun few days, and it's all led up to this.
It really has. What a day it's going to be. I mean, if everything that we witnessed in the last 2 days in the Swiss plains, in our round of 16 in the quarterfinals, just the drama that freestyle chess brings along, today is going to be fantastic. David, let's bring up our format as we dive deeper into all the action that's coming up. We'll be breaking down all the matchups for chat, but this is where we are. It's pretty simple, guys. Best of 2. Each player gets 15 minutes, 3 seconds increment per move. It's single elimination. Go big or go home. You win, you go on to the finals. You lose, that's the end of the road, end of the dream to Vegas. 1.5 gets you the match win. If we have a 1-1 tie, we will have Blitz. That would be 5 plus 3. So fast and furious. If that ends in a tie as well, then it's time for sudden death with the Armageddon. David, we witnessed some fascinating Armageddon battles yesterday. You know, I think there were 2 names that really stood out. Denis Lazavik getting that win in the Armageddon battle. Also the day that Hans Niemann had. Who was the player, the MVP for you in the round of 16 and the quarterfinals?
Oh, again, difficult. I think Hans Niemann, just for his consistency, winning 2-0 against Rasmus Fana, one of Germany's top players. That was no easy feat. It wasn't just that he won, Hans. It was the style, the sparkling sacrifices, just how efficient he was. Against Ding, he was worse in the game, yes, but he took his chance when it came. Denis Lazavik, I'm going to say slightly behind, but equally impressive. Getting past MVL is no easy feat. So it's the 2 youngsters for me, Tanya.
Incredible stuff, right? For Denis Lazavik, 18 years old, takes down. He's a bit of a giant slayer in these formats, in these online events, as well as the Champions Chess action that we saw from him. He took down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and then went on to beat Liam Lay as well, booking his spot into the semifinals. So much drama for Hans as well, coming off that victory against the former world champion. That's got to be a huge confidence boost. Not that Hans lacks any of that. Let's bring up our Freestyle Las Vegas invitees who are waiting already. You know, they've punched their tickets to Vegas. These are the players who are waiting on the other side. It's all going to happen in the heart of Sin City, and in the action, in the mix, will be the top 4 players in the world. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, that is a stacked field, David. And today, we will have our 14th player. 1 from play-in gets decided today. 4 players fighting it out, only 1 ticket. 2 still to be invited. David, seeing this mix now, Magnus Carlsen, always tough to bet against that guy. But I'm going to ask you, will Vegas see a fresh winner in the Grand Slam?
Oh, big question, Tanya. I have a feeling yes. I know Magnus has been Mr. Consistent. I know he's now got a freestyle rating of over 2,900 officially. Freestyle have published their ratings just in the past 24 hours or so. But it is so difficult in such a big field like this one. Even more contenders now to kind of win that title. Magnus against the field, I think he's still under 50% chance there. So Vincent Keimert's going to be difficult. I know he won in February. I have a feeling it might be someone else's turn. Tanya, how about you? Is it going to be one of the Indian players to rise up?
Would love to see that happen, but I feel like that's been a bit of a struggle in this format, you know, with Gukesh in the previous freestyle event sort of not showing his best, not being able to really adapt himself to freestyle. Arjun was a player who really stood out from the Indian grandmasters so far. You know, he's been on fire with those Freestyle Fridays victories. But I would also love to see Hikaru get that slam in. I think that would be also very entertaining. He made it to the finals in Paris. But, you know, Hikaru's hungry for it. Fabi's hungry for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And all these 16 players will be contesting in the next leg of the Freestyle Grand Slam. We'll get more into that. But first, let's bring up our bracket, how we started, where we are today, going into the semi-finals. And there we see just the day we had yesterday, starting from the round of 16. Today, it's the semi-finals. Yangyi takes on Hans Niemann. Vladimir Fedoseev against Denis Lazavik. Denis with two big wins. He first took down Vachier-Lagrave, then Liam Lay in fantastic manner. Hard-fought battles, both of them for Fedoseev as well. Big fish. I mean, his match against Duda. David, that was some very high-quality chess. A roller coaster, could have been anyone's match.
Yeah, Fedoseev yesterday was in top form tactically. Very messy games, but he emerged on top. He rode a roller coaster against Duda. I'm going to say Lazavik maybe just a bit smoother his path even here into the semi-finals, a bit more controlled, more positional. Up at the top, Yangyi, he might be facing the man of yesterday, Hans Niemann, but he played the move of yesterday, Yangyi, to checkmate Vidit. Vidit resigned on move 12 with checkmate next move about to land. Very impressive from the Chinese star, who got through eventually in the tie breaks. But yeah, it's hard to pick, Tanya. It feels like maybe Hans and Fedoseev small favorites, but very tough to call. In a two-game match like this, anything can happen.
Yangyi with the miniature freestyle chess, a 12-move checkmate on the board. He's also the player who put an end to Kravtsev Cinderella's run that he had, and then finds himself to face against Hans Niemann. Now, I think in that matchup, David, I would say that Hans, just the momentum he's showing, he looks extremely motivated to get that spot after the Paris Slam miss that he had. He wants to see himself in Vegas. I would put my bet on Hans for today. I think birthday luck coupled with his fearlessness. He plays like he's got nothing to lose. You love him, you hate him. You have to admit, he brings on the entertainment in chess. Fedoseev versus Denis Lazavik. I think that's going to be it's a clash of generations, but I think it's also a clash of styles in some way. And for Denis, incredible chess so far, but Fedoseev just has so much experience, and I think in that one today, experience prevails. Would be my guess.
Yeah, a very decent bet there. Fedoseev does have a great track record, great form in 2025 as well, having won a Grand Chess Tour event. Very high pedigree there. He joins an elite group. In the meantime, it looks like we have a position reveal for the first game of the semi-finals, Tanya. Position 315, not too far away from some of the positions we've seen already in these play-ins. And this is where we start. What catches your eye, first of all?
Well, we've been talking about those undefended pawns. There's one in the position, that h7 and h2 pawn, which can be again attacked on the very first move itself, right? We've got the queen on the corner. We've been talking about how long-range pieces need to be activated. And David, if I had to predict a move, it's the one that you're highlighting. It takes sort of advantage of both these factors, creates a square, developing square for the rook, an eventual rook lift, activates the queen with a threat, maybe a square for the knight as well. If I had to predict, I think we're going to see 1c4 on at least one of the boards. What about you?
Yeah, I think if not on move one, then definitely very, very early. And I think we'll see g3, g6 from both sides within the first couple of moves, partly to shield that diagonal. If white does attack, black will need to push a pawn forward to block. Not just that, though, it does open up the bishops in the corners. So I think very healthy, easy moves on the first 2 or 3 goes for both sides. Bishop on e1, we've seen that so many times. Yesterday, I think I've seen a bishop on e1 more yesterday than I have in my entire career combined. And again, here it arrives again in the center of the board. Maybe a bit clumsy, or that's how Magnus Carlsen always describes these bishops in the center in freestyle. King in the middle, that's actually a bit of a dilemma. It's not clear where it wants to castle. It can commit and stay on the side it's on the queen side, but that is always a bit risky. It's harder to go the other way, meanwhile, and it looks like the players are ready to go any moment. Yangyi, Hans Niemann, Tanya, they both look fresh.
This is such a big one. And I think on everyone's mind, the one name that's there, it is Hans Niemann. I think so many people want to see him go play in Vegas as well. And I wonder for Yangyi, having such a headline name in the mix, Yangyi is such a super strong grandmaster himself. Is that extra pressure, David, or is that motivation to take Hans down?
Oof. I think motivation, if anything. Although, yeah, it's always difficult, right? Different players have different dispositions. Some just aren't affected at all by all the hype or the buzz. Some, including myself, it can make you buckle and collapse. So Hans, yeah, he takes everything in his stride. His opponents, they react in very different ways. And here we go. We have to congratulate him at least on
Yes.
one thing today, maybe more later. But it is his birthday, Tanya, as you mentioned earlier, 22 years old, maybe no longer classified as a youngster. He's he's younger than we all think, maybe, but he's no doubt bang in the form of his life right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we've seen from him in the past 2 days has been so impressive. Well, yesterday, in both the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, incredible moves, brilliant play, not needing any of those tiebreaks, and really just super stuff by Hans. You know, he might be having a party in Vegas soon. It's his birthday today. Like you said, happy birthday to him. He turns 22, still very young, David. I don't know how young that is in the chess world, but in human terms, still very young. But I think his experiences have been so far and varied. And he looks a bit confused as I think he's trying to set up all the fair play checks done. Yangyi as well looks ready to go. What do you read? Hans almost looks unconcerned.
Yeah, unconcerned is maybe a good state of mind to be, or at least a good exterior to have as a chess player. I always struggle against the players who just look nonchalant, who just don't look like anything flusters them. Yu Yangyi, I've played a few times. He's very, very calm in general, and I think only really gets stressed, as most of us do, when there's 5 seconds left on the clock. Other than that, we'll see him with the same expression the whole time, the whole game, Tanya, as he takes a sip of tea.
It's very interesting, just the difference in the demeanor. You know, Yu Yangyi, just such a composed demeanor, and Hans on the other side, you know, he's sort of known as the bad boy of chess, the rebel of chess, and you can see just that attitude that he has to take on, ready to take on the chess world and just about anyone. And before we start with the chess, what do you have to say about Hans's fashion today? Like that T-shirt, David Howell?
I like the t-shirt. Plain white tee is always nice. I checked out Endgame.ai. I must admit, I haven't yet got around to it, but yeah, I hope it's maybe a different t-shirt to yesterday. He wore it yesterday as well. Hans also rocking a necklace of some sort.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wonder where in the
All
world
right,
he is,
well,
Tanya. He's a very international man.
absolutely. And as we get ready for the first moves to come in, for the action to start, this is our other semifinals matchup. Denis Lazavik takes on the big fish, Fedoseev. Fedoseev taking down Duda in an absolutely topsy-turvy match yesterday. Meanwhile, Denis Lazavik with some big upsets coming in. The results that we saw, David, I have to say, my bracket was completely busted. So many huge shockers. Which one surprised you the most?
Ooh, that is that's a difficult one. I mean, MVL. I'm always surprised when he loses. Like other than maybe Magnus and some of the other guys, I mean, he's got a great score against most players. He just looks so classy, MVL. But Dennis took him to the wire and got past him. I think maybe that was maybe the closest match of yesterday. I'm not sure how much of an upset it is. On paper, it's a huge upset. Dennis, at least in FIDE rating terms, still a huge underdog against most of these guys, but online chess, whole different kettle of fish. And yeah, Dennis did a great job yesterday. Other upsets, maybe Martin Kravtsev defeating Mamedyarov, but both of them now have departed from the play-ins. And in the meantime, it looks like we have liftoff. We have some moves. And Tanya, I think you were correct on the boards. We see C-pawns advancing for white on both of the two semifinals.
And just makes so much sense. I also like that on the right blue board, there's a B pawn that's gone up as well. Again, the concept of long range pieces, get them out as quickly as possible. The bishop activated, the queen activated. David, to me, it feels like the starting position is one of those few ones in Chess 960 in Fisher Random Freestyle where white might just be faster to put the pressure. Already, ideas of knight f5 hitting the g7 pawn are in the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big threats. And we should mention to the audience that earlier we were discussing the wrong position, actually. We have position 865 instead. So you were predicting, Tanya, pawn to c4 because there was a white queen on b1. Turns out that still remained true. The white queen did start this game on b1. c4 was played very early by both sides. But yeah, it's a different position. The main kind of the main difference here is the fact that the white bishop is on a1, not e1, where I was bemoaning its clumsiness, its lack of scope. And very interesting. I've got to say, Yangyi may be playing more ambitiously than Denis Lazavik of the two white players, Tanya. Whose position do you prefer at these early stages?
It's definitely a more direct approach by Yu Yangyi, right? It all comes down to that B pawn. For Dennis, he's moved it one square. For Yu Yangyi, going for a direct idea would be for offering a trade that completely changes the dynamics of the position and kind of asking the first big questions, because it also opens up the bishop, threatening to destroy the pawn formation for black, for Hans in this case, with bishop takes knight to follow. So some early questions being put on here. I'm liking it. I'm liking the energetic play. And David, I think especially in this time format, if you force your opponent into those early things, that can be very costly later on.
Yeah, every second counts. The 15 minutes might sound like a lot, but that disappears very, very quick. We've seen some crazy scrambles yesterday. Yeah, we don't see players mated in 12 moves very often, but we saw that too, despite this time control. So yeah, you got to play quick. You got to trust yourself. These early stages, that's where the main danger lies, Tanya. Especially the first 10 moves, I would say, when you're jockeying for position, fighting for space, going for pawn structures. That's the danger zone. After move 15 or so, play tends to normalize. It just becomes a chess game. And often you'll see some kind of recurring patterns. But yeah, these first moments, especially Hans, taking a lot of time here.
Because he has to make a big decision right now, right? Which trade to allow, which captures to allow on the board. I will say on our blue board, it's a more cagey setup where it feels like Dennis has managed to get this huge space advantage, a big center as well going. You know, the bishop's looking good, a potential break in the center. Meanwhile, a very cagey approach. Wow, and that's a move already. It's a pawn sacrifice. David, should we do a deep dive into this one? Because Denis Lazavik has just made a move that threatens to give up a pawn, but comes in with a big attack, the f5 square, where the knight can eventually jump into connect 4 on the board. I mean, where else can we go?
Yeah, it's game over. White here. This sacrifice is actually borrowed, I believe, from the Queen's Indian defense, where actually black, if you imagine a normal chess game, black often just puts a knight on f6, plays b6, bishop b7, castles, basically what we've got on the board in the Queen's Indian defense for any aficionados out there. But there is one variation, normally with the white bishop already fianchettoed on the g2 square, where white does sacrifice a pawn, and it's all about trying to get the f5 square that you mentioned, Tanya. So just to put this on the board, if there is a capture, firstly, I think black might be forced because e4 might just come and it might just be a steamroller of pawns, the pawn storm in the center. But if white does get access, then if black does capture on d5, knight f5, this is already terrifying. This is a hanging pawn. This bishop also on prise, and white's beautiful archer in the corner, the assassin. Oof, it just looks so scary, Tanya, and the bar all on white side.
And you can go Shah Castle here. Let's point out that is a way to defend the g7 pawn in that position that you had with the knight landing on f5. But good luck evaluating what happens after knight takes bishop, knight takes knight, bishop takes knight, in a complete destruction of the pawn formation in front of the king. And David, even if this might not be the best way forward, this is, for me at least, good enough to decide that I'm not grabbing that pawn at the center of the board.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, what's the lesser evil, Tanya? Is it this position with the ugly pawn structure? Or if we go back, is it, for example, to castle first and allow white to push forward with the e-pawn? And it's not just connect four, it's, I don't know, you're just suffering. This queen in the corner, just a bystander, a spectator of this game.
Denis Lazavik already looks like he's got a dream position right at the opening in 8 moves. And this is what is so critical about freestyle chess, right? That the best grandmasters, the biggest names in chess, can find themselves in so much trouble if not careful, if they don't end up spending those extra seconds and figuring their way out. He does go Shah Castle. This is the moment that Dennis can advance that other central pawn. I have to say, it's also the most human approach in the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just looks like black is really suffering, struggling for a plan. If black can never take on d5, like the white knight is poised to jump in always. If black can never take there, then after e4, you're pretty much forced to go like d6 and try to block things up. But that's not good news for the black queen in the corner, the black light squared bishop. This one is horrible. It was visible on the camera as well, Tanya, that Fedoseev, he was like wincing. He was like, oh, this is ugly, but I guess I have to castle and hope for the best. That's never a good sign in chess.
When you've got these two options and both look really bad, and like you said, you have to choose a lesser evil with just a certain amount of time on the clock and head in hands. That's what happens to a chess player in these situations. David, look at that. Denis Lazavik doesn't stop. It's not the e pawn, it's Harry the h pawn. It's up the board and a big threat coming in h5, h6, further weakening the dark squares. Jumping in with the knight to g5 with checkmating ideas and concept on h7. Denis Lazavik woke up and chose violence today.
Yeah. I'm going to use the D word here, disaster. It's disaster for Fedoseev. This just looks over, Tanya. Like, I would even be tempted to resign. I don't resign early normally, but this is so ugly. Like, a knight on h8, if that's the only escape square, like, I don't know, let's make one move, for example. Let's say black takes the pawn now. A knight on h8. You're going to get... something's about to happen. It's going to be a beautiful checkmate. I don't know how exactly, but it's going to be mate. Almost guaranteed. The other knight's going to come. Bishop on c2, maybe. The diagonals. Oof, this is painful.
It's D for disaster, it's D for Denis, and it's all Denis on this board. All right, so big trouble for Fedoseev. But of course, we know exactly what he's capable of. Yesterday, his match against Duda, so many positions, it looked like he was completely hopeless, but then finds a way out of those difficult situations. D also for difficult. So we will come back to this, David. Let's take a breather, jump back to the other matchup that I think everyone's so hyped about. It's Yangyi taking on the very informed Hans Niemann. And there have been a lot of developments in that game. I think this is the live position from there. We'll get our cameras there as well. Should we take it from the top?
Let's backtrack and do a quick action replay of this game between Yangyi and Hans Niemann. We saw knights come out. We saw some symmetry at the early stages, and the knight coming to g3. Okay, both sides castle their kings. Total symmetry before Yangyi decided, okay, it's my turn to break things. Black can hardly copy now due to the tension in the center. Black would likely lose a pawn if he tried to copy, so he just plays pawn to b6. And the other advantage of having white first, Tanya, is, as you said earlier, breaking that symmetry. Bishop takes knight, another concept you kind of hinted at, and now just e3. Yes, black has the bishop pair, and yes, black has extra pawn shelter for the king, but at least things are imbalanced. And after some trades, the white queen gets active, hitting this pawn in some scenarios. We see a bishop for knight trade from Hans. A bit surprising to my eyes, parting with the bishop pair, but he wanted to just get his queen active, maybe hitting this pawn if there's another trade, the f3 square. And just one more move from Yangyi in this position. He opens the center. Okay, interesting.
Very complex
Who do you prefer?
position. It's very hard to judge, but I think just with the pawn formation that we have, the double pawns on the king side there, the center play, I do like Yangyi's chances here just a little bit, but I think it's still too early to call. I'll also say that queen on d6 does look a little bit awkward. I can also imagine a king h2, rook h1 attacking idea somewhere in the middle game. Also, for Hans, he needs to decide, does he allow the move d5, a concept from Denis Lazavik's game, right? Blocking out that bishop on a8, pushing the e-pawn further, the bishop coming to c2 with ideas against h7, or does he want to take a decision on the center, David, and then trade on d4, which sort of comes with its own complications. You're weakening the d7 pawn. You're allowing a knight jump to d4 potentially. So it just feels like the decisions for Hans are slightly tougher and natural moves for Yangyi over the course of the game.
Yeah, very difficult for Hans Niemann. I do agree with you that d5 might be a positional threat that you don't really want to allow, and maybe counterintuitive for white to put pawns on light squares with the light square bishop himself, but it's just killing pieces. That is the name of the game in freestyle chess. We've seen it so many times. A trapped piece in a corner doesn't get out. You're playing a piece down. You just lose the game. So I think Hans really will be tempted to take this knight. I think that's the most natural move in the position. Maybe he's looking for the follow-up after that, whether it's bringing the black knight back around, whether it's just maybe occupying the open file with his rooks. Very tense position, but in terms of the clock time, in terms of what's transpired on the board, I do feel like Yangyi should be pretty happy. He's got nearly a 4-minute advantage, Tanya, and it's not super risky for white.
Completely agree. I think a great opening outcome, advantage white, advantage Yangyi in this, David. I think we should go back to the Denis Lazavik board because that's really heating up and big trouble for Fedoseev. Harry the H pawn has marched all the way forward, very Alpha Zero-esque. Danis Lazovic continues to impress. The queen ready to line up with the bishop on the dark square diagonal. Right now, the one resource that black would have against it is to put his own bishop to f6, which just looks dominating for white in the center and on the flank.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, there might not be an immediate checkmate. I don't think he's even trying to immediately checkmate Denis Lazovic, but positional domination is what he's going for. The one idea I do see for black is bishop to g5, double attack, hitting the intruder, the pawn on h6, the wedge that's been driven into the black king side, but also hitting the rook on c1. What do you foresee there, Tanya? Do you see a response?
I'm just trying to make some ideas around. I don't really care if you give up that bishop for the rook, David, because I just feel like getting that dark squared bishop will give enough compensation. So I'm looking at motifs like either knight g4, f4, or do I start with f4, knight g4, trying to sacrifice either the pawn or the rook, but winning your dark squared bishop in compensation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the moves does land. I agree. The black bishop, probably the most valuable minor piece that black has right now, just to cover some squares, cover some holes. But yeah, the problem is you can close the center, you can try and lock things. But Tanya, I don't think it will stay closed forever, right? White's going to blow things open with f4 very quickly.
It's just like White's played all the moves in the position. What is that knight on h4 even doing? That's not an attacking piece. That's a problem piece for black. It can pretty much get trapped with just one move. You know, you get g3, there's nowhere to run on that. Look at all the other pieces boxed up in their own camp. Nothing's moved beyond the third rank. This is an absolute nightmare for Fedoseev in this one, David. But again, it comes down to putting those finishing touches and breaking through. Ideas like f4, queen b2, incredibly powerful. He's got the time on the clock. Do you think Dennis gets this win?
Yeah, I mean, Dennis, I think I mentioned it yesterday just very briefly, but he's trying to add bows to his repertoire here. He's showing that he can be more dynamic rather than just a positional grinder, rather than just a kind of endgame specialist. So yeah, very impressive. He landed some nice attacking play yesterday and the day before in the play-ins. Looks like he's bang on course to do it again. This is how to play against the likes of Fedoseev, who are very creative. Creative players need a bit of time to warm up, Tanya, to get in the flow, to get their eye in. And Dennis is just going straight for the kill. No time for Fedoseev on board or clock to just settle into this game.
It's like Fedoseev is developing into a more universal player. You know, last year when we spoke about his performances, especially on the tour, on the Champions Chess Tour, it just felt like he was so sort of intuitively into those strategic battles. And like you're pointing out, now ready to take his chances in tactical, aggressive attacking chess as well. And David, I have to give full credit to you because yesterday you mentioned you were one of the 28% with our 28% chat that it would be Danis Lazovic who'd take down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And that was a bold prediction to make, you know. And you said that Dennis has the style that can actually counter Maxime in these formats really well. And that's exactly how it played out, eventually getting the win in the Armageddon. So I think, like you said it then, I think right now it looks like surprisingly, and again, might be another shocker, another upset that we're setting ourselves up for in freestyle chess because of the 18-year-old.
Yeah, Lazovic, he's proven for years already that he can hang with the very best in strategic positions, but tactically there are always question marks. He's shaking off those questions today. In the meantime, the other board, Hans Niemann, has made a bizarre decision, I'm going to say, to allow d5 and keep his own bishop on the board. That is the brown board on the left of our screens. I do not understand why you would allow your bishop to be trapped rather than trading it for a nice knight. And it's kind of almost a carbon copy here, Tanya. Both boards right now, white has a c4, d5 pawn wedge, and both of the enemy bishops, the light squared bishop for black on both boards, is just dead for now.
And look at that left brown board, this last move highlighted in yellow. And maybe we jump into that because this is getting super spicy. I mean, Yangyi has a clear plan, right? If that knight lands on a square where it can threaten an f6 check, it's game over. Yangyi wants to play e4 next. That is clear. It's just about getting e4, trying to trade off those pawns and getting that knight to the square. Or are you going to allow that e-pawn to move even further? And David, the more I look at it, I don't really see an easy way to counter this idea, to stop it or create your own counterplay. I mean, this looks terrifying for Hans right now.
Yeah, and I mean, if we just rewind very, very quickly to this moment where Hans made a big positional error, like, yeah, I don't understand. I think you show this position to Magnus in half a second, he'll say you have to take this knight. If you show it to Hikaru, he'll say you have to take this knight. But instead, playing the move f5, I'm not sure whether he just missed the move d5 or whether he underestimated it. But now this black bishop is just dead, and yeah, it's very odd decision because normally Hans has got very good positional understanding. He's another one who kind of marries positional chess to dynamism. But yeah, knight d2, very classy move, as you said, Tanya. E4, it looks just unstoppable. I don't really see what to do. Like f6 covers the f6 square, but after e4, you still don't really want to be taking that pawn. The black knight as well is on a terrible circuit. If you could pick that knight up and put it on f6, then maybe you have some hope. Put it on e5 or somewhere. But this black knight as well, nowhere to go. This has been a disastrous half a dozen moves for Hans Niemann.
Very scary position for black. And the problem is that there is absolutely no counterplay on the queen side either, right? And it just comes down to this misplaced bishop, all your pieces sort of not playing a good role, nowhere to attack. And white's just got the easiest plan in the world. E4 comes in next, and you're basically counting down the moves from there. It's hard to imagine Hans surviving this. Look at the clock. That tells the story as well. Yesterday, Hans was up on the clock in every single game of his. He got a 2-0 victory against Rasmus Swane in the round of 16, went on in the round of 8, also to always have the upper hand on the clock. And right now, touching the 3-minute mark, you can tell on the camera he's hating what he's got in front of him. In these moments, you're always looking for ways to just extend the game, right? One move at a time. You want to just survive for the next move. David, if your hands right now, what do you play as black? Is it f6?
I think I resign. It's another one of those positions. It's just you don't have moves and you've got 3 minutes. Maybe you move the black queen out of the way, try and put a pawn on d6 and just allow white to kind of start grabbing on f5. But this is just rancid. This position is horrible. Tanya, we'll let Hans mull over the decision here. Let's jump to the other game because I have a feeling it might finish any moment now. And look at the eval bar here. And I just want to point out a really cool trick that Denis Lazavik landed on the last move. If we backtrack just one moment, here we saw the black bishop attacked. It was defended by the king of all pieces, king f7, really ugly, queen to d3, double exclamation mark here. If pawn takes knight, then I think the idea is to play rook takes e7. Maybe you can even just play bishop takes g4 and come in actually with the bishop. Maybe that's the most simple. I was thinking that there was a checkmate. I was going to say rook takes e7 in this position and checkmate here, but I'm not sure whether it quite lands the killer blow. There we go. It does. That is a mate, Tanya.
Very nice.
But yeah, very nice. Instead, bishop g5, and I got distracted for a moment because I thought, I thought it was going to be checkmate anyway. But f4 by Lazavik. This is just crazy. I'm struggling to understand this one. I think he's got the same idea, Tanya, maybe?
I think so. And I wonder if after bishop takes pawn, I don't know if you land rook e7 immediately, but there's also queen e2, I want to say, David.
Whoa.
It was rook e7. That is stunning. Beautiful stuff. Same idea.
That is so sweet. Let's just put it on the board. King takes rook. We might see a resignation, so let's keep half an eye on the cameras. But queen to e2 now is the idea. And if the black king moves, again, checkmate. King caught here, bishop caught on the diagonal. And instead, if you try to block this check with the bishop, I think the white knight just captures. And it's still going to be checkmate within the next few moves. Tanya, this has been just domination. Another D word for Denis here.
Another D1, destruction on the board, right? This has been just incredible to watch. I mean, it wasn't even a slow game. I mean, we're on move 20. It's game over. Black's about to get checkmated. Fedoseev, the realization dawns on him. He's unable to make a move because where is the move? How do you even continue? Is king g8 an option here? Or is he just going to resign? I mean, look at him. He's gone back on his chair. What happens after king g8? You get a feeling that there has to be something there. Just queen d4.
Yeah, I think you're right. Queen d4, and the queen will infiltrate in the corner. It's been all about this dark square diagonal, right, Tanya? Like, this diagonal has been open the whole game, whereas the counterpart, this bishop, has been just blocked the whole game. Not just for Fedoseev, also for Hans Niemann. Wow. What a tactic.
It's been all about the bishops. I mean, it's crazy to watch that, right? The light squared bishop in both games not playing a role. And I think for Fedoseev just taking a cagey setup, David, I think he's about to resign. He's trying to find a move to make, but he's just struggling. He's not being able to, and none exists. Rook e7. What a blowout tactic after just a perfectly executed positional battle with d5 coming in, then at the right time going in with the tactics. And that is Lazavik does the power move, takes a sip. He knows he's got the job done in round one.
Wow. It just feels like he's leveling up in front of our eyes, Denis Lazavik. This is something he wouldn't have done last year. He would have tried to take Fedoseev to an endgame or gone for something a bit slower, a bit more tense. But no, he's just going straight for the throat of all his opponents. And lesson for everyone at home, Connect 4 is just a forced win, clearly. And Denis Lazavik, yeah, this might be another surprise we're about to see. Tanya Fedoseev, it just feels like he's so suited to freestyle chess, but not getting his own way against the youngster.
It's unbelievable, right? We've been calling him the giant slayer, Denis Lazavik, and he comes in and first round taking down in style the big fish, Vladimir Fedoseev, who to my eyes felt like a favorite, just that his experience, he's seen so many of the youngsters, he's handled them to perfection. And look at that sideway look gives it away. This is him giving up. Probably just wondering where it all went wrong. How do you even keep this going? King takes rook. Show us the lines one more time. How beautiful this tactic, this move is, David. When you mentioned it last, it was capturing a bishop. Denis does it for free. He just lands a rook there.
Yeah, and it took me a while to kind of understand how pretty this was. If king takes rook, the white queen drops back with a check. If the king sidesteps, no matter where it sidesteps, d7, f7, it's the same thing. The white queen jumps in, drops itself in with a checkmate. The head of the pawn chain now, the white queen, the pawns, the bishop, control all these squares. And if the black bishop blocks, I'll just follow through that line. After the white queen checks, knight takes bishop. And same thing. If the pawn captures, it's going to be checkmate, next move. This one is over. The black king is doomed. Fedoseev's about to resign. Hans Niemann, meanwhile, in big trouble as well. Down to 20 seconds, Tanya. What do we do? Do we jump? Maybe we get the two-board view up so we keep an eye on everything. Because it's a very similar scenario. The white queen also doing the business in Yangyi's game.
Just incredible stuff. I mean, there are so many parallels, right? You pointed out the bishop. I'm going to point out the black queen as well. Pretty much out of the game in both these boards. And their counterpart, super active, sort of deciding. And look at that. Denis Lazavik on that blue board gives a check. Knight takes bishop, expecting resignations there. Very soon, the king's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And for Hans Niemann, the troubles continue. Trading would have got him nowhere. He does run away, trying to create some tactics, trying to at least attack the bishop on c2. Do you see a knockout move here for white on the brown board?
Ooh, the first move I was going to suggest was knight takes d7. So that white knight on the brown board, taking a pawn, attacking some of black's rooks. To my eyes, that's the most human, but the black queen might be coming in. It's not completely over. Hans is being very slippery, very tricky here. The one downside for Hans is he's got 20 seconds against nearly 6 minutes, and he's down a whole piece, Tanya. It must be a win for white if he can just defend Yu Yangyi.
It is. And another move that comes to mind is that you can fall back with the knight, retreat only to go forward, hit that rook on f2 with knight e4, rook takes bishop, runs into knight f6. And that feels like it should be game over once that rook falls. White will be the one checkmating first. So that could be another way trying to at least get that rook from the second rank to move back.
Yeah, also beautiful. And that white knight can do some nice jumping here, and it should be over. I have a feeling Yu Yangyi is going to think for a while. In the meantime, Fedoseev is kind of falling on his own sword here. He's given up a bishop just to try and postpone the inevitable. The blue board now, I'm expecting a checkmate within a couple of moves. I'm not sure exactly where it is yet, but anyone can find it. Lazavik can find it. He gives a check. The white queen is coming.
7. King goes to g8. I'll just point out one thing. Watch out for the queen and the knight attacking g2. So don't run with your queen too quickly. You might be the one getting checkmated. He just trades off the queen. So no more checkmates for white.
No more checkmates, but he's a piece up, Denis Lazavik. Imagine he was... Wait, is he one piece up? He's 2 pieces up, Denis Lazavik. He's somehow 2 bishops up after all of that tactical skirmish. Just incredible. So he's gone from checkmating mode to just mathematical mode, cleaning things up. That blue board is done, dusted. No way that Fedoseev fights that one on much longer. And in the meantime, Hans Niemann set up a discovered check, Tanya. Still fighting hard. The white king shuffles into the corner. That's the left board. Any chances do you foresee?
I mean, you're up a piece, trade queens, either from e5 or c5 are the two squares that come to my mind. Get the queens off the board and call it a game. Rook f7 hits that piece. I will say though, Dan is so impressive. I'm still looking at the blue board on the right side there, having the two extra pieces. Now the bishop's coming out. David, that knight on h4. I mean, two extra pieces almost feels like four extra pieces here. Every single piece better than the blacks. Rook, the two knights. It looks game over on the right side, looks game over for black on the left side, queen e5 on the board. You just can't afford to trade, but I don't see too many squares. That's it. Hans Niemann resigns game one.
Hans Niemann resigns game one. We're about to see a resignation in the other game as well. Almost simultaneously, both players with the black pieces resign. It was about to be checkmate in the Denis Lazavik game. And that was a show of brute force by the 18-year-old. And in the meantime, yeah, Hans Niemann, that was uncharacteristic, I'm going to say, Tanya. Maybe it's the birthday curse. Chess players, we all struggle on our birthdays to focus, but that wasn't as energetic as we're used to seeing from the American.
And David, I'm just wondering about something that we spoke at the start when there was a position reveal that happened. That is it just feeling like a position that's going to be harder to deal with black, where white just seems to come in with the pieces, the long range pieces quicker? Because we saw all the activities, both by Yangyi and Denis Lazavik, executed to perfection. Vladimir Fedoseev, Niemann, right out of the opening, struggling very early on to find the correct setup for their pieces, which means only one more game remaining for Hans and Fedoseev. The only way their path to Vegas continues is if they get the win in. David Howell, what do they need to do? How do they switch up what has just happened and get ready for what could be the final game for them?
Yeah, they need to shake it off, forget. I say shake it off because I'm a big Taylor Swift fan and also because Hans Niemann is 22 today. But yeah, they just need a good position as well. Freestyle chess, like you said, maybe that was a more favorable position for white. It just felt really easy to play for Denis Lazavik, winning advantage after 8 moves, and for Yangyi. If now Hans and Fedoseev get a decent position to start with, then they definitely will fancy their chances. They're both very dynamic players. They want to be on the front foot. They're not great at defending anyway, so they'll just try and forget that disaster that we were talking about and jump straight back in.
And both players start with the white pieces as well. So maybe that's also something that gives them that extra hope. And the one thing we can be sure of, when it's the big fish, when it's Fedoseev, and when it is Hans Niemann, you can expect big tricks with their back against the wall to really fight it out. I think especially for somebody like Hans and Fedoseev, just that golden ticket to Vegas just means incredibly much. It's something that they're so hungry for at this point, at this stage in the career. Sort of having that first round loss can be a bit, not a bit, can be devastating, but they gotta let that go, David, because we have got drum rolls, position reveal. It is position number 904, chat. Let's bring that up. Hans Fedoseev with the white pieces will attempt a comeback with what we have in front of us. And for a change, it's not one, it's two undefended pawns in this one, David Howell.
Yeah, and they're both on the same flank. We're not going to ask for looking for kind of 3-4 move checkmates this time. It's going to be harder to achieve, but definitely you can start hitting some pawns as early as move 1. Something you mentioned in the other start position, h7 pawn hanging. g7 is maybe the more tender of the two. And yeah, I feel it's spicy, Tanya. I have a good feeling about this one. Just somehow, it feels like white can get a quick initiative going early.
I feel exactly what you're saying because it's also, you pointed out the bishops, but I'm going to also say the two knights on the corner. You can see them arriving on the f4, f5, or the g4, g5 square for white and black. And that just means pressure on those two undefended pawns really quickly. And the white player having the first move advantage might be the first to get there. So it's the sort of position that makes you feel hopeful. And we see the bar there as well, David. It feels if Hans and Fedoseev find the correct way forward early on, they could end up with a big advantage. What would be your intuitive, instinctive guess here as the first move that white should play?
Yeah, the first move that caught my eye was d4. Although I don't hate c3 or c4 either, just opening up the white light squared bishop. The reason I say d4 is because having studied a bit of freestyle chess and having watched all these great players play over the last 6 months in all these tournaments, they always want to open up their queen first. And if you can open up a queen and bishop simultaneously, that tends to be more often than not the best move. And the one thing you worry about d4 is that after d5, can you break the symmetry? But yeah, it's healthy for the white queen, healthy for the white bishop in the center. How about you, Tanya? Move prediction time.
You've taken the one I wanted to go for. I think d4 c4 feels like the most logical way to continue here. Both moves coming in with the same idea. I also like c4 because it opens up the bishop. But another idea that does attract me, David, is to keep it flexible and start with one of the knights. Knight g3 with the idea of jumping further into the game with knight f5. Now that's the kind of move, if you're playing black, you want to counter it with g6 to kill any of the jumps. But g6 is not a desirable move in this position. Because then what happens to that knight on h8? So, not the easiest way to deal with these ideas.
Yeah, I like that as well. Like, especially if this were Blitz. If this were Blitz or Bullet, I would just get the knight out and scare the opponent with some knight jumps. But yeah, yeah, I have a feeling we'll see this very early. I'm just not sure whether it'll be as early as move one. Other moves that come to mind, I mean, yeah, e4 is always decent. F4 is always decent, especially when there's a rook here to get the knight behind it. But either way, the bar saying 0.4, you mentioned it, Tanya. That's actually higher than most starting positions, higher than the average in Chess 960. So that's a promising sign for Hans Niemann, for Fedoseev.
The only thing I feel about the move e4, David, is that it could come in the way of the light squared bishop. And look at that, we've got moves coming in, and it is one that you suggested. You'd be happy to see some version of English on the board, at least on one of our boards. And on the other one, the other move that you suggested, e4 played as well. So sort of eyeing that queen to step over to the right side, maybe to a g4. You play a move like d6, queen g4 check, winning the game on the spot.
Nice, Tanya. Incredibly, the bar now on the right board, on the blue board, says black is better. White has had one move. Black has not made a single move at all. And apparently black has a very, very small advantage. So yeah, chess 960, freestyle chess, whatever you want to call it, it is hard. It is very, very tough. I agree with you. E4 just feels a bit kind of wrong. It feels like you're just asking for a challenge, not improving any pieces. But here we go. Yangyi playing d5 against Hans Niemann. That's on the left board. He's trying to open up the position for the black queen, and the white king is slightly open now, slightly vulnerable. Tanya, do you like that move?
It's a tough one to answer and just, so quickly to really understand what's going on, but at least it takes the battle head on. I do think that had he started sort of playing copycat chess with c5, maybe the advantage would have gone to white after taking the h7 pawn. This is interesting because pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, knight f6. This activity, the initiative that you're talking about, it's something we've seen Magnus do so many times. Give up a side pawn for piece development in freestyle chess. So even though Yangyi needs only a draw, he's sort of playing for aggression here. I like that attitude. My trainer always told me that the worst way to play for a draw in chess is to play for a draw.
Mm-hmm. 100% agree. We should actually jump into that Hans Niemann game, though, because he's just set a devilish trap, or at least I think it's a trap, trying to catch the black queen embarrassed. Here, just very quick action replay. We saw the move c4 and pawn to d5. Not something you normally want to do because the queen normally gets hit, but here no pieces can attack her other than a queen, and you don't really want to trade yet. But this pawn also hanging. Hans Niemann, he's defended it by bringing his knight out. And I was going to say this is a trap because queen takes pawn, Tanya. I think it walks into bishop to e4. Queen takes pawn, and here... Okay, I was going to say knight f3 and just rook h1, but the black queen is running away. Feels like we can trap it somehow. I just don't see it yet.
David, could it be knight h3 in that position? Because queen takes knight, that's bishop f5, and otherwise there's rook h1. Oh, it works.
Anya,
that one I'm proud of.
You should be playing. You should be playing here. You should be playing in Vegas. Rook h1. Yeah, and just to point out your other beautiful idea, queen takes knight. Check. Fork. And white emerges with a queen for two pieces. Very, very nice. So, okay, the trap was dodged. Yangyi, I think it just smells bad, even if you don't see knight h3, which is not obvious at all. But c5 played instead.
Super stuff, but that is a very pretty concept. of trapping the queen on by sacrificing two pawns and then a piece. C5 played. I really like the energy that Yu Yangyi is showing in this game. You know, he's not playing cagey chess at all. He's developing the bishop. It's a pawn in front of the king, and I just wonder if he's going to eye the king's safety on the right side of the board simply with the moves that he's made. You know, the bishop comes out, the knight from g8 develops to a natural square like f6, and then eventually just get the king to g8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give him 3 moves, and black is a glorious position, fantastic position. Hans Niemann needs to break out somehow. There's also the
What
makings of
happened?
the Morozzi bind. If black plays e5 later, go on, Tanya.
David, what happens after bishop takes pawn is the question that I want to get into right now. What am I
Mm-hmm.
missing here?
I just forgot it was hanging. I'll be honest. Okay, should we investigate? Bishop takes pawn.
Let's do it. Let's do a deep dive into this because this has got to be on Hans's radar, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my first instinct was knight f6, just to take away the e4 square. So now black might contemplate jumping in and taking this pawn. For example, if the white bishop just retreats to a casual square, like back to c2, then queen takes pawn maybe now is possible. Although the bar again rises in white's favor here. This is confusing. Maybe black also has to recce with bishop check and the bishop coming back to h3 to defend, although this just looks wrong, with the bishop maybe about to get caged.
I do like the move
Very
bishop
difficult.
c2 that you pointed out because David, after queen takes pawn, there's always knight f3. Again, just boxing up that queen in that position. You know, you don't have the concept of queen h3 because of bishop f5 check, as we discussed earlier, and you're just unhappy with where you've landed up with your queen.
Mm-hmm. I think he takes it, Hans Niemann.
I think he takes it.
No moves have been played. Yeah. He's in a mess-win situation, right? You've got to gamble. Positionally, he's not doing great. Like, if black gets a few more moves, as you mentioned, if black gets one more move, knight f6, black's got the space, black's got the piece activity. Maybe now is the time to gamble.
And I think you hit the nail on the spot there. That is the match situation. You just have to go for it. Good or bad, you need to create those imbalances, those chances here. Bishop takes pawn. I also want to get our chat involved. You know, we've got Fedoseev and Hans Niemann on the back foot, back against the wall. They need to win. Who do you think gets the job done? Who takes it to the tiebreakers? Or will it be Denis Lazavik facing Yu Yangyi in the finals? Big action going on both boards, David. Huge moment for Hans. He's taking his time right now, and look at what we've got on Fedoseev's board. I mean, in your eyes, Fedoseev's already bounced back, right? This is going into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's a moral victory. Maybe we just jump in to that game. Fedoseev was just given a question mark for his last move, but I don't think we can fault it with the good old connect four. And the problem is that white is a pawn down. So just a quick action replay to show how he established this beautiful pawn chain. He's only moved pawn so far. Fedoseev, we did see e4 on this board, and the Caro-Kann from Lazavik, c6. Apparently the Caro-Kann in this start position is not great for black, but f4, black tried to challenge the center, trying to get the rook out. He said, no, I'm closing things down. That's very logical, since the black bishop now is a bit blunted. g5, very energetic from Denis. It feels like he's woken up. Like you said, choosing violence, choosing energy, choosing chaos, but d4 ignored by Fedoseev and a capture. And I'm really surprised that the white knight didn't start going for this pawn, for example, but c3 instead. I can't fault that one. And this is where we've landed. He's just playing a pawn down. He doesn't care, Fedoseev, about the material.
And that's sort of understandable because these two pawns are kind of getting in black's way, right? You don't have a knight f4 jump, and it's something that can be targeted long term. That knight from h1 is headed via f2 to either h3 or to d3, and then eventually landing on that f4 square once either the bishop or the queen assisted. It's not going to be easy for black to hold on and hang on to that extra pawn. And I'll also point out, you know, usually when that's the case, David, you said c6 is not such a great move. In these positions, the Caro that we had, we saw the question mark at the start. It might be at some moment, we might see that pawn move one more square ahead. I don't want you or Fedoseev to have the connect four for too long. So c5 is something that might give black the counterplay, but psychologically, it's such a difficult move to make once you've played c6.
Yeah, very, very difficult. I think you've kind of Yeah, you've brought up the most important point. Black needs to play either c5 or d6, or maybe even both, just to break the pawn chain. I know I joke around a lot with Connect 4, but I mean, it is just the best pawn structure. You have to erode it. And White does have some development issues. White's neglected piece mobility because he's been so insistent on establishing the pawn. So blowing things open before White's fully mobilized, fully ready, that is the key. So I'm expecting d6 very, very quickly
I'm,
from Lazavik.
I'm just hurt and in shock that you said you've been joking about Connect for all this while. I thought that that was your next chessable course. That's what we're going to learn about. That's all that matters in chess. And today you tell me that it's all been one big joke, David Howell. That is playing with everyone's feelings.
Sorry, Tanya. It's not 100% joke. It's like 20% joke. I genuinely like. I'm actually really bad at the game, which hurts my soul. I always lose at Connect Four. Like I'll play my neighbor, I'll play like some random on the street, and I always get crushed. Connect Four. I don't know what it is. I thought chess would help, but in chess, I genuinely do believe this is the strongest pawn structure you can get, especially if the opponent has a bishop on the same color complex.
I think you've made everyone, including myself, believe in the power of Connect 4 because it's just so many times I see it appear on the board and be the decisive factor in the game. I mean, you can see it here as well, right? It sort of just directs your move so easily. You get this huge space advantage. You get this clamp on these big squares in your opponent's camp, usually weaknesses, the dark squared ones here as well. Like you said, you block out a bishop, you take key squares from the knight. Connect 4 under fire right now by Denis Lazavik. The correct strategy?
I want to say yes. I don't think it's the right timing though. I think he's found the right idea, as you mentioned, Tanya, but he wasted a lot of time. Like black playing knight to h6. Maybe he wants to jump in with the black knight into the white camp. He wasted a move with e6. I was going to say Fedoseev could have just backed up the central pawn with his knight. That looked very, very healthy to me. But he trades off. He's hitting the e6 pawn as well. So I'm assuming the black queen is now going to jump up and capture. He's helping black get closer to castling, though, Tanya. That is a bit of a surprise. The fact that Fedoseev rushed that move as well, barely spending a few seconds on that.
Yeah, very
And
interesting. In a
Connect 4 is
moment that was
broken.
pretty critical. Sorry, David, go on.
I was just saying, and Connect 4 is broken, unfortunately. So that's not good news for white.
It's a Connect 3, not as strong. I wonder if he did what he did because he wants to plant that knight from f2 on e5, get it to d3, a maneuver that we've been talking about, in this game where it starts targeting f4, but also just wants to make sure that with that pawn on d4, the knight on d3, he gets some stronghold on the central squares. David, while it was not an accurate response, we saw the bar drop. Do you think Fedoseev is still feeling pleased with this opening and what he has in front of us, considering that it's a must-win game?
Yeah, I don't think he hates his position. He can also gain back the pawn now. Denis Lazavik, he's in sacrificial mode. I think Fedoseev can't have hoped for more. It's imbalanced. The pawn structure is a bit weird. He's got solid foundations here for white. But yeah, pawn down for now. I would just take it, Tanya. We're both pawn grabbers. Surely he'll take it.
I would have taken it too had I spotted it. It completely missed my mind. This queen takes pawn is suddenly hanging after that trade, and it comes in with a check. Nothing more attractive than being a pawn grabber and grabbing it with a check, but instead, we have another move.
Yeah, the best move apparently, or at least the bar doesn't shift. I think the rationale for anyone at home wondering why white didn't take the pawn is because black would most likely have blocked with the queen, and black then would have been ready to castle queenside. If you don't want to trade queens because you need to win, and maybe you don't feel the endgame is too promising, then you have to lose two full tempi with the white queen. So maybe better to leave this weak pawn on the board, leave black's pieces tied down defending it, but it takes massive self-control from Fedoseev, that decision.
I think you go knight d3 every time if the pawn on e6 is not hanging. If the pawn on e6 is hanging, you grab it with both hands, with all hands on that mouse, and just go for it. So incredible stuff, just realizing to keep the weakness on the board, saying that, you know what, you can go pawn hunting any moment. I'll also point out one more thing, David, with this last move, bishop d2, doubling down on f4, there's an idea of getting g3 in. You using the knight on h6 as the pinned piece here. So setting up ways that you can win f4. Now imagine it, and it's been diverted. He falls back with the knight, controls e5, also stops the threat of g3. So for now, Denis Lazavik hangs on to that extra material.
Yeah, great. Great move there from Lazavik. Now, the big question for me is where to castle. Does White already kind of put his king onto his rook and kind of shift the king over to g1? That's how to castle. No, he moves his rook instead. So he's committed to the other flank, first hitting this pawn we've been focused on, defended. Now he's going to play bishop c2 and maybe even bring the bishop out this way against the weak pawn, but also to castle the white king to get the rook. There we go, bishop c2. We're going to get the rook to hop over into the center, connect them.
Mm.
And Tanya, do you believe in his chances, Fedoseev?
I really like White's position and setup. I see that you're down a pawn right now, but look at the beautiful centralization of every single piece controlling the pawn breaks. You know, if Black gets e5, you've solved all your problems. But White has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 forces stopping that move from happening. You can get your bishop to b3, as per your will, start attacking the e6 pawn, and eventual jump on that e5 square. It just looks like a very harmonious position, a very Fedoseev-esque position where he's just going to thrive, keep putting the pressure, keep building it, and Dennis will have to defend over the course of the next few moves, trying to get a break in, and I don't see him achieving that easily at all. I think it's a dream start, a dream position for Fedoseev looking for that win.
Yeah, you're right, Tanya. Actually, at the Weissenhaus Grand Slam in the evenings, I would often play freestyle Blitz with Fedoseev, and he was crushing me. And it was always these types of positions where it will be like slow build up, and then he kind of switches gears and goes tactical. In the meantime, the other board pops up, and I just want to highlight Hans Niemann's clock. He is down at 5 minutes and counting. He spent ages on that position, kind of mulling over whether to capture on h7. He didn't in the end, and it looks like he's got a decent position, at least the eval bars on White's side, but clock consumption, Tanya, might come back to haunt him a bit later.
Absolutely. And some big decisions lie ahead because simply not a single piece has been traded off, right? And look at the king positions. You still want to get your king to castle on the right side if you're Yangyi. I wonder if that's what he's setting up. But David, as I speak, I also realize that it's Hans's move. And I'm just wondering if he can jump in with his knight to f5 with a double attack on the e pawn and the g pawn. Is that something
Yeah,
that could give him a chance?
definitely. I think there's two main moves that come to my mind. Pawn to e4, kicking away the black queen, very logical. Although you do have to kind of, let's put this on the board. Wonder what happens after the black bishop comes out with a check. Oh, eval bar doesn't like that one for black, but okay, there are consequences after e4. And your move, I think, is the other very logical one. There's a massive threat on the board. And g7 also hit. I was going to say you defend it with a knight, but I'm a bit scared of like knight back to e3 with another fork. Although now I realize
What
that black
happened to the pawn
can save
grabber
the
in
piece.
you? I thought we had this whole
I was trying to grab
discussion.
a piece.
Fair,
I was
fair.
trying to grab a piece, Tanya. Although I thought this was winning a piece, but black can actually pin the knight, so maybe not great to retreat. Let's go pawn grabbing. Maybe you take on g7 and pray.
I'm just scared we'll go
Complicated.
pawn grabbing and lose our knight on the way because after e6, I feel like there's no way home for that knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this knight off on the limb. We've got a move, meanwhile. Hans has surprised us all by playing rook to a3, not liked by the engine here. But I think it's more about the clock, Tanya. 3 minutes now against 10.
And look at that. Hans, I think he's feeling the pressure right now. You know, you're down a point, and you do have a feeling that black's more active here. The queen and the bishop out, the king far away from getting to safety for Hans Niemann. Bishop f4 checks, a check on the c line. Meanwhile, for Yu Yangyi, he's one move away from getting that knight to g6 and getting his king to safety as well. Bishop f4, developing move coming with check as well. It is not looking good for the birthday boy.
Yeah, looks a bit scary for that white king. I really dislike how Hans has handled the last few moves. Yeah, just neglecting king safety. At least you want to be suffering for something. I think the reason he didn't play e4 is because when the black queen moved, the white rook would be hit on f1. So I understand why he didn't go for that. But okay, rook to a3. Yu Yangyi. He's been very kind of practical today, Tanya. Just playing very quick moves, trying to keep things simple. And it feels like Hans has been creative, but it's been backfiring slightly.
A game won by Yu Yangyi, right? It was so beautifully played. I mean, he just fought against Hans's bishop, got that d5 move in at the right time, and kind of never gave a chance to Hans to come back in that game. And right now, what we have in front of us also, I think if I'm black here, David, I just want to get my king to safety. You've been talking about the importance of that in freestyle chess. Get that king there, knight g6, bishop f4 to follow, get the rook to the central line. Once again, just feels that it's easier to play as black here.
100% agree. I think I would castle in a heartbeat. But Yu Yangyi, maybe he's trying to be more ambitious. Maybe he's looking at, I don't know, a capture, or maybe he's going to get this black bishop out the way either by capturing or with a check. And then maybe he'll castle on the queen side, get this black rook into the game. Your king can stay on c8 if it wants to, but no, just as I say, it hops over. That's a long jump a long hurdle for the black king, but super safe now.
Yeah, incredible stuff. All right, David, let's bring up our other board. As Hans is going into time travel territory, we will jump back to this very, very soon, but check in with what is happening. Vladimir Fedoseev needs that win on this one. Has he made progress? We've got a check that was given. Maybe we just backtrack a little bit. How do you want to do this? Because Queen C7 was the last move offering a queen trade.
Yeah, let's just very quickly do an action replay for Fedoseev since he has a lot of time on the clock. We last left it with some maneuvering going on. We talked about how White had full control over the e5 square and great compensation for the pawn deficit. We just saw both sides trying to improve their pieces. Knight h6 coming back to try and get in. This was stopped. Now the knight goes around. This knight is destined for a nicer, healthier life on an outpost. But Fedoseev decided, okay, now he has to win the pawn back. He jumped in himself first. He traded off some pawns, trimmed some pieces, won that pawn on f4, and this is how we got to the current position. He hasn't moved since we were here. He's debating whether to trade queens or not, Tanya. He still has a nice square for his knight. I think the bishop will remove the black knight, so maybe a small advantage.
You know, that's such a tough decision to take, even if your heart says it's objectively the best, because you want to fight in the middle game. When you're a point behind in a must win game, you want to fight the battle on every single move. And there's this feeling if you go into the end game, will that make life easier for Denis Lazavik to keep things under control? So I think right now he has to fight that feeling as well and take the decision. Hand on mouse, I think we're about to get to what Fedoseev in fact has made up his mind to. You're talking about queen takes queen, or will he decide to keep the queens on the board? Somehow retreating the queen, it just doesn't feel right. You know, you're also allowing a free flow of the g pawn. Let's say you fall back, g5 coming in next.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah,
Trade or no trade? Sorry.
I think trade, but maybe he leaves it. Maybe he just retreats his bishop, for example, and tries to get rid of the black knight. It feels like a very positional battle, and I don't think he needs to do anything. Maybe just allow the exchange on his own terms. The white knight will be looking good on f4.
Mm-hmm. Great call there. He just says, you take my queen, I will just recapture with the knight. I'll hit that pawn on g6. Meanwhile, I've just stopped you from going g5 after that trade. So controlling that square with a very useful move there by Fedoseev. All right, Fedoseev pushing for the advantage. Let's go back to Hans Niemann, David, because he's down to about 2.5 minutes on the clock, and there's a queen trade on offer in that one as well.
Yeah, big moment, Hans Niemann, 2.5 minutes. I've got to say, it's been ages. I don't know if I've ever seen Hans Niemann this slow, Tanya, as he's played today. The first game, big time trouble, partly because his position was bad. This game, huge time trouble. Normally he's super confident, super quick, super speedy, very strong moves in the process. Maybe it is that birthday curse. Maybe I don't even know how to explain it. Maybe it's just the positions, the fact that it's so unorthodox, this start position. But either way, he's got decent chances. He just needs to be quicker.
I thought the birthday curse for 2025 was over with Gukesh's 19th birthday performance at Norway Chess, you know, taking down the biggest names, two, not just one. I think he beat Hikaru, then beat Magnus at the turn of his birthday and then on his birthday. But I wonder if that was the start or the end of the birthday gift for chess players for 2025.
Yeah, this new generation breaking all the taboos, shaking off all our preconceptions about chess. I was always taught if it's your birthday, just withdraw or take a break, quick draw, whatever. Don't play a proper long game of chess on your birthday. Here, Hans is battling for a very, very important prize on his 22nd birthday. Tanya, would you take this pawn back? White has just captured a pawn on c5, or would you be inclined to trade queens off and seek compensation, even not recapturing the pawn?
That's the big question here. I mean, if he takes the pawn back, if Yu Yangyi does that, then I think suddenly the idea of Hans Niemann's rook a3 comes to play, right? You put that rook, line it up against the bishop and the queen. You play it to rook c3, and it just feels like then Black will have to waste another move, maybe come back to try to unpin himself. But David, if you don't take the pawn back and you want to go into an endgame, you have to be so precise in finding your compensation because give white just a couple of moves to develop and to regroup, and suddenly you're just playing down a pawn. So again, I think the pawn grabber in me is saying I would like to neutralize, but then what happens after rook c3 would be the big question for me.
Mm-hmm. He does. He does take the pawn, rook c3 immediately. Now he also takes the knight. So bishop for knight trade. Hans Niemann, okay, not immediately recapturing. Every Russian schoolboy knows that you take towards the center. That's the saying. You normally capture towards the center, but here he opens up his rook on the f file instead. It's a very brave decision, Tanya.
You spoke about how all this younger generation is breaking all the traditional rules of chess. What do you think? At 22, does Hans still count in that young generation, David, breaking the last rule you just mentioned?
Oh, look at this. It's a blunder. He's breaking down a lot of barriers, but queen c2. Apparently now this is winning for white due to a massive pin, a traffic jam on the c file, but the black bishop is going to be caught in the crossfire. Also watch out this diagonal. Hans spotted this immediately. There might be knight jumps, by the way, and the white rook unleashed on the f file, removing a defender.
David, I
Tanya,
think knight d2
turn.
is a big threat here. You just go knight d2, you're hitting that bishop on c4, and your idea of rook takes knight. It's 2-in-1. It's one move, many grooves, and of course there's b3 in the air. How are you going to fight against all these threats?
Wow. Hans, this is the sneakiest stuff I've seen in ages. He's right back in it.
Oof.
I thought it was just a totally level position. I thought Hans was fighting for equality, and suddenly, yeah, the foresight to understand this diagonal is the key, and that this pin is the key, and this white rook is actually doing some grabbing on f6. Let's just put that on the board, Tanya, while Yu Yangyi figures out what to do. Like if black doesn't do much, knight to d2. Let's say black guards now the bishop, then rook takes f6. This is the idea. That's why he took with the f pawn, because this would land in checkmate.
Can I just point out how tricky that was? His queen was on d1. He set that up, David. He took it with this untraditional recapture, envisioning that queen landing on c2, sort of combining all these tactical motives of a pin on a c line, a hanging bishop on c4, eradicating the defender on f6 with that open rook, 8-7 under fire. I mean, so many patterns coming together. And you said he's back in the game. He's completely winning. He's about to neutralize, he's about to level the match with queen c2. Yu Yangyi now, almost the clock's leveling out. I think he's realizing that he's about to lose big material and lose the game. Shake of his head.
Yeah, it's just over. I don't think you can even try anything here, Tanya. Like b3, I realized isn't a threat because black has the move queen to a3 with a check, but it is this knight d2 move, and it's just unstoppable. You don't have time to both block this diagonal and save your bishop on the way. You need three moves. You need like a6, b5, and you need knight g6 to block the diagonal. You just can't get all those moves in one. b5 will always just be captured, and the bishop will drop.
And he had to use that move, right? Instead of rook c8. We were talking about unpinning for Yu Yangyi. All he had to do was slide his queen exactly where it came from, offering that trade, getting out of the way, and then perhaps even a bishop trade from a2. But rook c8, it's not a single pin. Let's show that, David. Queen d5. And now if you go queen c2, maybe there are other moves, but bishop a2 just feels like the way you want to get as many pieces off the board as possible here. And everything under control.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very important moment there. Yu Yangyi, he's gone from a level position to a dead lost position. Now it's too late. And yeah, knight d2 is going to double attack the knight and the bishop. Very, very hidden means there. But 1 minute for Yu Yangyi. A moment ago, he had nearly 10 minutes, and Hans Niemann had 2.5 minutes. Now it's 1 minute against 2.5. This is all collapsed so quickly. This is only move 11, Tanya.
I'm just amazed at the setup The way he constructed this, Hans Niemann did, with that pawn takes bishop capture on the last move, knight g6 has been played, sort of once again putting together all the tactical motives in the position. Queen c2 immediately landing, and now you can go in, triple down on that bishop. David, knight d2 is still the move that I would want to play. b3 runs into a queen a3 check. So not sure if that's the real path you want to take to win the piece. But to me, knight d2, I don't really see a way for black to hang on to material there. Because knight e5, there's rook takes knight once again. 8-7, thank you very much.
Yeah, just to show very quickly, knight d2 wins this bishop, because if the black knight tries to ride to the defense, rook takes knight, as you say. And let's show the checkmate at the very end on this diagonal. Oof, so sneaky, so hidden. But knight d2, I'm surprised Hans is hesitating. Gotta be honest, I don't really see what he's calculating here.
Has to be bishop a2.
I
I
mean,
that's the only move, right? The only other move that puts pressure on the bishop?
Bishop a2 for white. I missed that one. But yeah, that also seems to win the piece.
I don't see a third move. I don't see a third way to do this.
Both moves good enough. And okay, there actually was a move. Hans Niemann played bishop to a2. And Yangyi, just no time on his clock.
5 seconds. This match is about to go into tie breaks. Hans Niemann knows it. Is he about to flag? He makes the move with 1 second on the clock. Going to lose the bishop. Going to lose this game.
Wow, Yangyi betraying some emotion for the first time today, for the first time in the play-ins. There was a bit of a shake of the head. Now he's trying to compose himself again, but he's just a clear bishop down, Tanya. Like, you pick up a few pawns on the process, maybe you have some compensation for the piece, but he's got 0 pawns for the bishop, and white's king now super safe. This is just, at this high level, an extra piece is game over.
Hans Niemann gets this done. There's just no universe, no reality. Doctor Strange has checked every single one of them. This match goes into tie breaks, David. And I think for Hans, just the way he set up those tactics by grabbing that bishop with that F pawn, I think he deserves it. So just incredible alertness there. And one miss by Yangyi. One hand move, the most natural looking move, get your rook into the file, and then you're just completely busted. So Hans Niemann, tricky as ever.
Yeah, tricky as ever, and he will be rewarded for that trickery very shortly. As Yangyi, I don't think he's going to fight on too much longer. We'll update you with the other game, which is still in full flow very shortly. Not too much has changed on that board, as Fedoseev also aims to strike back and get tie breaks. Tanya here, I would just play rook c1, just try and get the queens off. The queens come off, no more fun for black. Maybe the white knight can also do some jumping, hit the black rook. That's currently undefended, currently a bit loose, but yeah, Hans being a perfectionist here. And who do you think is going to be the favorite, assuming he does strike back now?
Usually in traditional 5-on-8 chess, we speak about momentum so much, the player to equalize, to take it to the match. He's feeling the rhythm, feeling the stars align, and maybe has that psychological upper hand. But David, in freestyle chess, it's so hard to talk about these predictions because so much depends on what's drawn. It's going to be 5 minutes with only 3 seconds increment on the clock. That's barely any time for 5-on-8, let alone freestyle chess. I don't know, anything can happen, as it usually does in freestyle chess. David, tough to say, tough to predict. I think it's going to be a hotly contested tiebreaker, and I would love to see it go to Armageddon.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun to watch Hans in Armageddon mode. And in the meantime, we see some exchanges. Nothing really is changing on this board. Yeah, piece down. Yangyi fighting on, at least trying to keep the game alive for a while. He drops his rook back to stop any queen trades. But yeah, still an extra very strong bishop, Tanya, for white.
And the problem is that strong bishop doesn't have a counterpart. You're up a whole piece. I mean, it's just amazing that the game does go on, because for Yangyi, he has to just try with everything that he has. Giving up is perhaps just not what he wants to do. But this is just delaying the inevitable. I think in your mind, as a player, you're just sort of getting ready for the tiebreaker as this game goes on. Half of your mind is on the moves here, and half is, okay, I need to set myself, reset myself for what's happening, because I need to do it all over again. By the way, he's setting some ideas of doubling up on the A file and at least coming in with a few checks. How scary is that?
Yeah, enough to scare me. I've got to say, Yeah, I've panicked in better positions than this for Hans Niemann, but he's got everything under control. I'm assuming if the queen comes, then yeah, I was going to say he brings his knight over. There's still one check, but the white king now can actually safely run away. It can even cross the d file. It can run over towards the safer half of the board now.
And I wonder if he falls back with the bishop to c3 or he does the king march that you're talking about. Bishop c3, b4, rook a1 was an idea that I was checking out as well. Looked interesting, but he does go with getting his king to safety. I think just a more cautious, more professional approach. Why take chances pinning your own pieces? You may get glory, you may not. He does run away with the king. The bishop still stays active, trying to get some pieces off the board. Yangyi declines it. Hans unpins, and now 11 seconds on the clock for you. Jumps in with the knight. David, the knight's coming in. It's coming to e6. Queen's coming to f5.
Yeah. Oh, it swings across. That is a nasty pin, long-term pin to deal with. Not easy to break out there. And yeah, Hans is being very, very calm, very professional about this. It's got to be said. Yeah, he's never really allowed too much counterplay. And still with the full extra bishop. Yeah, he's going to put his king on, he grabs a pawn in the first instance, but he's going to put his king on h2, Tanya, and then he'll decide how he wants to win this game.
Beautifully done. And every piece is defended, right? And now the knight, you just need to either come back to d3 and keep everything under control, slide your king over, activate that bishop. b4 is hanging as well, but I think Hans doesn't need to rush with it. Look at it. He's just boxing up his own king, keeping everything safe. h4, is he about to kick the knight out? He needs to though develop that bishop from e1, David. I think he has to find a way to reactivate it. You're pointing out a really nice move, queen c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe not anymore because the black knight has blocked any diagonals, but as you said, the bishop is the key. First you can bring your knight out, okay, he brings it round. Maybe we just get the bird's eye view up just for a moment, just to update ourselves on the other board, which is a rook and pawn endgame. That one's been a long, long grind, the blue board on the right of your screens at home for everyone. Denis Lazavik down at 10 seconds, 11 seconds, Tanya. 4 pawns versus 3 pawns. Do you think Fedoseev's got enough to win? The bar thinks it, or at least thought it was winning for a moment.
That's what I was surprised, because 4 versus 3, technically it's a draw, right? 4 pawns, one side, 3 the other, you save it. But the bar said that there was this moment when Fedoseev could have won. That moment's gone. And it had something to do with this last pawn push that he made. Apparently that pawn had to be on b3, and now he's still going to try to create some magic here, trying to channel his inner Magnus Carlsen. But David, 4 versus 3, I think Denis holds this. I think he takes this.
I think the big problem is for Fedoseev. In the meantime, Hans Niemann wins by resignation. He was about to deliver checkmate. Some celebration from him. He's trying to stay calm as, okay, there's a smile on the birthday boy's face there. Yangyi leaving immediately. But that brings us to the remaining game. There was an exchange of pawns. Hans Niemann there trying to get fresh for the tie breaks, the blitz that's upcoming. But yeah, now it's 3 versus 2, Tanya. This is a very elementary draw, I'm going to say. The problem is he got his king stuck in front of his pawn on the c file, and he couldn't trade off the d pawn for the c pawn. He couldn't keep a passed pawn. Passed pawns are the most important thing in rook endgames, in most endgames. And here there's no passed pawns for white, so the 3 versus 2 advantage is, yeah, actually only symbolic here.
Incredible stuff by Hans Niemann, right? From a difficult opening, almost feels like Yangyi has the match in the bag. He sets up a trick, capitalizes on it, and then flawlessly converts it to the win. We get more chess between Hans Niemann and Yangyi, but this one, I think this could be the last few moments for Fedoseev in his run to Vegas, David. I think he needs a big helping hand from Denis to convert this one. The flank checks coming in. What Fedoseev is trying to do is get the king to the other side, but the pawns get attacked now. You've got to slide your rook over to not lose one of the 2 pawns. But then, again, a multitude of checks from the h-file. He pushes a pawn, though. Do you trade or not? I would be very tempted to get one set of pawns off the board.
Yeah, there was some checkmating ideas with pawn to b6 a moment ago, so he had to trade. And now I think the remedy is to put your rook to the side just to keep checking. White's king doesn't have too many good spots to go to. You want to check it as far away from your pawn as possible. He checks from this angle instead. A bit surprised, but yeah, watch out for b6, followed by the white rook coming in behind. I think it's still a draw, Tanya, but yeah, it does look a bit visually at least, a bit scary.
And the thing is, Dennis doesn't know it's a draw. Did you see that shake of his head? There's often this feeling that, have you messed this up? Is the draw out of your hand? You don't have so many seconds to work it out. You barely got any time. He does check, keeps checking the king. At some point, I was wondering if that was the moment that you go b6 and check the black king from behind. But a different idea now. It's going to be tough to find an escape for that white king now. I think this is relief for Dennis that b6 was not played.
100% agree. He needed to do it while his pieces were centralized, especially the white king. He needed to check and to get in. This is a well-known endgame draw now. I think firstly, you can keep checking, but also rook to c5. There we go. Hitting the pawns. Now the white king is just too far away. And this one is going to be over any moment now. Fedoseev, he could have created a passed pawn earlier. He had a passed d pawn in the making, but he wasn't able to find the way, and he's going to be eliminated. Small margins at this level, Tanya.
Absolutely. But what a moment for Denis Lazavik this is, right? Just incredible stuff. Holding his nerves with seconds on the clock in a difficult rook pawn ending, down a pawn against a super strong grandmaster, against the big fish who's taken down the biggest names in the chess world, a recent Grand Chess Tour win. And look at that. He controls. Whoa! It might be Denis Lazavik getting a second win right now.
Yeah, it's actually a draw by agreement, which is enough for Denis Lazavik. It was very sneaky, actually. Fedoseev, he tried to catch Denis in a pre-move earlier. He knew Denis was putting his rook on c4, c5, c4, c5. He tried to kind of catch him there, tried to capture the rook. He gave up the pawn in the process. Ultimately, though, Denis was too wise, too savvy, and he took the pawn, banked the draw, moves on to the final. Denis Lazavik will be awaiting either Hans Niemann or Yangyi, Tanya. It's going to be juicy, but he has earned himself a break.
And what a run it's been for Denis Lazavik, taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, then Liam Lay, and today coming in, needs only 2 games to finish off Fedoseev. He continues his dream to Vegas, waiting now in the final. He is the first finalist of the play-ins, and David, like you said, there's a big tiebreaker coming up. It's Yangyi versus Hans Niemann happening on the other side of this break. Chat, don't go anywhere. Only one of them will survive.
This July, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrives in Las Vegas. In a city built on noise, lights, and thrill, the world's sharpest minds meet in silent battle. Before the Grand Slam begins, the city heats up with the Chestival, a unique crossover where chess meets culture and competition, co-organized by former NBA star Derrick Rose and Freestyle Chess.
Chestival 2025, where basketball meets chess.
But when the lights dim and the boards are reset, it's time for the Grand Slam to begin. Magnus Carlsen enters as the man to beat. But Las Vegas is different. Under the lights of a city that lives for risk, can he do it again?
I'm really looking forward to the Vegas event. It's going to be exciting, so I'm really happy just to be playing.
Hosted at the famous Wynn, the tournament unfolds in one of the city's most luxurious and iconic venues. Every game is unpredictable. Every moment counts. And this time, the fans are in the room. Only 300 tickets available per day. Every round, every move, every heartbeat, life. Be there when the world's best collide.
See you in Vegas.
Brace yourself for a chess brawl. Nepo and Firuza dive into a wild Sicilian Najdorf at the Champion Chess Tour Finals, where every move hits like a knockout punch and the tension is off the charts. Who will survive this rollercoaster ride? I am Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca. Let's find out together. Nepo goes for a positional approach. The idea is to pile up on the backward d6 pawn with rook to d1. a3 is a must, otherwise that knight on b4 will start tickling white in all the wrong places. Knight d7 is logical, but d6 suffers after knight d5. Black wants to get rid of its miserable bishop, but now the fragile d6 brother falls after knight c7. What on earth is Fedoseev doing? That knight on c5 is spicier than a plate of curry. But hold on, d2 is hanging too. After queen to g5, knight f3 is a looming threat, which is why king h1 is a subtle move. But Fedoseev is a fearless warrior. He throws h5 on the board, and after rook f1, queen f4 is a perfect bit of prophylaxis. After this slow move, black is already knocking on the king's door like an uninvited guest at a party. c3 is a blunder because allows h3, and now after queen d2 with a double threat, black gets material back. The winning move here was queen to e3, threatening mate on e1, and after a queen trade, black wins after rook c8, thanks to the mate on c1. But wait, Fedoseev played queen takes d4 instead, and suddenly white is back in business. We enter a roughly equal endgame, but white has a better structure and control of the d-file. Rook d6 starts making black sweat. Fedoseev plays rook to b8, thinking that knight takes a4 wasn't possible due to bishop d7. But after rook b6, white grabs a juicy extra pawn, and Fedoseev is left shaking his head. Nepo doesn't even blink, he just marches his pass a pawn down the board like a boss and seals the deal. What a ridiculous action-packed game!
Tiebreaks coming up. It's fast, it's furious, it's freestyle. This is the format. We've got 5 minutes for each of the players, only a 2-second increment. Once again, chat, it's going to be a best of 2. 1.5 wraps up the match. Players will alternate colors if tied. We go into sudden death with the Armageddon. It's Hans Niemann taking on Yangyi after his incredible bounce back in game 2 with David. It was just one move, just a one move mistake that cost Yangyi that game, and now he has to do it all over again.
Yeah, frustration for the Chinese grandmaster because he dominated the first game. He had a very healthy position in the second game, but that type of thing happens against a maverick like Hans Niemann. You give him one shot, he will take it, especially when it's a tactical kind of attacking idea, and Hans is so good at spotting those. Now, total reset, it's Blitz, time is slashed. It's just a 5-minute game pretty much. And Tanya, Hans Niemann, he's on fire in Blitz these days.
He is, right? He's been getting those Title Tuesdays victories one after another, and he's so motivated. He's playing all these matches online as well, so he's definitely feeling his rhythm. And speaking of rhythm, we have got a position with us, so let's bring on the rhythm with the drum rolls. It is position number 442. David, this will be the first tiebreaker. We've got all the long range pieces in the center of the board, the two knights together, rook at the starting position. That's a couple of pieces at the starting position already. Very similar, familiar patterns might emerge to our standard 5-1-8.
That's right. We have 5 of the 8 pieces for each side sitting on their normal start squares. Rook in the corner, knight on b1, queen in the center, light squared bishop, and the rook in the corner as well. So it's just the king, the dark squared bishop, and a knight that have been jumbled up. But yeah, I don't think it's going to change too much. Again, this maybe the problem is the bishop on e1, what to do with that. You kind of want to pick a diagonal very quickly, so it's either going to be a d pawn or an f pawn, pushing, I think, in the early stages, maybe not move 1. Either way, knight's on the same side. That's not a bad thing necessarily. Tanya, Eval Bar says it's a small advantage for white, maybe nothing too significant. What do you think? Who's the happier of the two, Yu Yangyi or Hans Niemann?
It's got to be Hans Niemann, right? He gets a second shot. I mean, he lost the first game, the second one, a difficult start. Just the fact that there's a tiebreaker, I think Hans is definitely the happier of the two, despite having this position. The fight is still on. Chat, who do you think takes this? Who will be the finalist to challenge Denis Lazavik? Will Yu Yangyi win? Will it be Hans Niemann who'll score the victory? David, the one thing I've noticed in these kind of positions when the rooks are at the corner, very often, yes, white can castle once the bishop gets out of the way, get the rook on f1. But more often than not, we see that h pawn, that a pawn moving ahead, an eventual rook lift to complete the development. And I'm going to predict one of these ideas will come on the board, either a4 or h4. Just don't ask me what move.
Yeah, maybe not move one, but I wouldn't be surprised in the first dozen or so moves for something like that to happen. Hans Niemann, meanwhile, he was stretching. He looks like he's just trying to get in the zone. The clocks will be changed in a moment and then will be off. But, Yu Yangyi, he was so impressive when he had white last time. It's just a pity for him. It's not the same start position. Maybe just too traditional, this one.
Our chat has spoken, by the way, David Howell. We've got our prediction results coming in, and it is 64%. I don't know if it's 64% rooting for Hans or 64% think that Hans will win. There's a fine line between that. But 64% for Hans Niemann, 36 to Yu Yangyi. What do you think is the mindset of chat? Is this that they just, all of them want to see Hans in Vegas? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I think everyone wants to see Hans Niemann meet Magnus Carlsen again. The games are off. It's a D pawn opening. We should mention we can't underestimate Yu Yangyi at all. He's a phenomenal speed player. He's been up there in World Blitz Championships a few years back now. He's been up contending on the top 10 or so boards regularly. So he is a speed demon himself, but maybe a bit less versed in the online speed formats than Hans. D-pawn push, you mentioned it yesterday, Tanya. Knights belong behind pawns often. So a very healthy start to this game for Yu Yangyi. How do you think Hans is going to react to copycat chess?
Why not, right? I mean, why spend time when you can do it? There's no eventual break, right? There's no real way for white to break the symmetry just yet. So knight d6 does make a lot of sense to me. Hans, he's got to be a little quick on the clock. With the 5+2, that's another shift that's required by the players. He takes another decision, instead opens up the bishop. The next knight comes out. Wow, I thought that knight needed to be at the center of the board, David. Does this decision surprise you?
Yes, slightly. Knights on b6, at least Hikaru. I listen to Hikaru whenever he drops some wisdom. He always says knights are misplaced on the b6, g6 squares. As long as you can play b3 here with white and control everything. Wow, talking of knights on the center, he does not care, Hans Niemann. He always does things his own way. He goes knight to a6. He's trying to build for a break. Kind of Queen's Gambit-esque, Tanya.
He's a rebel on the board and off the board. Is Hikaru Nakamura your favorite streamer, David Howell?
Yes. How about yours?
It's really entertaining to watch him. I think you get to see like high level chess, just this genius of his mind, how he works everything out, every single thing out, and then is able to just crush everyone. It's a joy to watch him stream. I do also enjoy the Magnus streams when they do happen, but there's this other guy on the block. I don't know if you've heard about him. His name starts with D. He's been doing these couple of streams lately, the Title Tuesday run. He's also got this book called Grind Like a Grandmaster. It's very entertaining. You should check him out, David Howell.
He sounds like a patzer. He sounds like a fish. Anyway, okay. Thanks for the subtle plug there, Tanya. We see a first exchange of pawns leaving the board. Hans has got his plan. He's enacted it. But he's neglected his king development, like getting castled, getting his dark square bishop out. White is ready with some breaks of his own. It feels like Yu Yangyi is playing like a Grunfeld defense with colors reversed. He's not fighting for the pawn center. He's playing with pieces instead.
It's just such a strange development of this game, right? This knight b6, knight a6, very creative idea of getting the knights to the center of the board. Once it lands on e4, everything makes sense. But that path chosen by Hans, I have to say, it was very sort of out of what was expected in the position. Now Yu Yangyi playing an unexpected move, pins that knight down to b6. David, the king side, the right side of the board for black, still very undefended. Is it time to get that bishop out? Instead, h5, alpha 0 by Hans Niemann.
Yeah, you said the word kingside, and I wasn't even looking at that flank. I was thinking like maybe he moves the queen bishops. As soon as you said kingside, I was like, wait, of course he's going to play h5. Like everyone and their cousin plays h5, h4 these days when they see a fianchetto like this, especially because white's knights have moved away from the white king. Very nice spot there, at least that's the important flank.
Very interesting, right? And like you said, the fianchetto, why? Because there's a hook that you've got so early on, right? The pawn on g3 is just inviting that h4 move in to activate the rook. And what makes it even more exciting is that white's castle there. So you can't run away with the king to the other flank anymore. You've sort of committed to that side, and might be the moment that we might see h4 appear once there is a recapture on d2. I'm just wondering if queen takes knight could potentially run into a knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some calculation is needed. That's definitely what Yangyi is looking at. Knight c4, there would be a queen trade, bishop takes queen, knight takes queen, and yeah, a lot of stuff is hanging there. So maybe he's forced to retreat, but that's not a good sign. Loss of time.
It's not a happy move, right? Because he put that bishop on a5, pinned the knight, and what has black done meanwhile? Managed to get the h4 break in, while you've just been shuffling the bishop to something where you really, and look at that, another time the bishop lands on a5.
Yeah, Tanya, I'm not shocked he's kind of worse here, significantly worse Yu Yangyi, because if we think about his knight's journey, he put a knight on d2, he brought it to b3, he brought it back to d2, only to see it traded off. He brought his bishop out to a5, back to d2, back to a5. Like, I know I point these things out a lot, but when a player loses this many tempi, like black in the meantime, even without moving his rook, has activated his rook on the h file. Black has activated the c rook. Now the queen is coming out. Watch out. Checkmate in the air. Looks beautiful for black.
I mean, I'm really glad that you pointed out all those tempis lost, because that's the reason that Hans Niemann on what move 13 is playing to checkmate white's king, This is why it's important to not waste time in the opening. Queen h5 coming on next. Bishop from f8 will land itself on d6 as well. You've got the bishop pair long run, and that's really a long-term advantage to fight for, even if you don't deliver checkmate. But firstly, queen h5 is a big threat to deal with. You stop it with knight f4, queen h6. How do you stop it then?
He's going to have to move the white rook out of the way and just try to slide the white king across and hope and pray that nothing collapses in that section of the board. This is really, really scary. All black needs is another piece. If black had a knight, it might be checkmate. Oh, he's lining up, potentially removing this defender. The white bishop is holding everything together right now. But Tanya, spidey senses must be tingling for Hans Niemann.
This is very terrifying for white. I mean, the idea of d4 in the air, like you're pointing out, the queen and the rook, and you don't even have a way to challenge it. You can't challenge the h line. You just have to find ways to not get checkmated. And with a minute and a half, well, a minute and 50 seconds on the clock, it's not an easy task. Hans putting the pressure on that 17th piece, the clock, as well as the board right now. Bishop c6 keeping all the threats in the position. Very tough for you, Yangyi. Hans looking like a favorite in this game already.
Yeah, big favorite right now. Rook to e1, a very logical move. Now the white king has at least one escape square if needed. It's just a question of how Hans tries to press the advantage. If he kind of builds up, maybe he'll bring the dark square bishop out, which isn't doing too much right now. Maybe the black rook on this flank not doing full work. I wonder, Tanya, whether he's just going to slow play it. There we go. He does bring his bishop out. Is he just going to push a pawn, maybe move his king forward, try to stack up his rooks later on the h file? Two rooks together might be enough to topple over white's defenses.
And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because you realize that there's no checkmate. You just keep those threats in the air of doubling up on the H line. And it's always something for white to worry out, to calculate every single move, not be able to create counterplay or get too many pieces onto that left flank, because you need to keep your king defended while you advance at the center of the board. Now, this looks like the first active move that Yu Yangyi has played all game. A4, trying to clamp down on the queen side and potentially push that pawn further to open up the rook line to try to get that rook active.
I like it. At least he's got some semblance of activity, maybe with one piece. Hans Niemann slowed down. He's just trying to find a plan. These top players, Tanya, they always spend longer when it's the planning phase. Their calculation skills are so quick because it's bam, 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 forcing moves. But planning can be hard. And okay, what do you make of this last one?
I am struggling to understand it, David Howell. Rook h6. It is not the easiest move to answer what I make of it, but Yangyi with b4, he continues his plan. What do you think Hans is thinking with his rook left? I thought that was a square for the queen to land on.
Yeah, same. I was very surprised. The computer not approving of the moves as much for either player right now, but that is less relevant than the clock situation, than the board state where, yeah, black is in full control. I have a feeling at some point Hans is actually just going to retreat his bishop, and white's last move has only opened up the c-file. d4, watch out. There are some checkmating ideas. If this white bishop is ever traded off, Hans, he wants to trade this bishop, play his queen across to d5, and come in on the light squares.
You have to stop that, right? You have to block that with the move e4. I mean, that feels like you can't just grab this extra pawn and walk into these checkmating ideas that you're pointing out. You need to keep the defense. That bishop is the soul of white's defense around the king. So e4 played. Once again, rook h6 to me is such a mysterious move, David. Hans now pushes the e pawn forward. It does block his own bishop on d6, so no more bishop into pawn sacrifices. Do you think he's setting up an f5 to try to get to that light squared bishop?
Very, very possible. f5. He'll need to time it right because of the black king. The only other explanation I can come up with, Tanya, you mentioned that mysterious move, rook h6, is that he will push his pawn to g6. Later, push his king forward and stack up the two rooks on the h-file, but that's so time-consuming. He drops back with his queen. Hans has lost a lot of momentum. I have a feeling he's in kind of control mode. He knows he's up on the clock. He just doesn't want to blunder anything, Hans. He doesn't need to go for it anymore. He's just going to sit on this position until Yangyi's low on time.
While I agree with everything you've said, it does feel like Yangyi can start feeling just a little bit relieved, right? There's no checks that he needs to worry about. There's no big attack. The rook's managed to activate itself, and somehow the momentum of the game feels like it shifted just a little bit in Yangyi's favor.
Yeah, this is the best position he's had since, I don't know, move 8, move 9, Yangyi. The rook is going to come. I don't really see what black's immediate plan is. The rook on h6 just looks discoordinated with the rest of the army. I could imagine like bishop f3, bishop g4 now, just to try and trade off. This is white's worst piece. Try and trade off. It's no longer really needed as a defender. Okay, a threat for the first time, Tanya.
The c2 pawn's hanging, but look at the clock, David. I think Yangyi really needs to speed up. It's so much about the clock now. It's not about the checkmates. It's about getting those moves fast and quick. Bishop f1, he doesn't take the pawn immediately.
Interesting. White queen moves. Watch out.
And
maybe some sacrifices.
Sorry, David, we will show that line later, but I think rook c1 was the problem with that move. We'll show that to everyone later. Queen f3 played, and 9 seconds for Yangyi.
Okay, he's got to move. He's got to be fast. Queen takes c2 here just looks so scary. I think he's lining up a sacrifice here, Tanya. Rook takes f7. He would happily give up a rook for black's beautiful light squared bishop. King back. What do you think? Is Yangyi going to make it on time even?
I think that's the big question. I mean, you get 2 extra seconds on the clock, but you need to build that up. You can't just be playing on this time control. So he has to do a couple of pre-moves, get those extra seconds. Rook attacks b6. A lot of mistakes are about to happen in this game, David Howell. I think twists and turns lie ahead.
Guaranteed. And already the mistakes have been happening. Hans now is also low on time. White's pieces are suddenly pouring forward. This one, the eval bar says still slightly better for black, but I'm not so sure. And the white queen is now going to start coming over, supporting her rook. The rook is in. The black king threatened. Hans has lost control.
He's lost control. He's got 10 seconds on the clock. What is that rook on h6 doing? What was that move by Hans Niemann? Now he falls back with the bishop attacking the pawn. And we see a little back and forth. Hans doesn't repeat. He's playing for the win in this position. 1 second for Yangyi.
Oh. Okay, he's coming forward. The black king has a rook as the defender. Maybe, yeah, I was going to say practical, swap off those rooks. The eval bar doesn't like it because maybe now it's a fortress-esque type of position for white. But Yangyi's going for it, Tanya. Pawn storm.
He is. This is no fortress anymore. With 2 seconds on the clock, he takes a big decision. That pawn doesn't stop just there, but this is playing with fire. It's anyone's game. The f pawn, it does trade off. But David, the bishop pair. Will it be about the bishop pair in this one now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black has full control. The black bishop's going to come and sit in the heart of white's camp here. No, it retreats. Okay, odd move there from Hans Niemann. Yu Yangyi's going to try and just lock up the light squares, Tanya. But you've got to be thinking it's the bishops. This is a blunder. It looks like checkmate is coming suddenly. The white king is doomed.
Oh my gosh, oh, the queen gets trapped. King e2, bishop g4. That's it. It's game over. You have to go knight g2. And anyway, he puts the bishop on g4 and the queen is trapped. And look at that. Hans Niemann reacts.
Wow, that was a crazy tactic, a crazy sequence, trapping the queen. We'll play it in slow motion in a moment, but Hans Niemann, he wanted it. He was able to lock in focus, and Yu Yangyi barely betrays any emotion yet again. But there we go, shake of the head. He knows he fought back so well. Tanya, he fought back to equality 3 moves before the end, dead level position before that final barrage of tactics, and it's all about the bishops. Tanya, let's talk through this queen trap.
Let's do it, David. Take it away. I'm just reeling from everything that we just witnessed, the chess, the reaction. I mean, for Hans, how much this means for him to try to get the dub right now. Let's not forget, Yu Yangyi got the first win in this match. Got the second win, got the first win, and then Hans bounces back in the second one and takes the lead in the tiebreaker. David, huge moment, and I think Hans, with that celebration, might turn out to be too early, but I think one can understand just how hungry he is for Vegas.
Yeah, he's hungry for Vegas. He's hungry for some birthday cake. He'll be celebrating if he wins this match, if he wins against Denis Lazavik later. This was the position just 3 moves before the end. Hans here, it looks level. The bishops, though, slightly more flexible than white's poorly placed minor pieces. Bishop to g5 was the decision to try and come in, and now Yu Yangyi blundered. He could have just moved his queen out of the way, for example, swung her across, tried to come in, maybe even to the e7 square if the black dark square bishop ever moves. Here, white had chances, but instead, bishop d3, really unfortunate, because after a check, white is busted. If you move to the h file, there would have been a slide with the black queen, and look at this, it is a checkmate. The queen cuts the light squares, the bishop cuts the dark squares. That would have been game over. Instead, Yu Yangyi slid across with his king. He got checked anyway, and if he goes back, there is a skewer, a pin. So instead, knight g2, and the queen was trapped anyway. Brutal.
Incredible finish, though. Just on seconds, finding these tactics, finding the dangers that exist in the position, a trap of a queen on that f3 square, beautifully executed by Hans Niemann. And now the pressure is on Yu Yangyi. Will he be able to do what Hans did? Will he be able to bounce back in this game? David, a big one. You will start. Not you, but Yu Yangyi will start. You will be here with us. Yu Yangyi will start with the black pieces, and we're getting information that position reveal is coming up, chat. It is 894. It's 894. It's the one that we absolutely have no idea about.
Speak for yourself, Tanya. I was looking at this last night in great detail. D4 is the computer's top choice, of course, followed by E4. You know, it's gonna be very, very tense.
David's done the 20 move theory on the 894 chat, so we're in good hands in this one. But David, not a single undefended pawn. And I like why your instincts are, get the bishop active. E4 looks like such a nice way to do that. You could also think about D4, putting that knight behind the pawn with knight D3. Once again, that rook on A1. I wonder if we'll see the A pawn eventually moving up. But my big question to chat and to you, does this go to Armageddon or not?
I think not. Yu Yangyi was impressive yesterday in his tiebreaks, but I just think losing 2 in a row, now you have black, the tilt, it must be hitting you. You're not human if you don't feel a bit on edge. And Hans Niemann's so good, Tanya, at this time format. How about you? Do you think we're going to get the Armageddon showdown?
My heart, I always love the Armageddon. Like, I just want it because it's just so incredibly exciting. And you put in the spin-off of a freestyle into that. That just means even more drama, more entertainment for us. We see it on the screen. I mean, Hans Niemann, he's feeling it. He's feeling the energy right now. For Yu Yangyi, the day has completely turned around. He does look calm, but I'm sure on the inside, he is perhaps not as calm as what the camera seems to say. David, I would love to see this going to an Armageddon, but I'm with you on this. I think he wraps it up. I think Hans gets it done.
Yeah, it feels like it might be his day, or at least it feels like the two players of the play-ins so far have been Denis Lazavik, have been Hans Niemann. So it does feel like that might be a fitting final, but we'll see. Yu Yangyi still stands in the way. I just want to mention earlier today we had position 865, then we had position 904, now 894. It's all in the kind of in the late 800s and the early 900s. It's often just starting with the rooks in the corner, especially the A1 rook. The queen has been on B1 a couple of times as well. And there we go. It's the C pawn. That's not the theory I was studying last night, but understandable to want to get the queen out.
All right. So if this wasn't part of your prep, David, so maybe I did also see, by the way, the bar says that white does start with a slight advantage in that opening position, but you need to figure out the correct move. Now, it's so important to not think about that too much in a 5+2. So you can't fault hands. It's equally important to play quickly as it is to find the right way forward. So we've got this C4, E5, sort of an English-esque position here.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you make of this approach by Yu Yangyi trying to activate the bishop early on?
I think under the circumstances, very clever approach. Ultimately, you could kind of copy. We see a lot of copycat chess in the early stages. C4, C5 is kind of one of the most popular opening sequences in all 960 positions. But you are in a must-win situation with black, so you need to imbalance things. And like you said, this is the English opening pawn structure. It's also like a reverse Sicilian. Both of those openings have kind of fighting tendencies. It very rarely becomes totally symmetrical. And F6 I'm not such a big fan of, but the eval bar seems to like it. I have a feeling if Yu Yangyi can build, if he can play like C5 and D5 and start breaking in the center, he's going to get great chances to fight back in the middle game. But yeah, early days, of course, Tanya. I think E5 justified by the fact that the white knight is very far from kind of controlling D5, which is normally the square you want to cover in the English opening.
Really nicely broken down there by you. And I think E5 just takes control of some of the very important squares. I like this move by Yu Yangyi, bringing the knight into the game. I think eventually with black playing in a must-win, we are going to see one of those breaks that you're talking about, D5, or maybe even a potential, but it does sound crazy to even say it. We might see a B5 land at some point to activate the queen from B8. You know how they say it's not your game, so suggest crazy ideas. That's where I am right now.
Oh, I love it. Go on, B5. Break that queen out into the open, get her in the action, get the get the comeback going. He goes for D5 instead, which looks very natural. Not approved of by the computer. I think that's harsh, Tanya.
Very harsh. And I wonder if it's to do with a check on F5, because I just realized the queen can land there, David Howell, and it almost is checkmate if it wasn't for the rook getting itself pinned.
Ooh, yeah, I blanked on that one. I'm just used to like those types of checks being easily swatted away by like a bishop or a knight block. But yeah, watch out. Queen F5. It's scary, but as you mentioned, for now it's tenable. Rook D7. I'm expecting the... Ooh, I was going to say bishop to take, but the rook captures instead. Threatening rook C5, Tanya. I missed that one initially.
That would be winning in one move. So definitely do not play E4 here. Instead, he puts another piece on that square, brings the knight, controls the rook to C5, and now the bishops need to be activated. It does feel like black should be doing fine here with the two bishops in game. White's two bishops still blocked, but the bar says it's Hans Niemann with an advantage. Is it because he has a D4 break coming in?
Yeah, I think you're right. Like half of it is that D4 might come, and the other half is that the black queen, we've seen it yesterday and the day before a lot. But if you don't activate your queen, when the position inevitably opens, you're basically playing a queen down, or at least you have to burn 2 or 3 moves to get the queen into the game. And oh, big mistake from Yu Yangyi, apparently. That looked like the most natural move in the position, but suddenly white has a winning advantage. Tanya, what could it be?
I'm not sure, but I just want to say I thought rook c5 was pretty much the only square. I just realized now that there was a square on a5, but everyone would put the rook on that spot, lining itself with the queen and the king. David, the only thing that makes sense is that rook is vulnerable there and vulnerable to this hit, now forcing a trade on d4. But why is this such a big advantage for white?
Oh, I just think the black queen can't get in the game, and there's going to be checks. You mentioned queen f5. Like, white can even play g3 and unleash the bishop. Okay, he plays b5. That's desperate. But I was going to say the bishop could come out this angle, hit the black king, which would be suffering. Suddenly, Okay, there is a big threat of b4, but white gets to the punch first and hits the black rook. I think very natural move, so let's ignore the question mark for now. And yeah, this black rook is really running out of squares. Like, you don't want to go across the 5th rank because that looks like no man's land. If you go to c4, you might find yourself trapped a bit later and captured by the bishop.
I mean, you can do it now, right? Because rook takes pawn runs into knight c6. Isn't e3 just winning big material? He goes for it. Yangyi about to be down an exchange. Hans Niemann has this in the bag. He's completely winning out of the opening.
Exactly. Like, white's king safety is maybe the one question mark, I would say. But for now, black's pieces are not in a position to take advantage of that. So as long as white can get his dark square bishop into the game, and knight c6 is a nice fork. Another idea you mentioned that would have happened if the black rook had landed on b4. There would have been a knight fork earlier, just to show everyone. But knight takes a5 now is pre-move territory almost. And Tanya, it's collapsing for black. Yangyi is maybe running out of time to book that ticket to Vegas. Oof.
Oof.
Oh
my goodness.
Tanya.
Was that queen f5? Was that game over?
Oh my god. That was so reminiscent of Yangyi delivering checkmate yesterday to Vidit. Let's quickly backtrack while this game goes on. Hans Niemann still is winning, but yeah, this bar shooting up in this position did give us both a big clue that there was something devastating, and it was queen to f5 check. The knight actually covers the escape squares, and knight takes queen, rook d8 mate. That would have been beautiful.
Oh my god. That is unbelievable. And this was Yangyi's 12-move miniature, colors reversed, exactly the same checkmate on the board against Vidit. Queen takes c4, take that queen, rook d1 landing with a mate. And you know, David, if Yangyi was playing with white, he would have played it in an instant because it just happened yesterday on his board.
Exactly. That would have been so fitting, so appropriate, full circle for Yangyi. In the end, he didn't play that move. He captured a pawn on a5. Hans Niemann, just to catch you up, everyone, queen takes pawn on g2 was played. We saw some trades, and the white pawn stepping forward. Hans Niemann wants the queens off because he's the exchange up, rook for knight, and this is where we find ourselves. This is the live position. So just a few moves down the line. But okay, sometimes when you miss those types of things, you get punished. It's like chess karma, but his position surely so good, Tanya, that he should still get this, Hans Niemann.
And it's a good thing. I don't think he realizes at all that he missed a checkmate in 2. Like, that was it. That was game over. That was his ticket to the final against Danis Lazavik. But I think it's totally not on his radar. So he's just focused on his advantage, trying to convert it. And he still has a big chunk of that. David, I think also there's this big problem of these 2 pawns. We talk about the exchange, but the A pawn's about to roll down the board. The rook on a8 not coming into the game. You know, no big jumps for the black knights. e4 square under control. G5 is just desperation. He wants to get the bishop to G7, just trying to create some ideas, trying to eventually land that knight on E4. But I really don't believe that Yangyi has, I want to say has a chance in this one. That might be too much. There's always a chance. But look at that. He goes all in. He's destabilizing the knight on D6. Hans Niemann about to win.
Yeah, great move. He just wants to get rid of the shelter in front of the black king. And if the black knight ever moves, at first I thought, whoops, this knight is coming around. It's not going to be so easy. But if the black knight ever moves, white is just going to throw the queen forward, force the queens off the board, and easy winning in the endgame. Now this one, it might be in its final throws. Tanya, Hans Niemann's been very impressive on board and clock. It's got to be said.
Absolutely agree. And I think he's been so impressive, also just showing the mental strength that it takes. You know, when you lose that first game in the rapid, and just the way it happened, is so easy to not be able to bounce back. And then let's not forget this tactics that he set up. He set up this beautiful trap in game 2, which a strong player like Yangyi, he just fell for it. An unfortunate moment, but Hans Niemann, you know, he just bounced on that opportunity and then taking that first game win in and now dominating this one from the start. Let's not forget the day he had yesterday. Incredible stuff from Hans.
Yeah, the first game today was so on the hands. It was very hard to understand some of the decisions, the positional mistakes he was making, the time usage. He was super slow, but then he woke up, Hans Niemann, and the latter half of the second game earlier was when he clearly got back into his stride. And this is going to end in checkmate any moment. This is a check. The white queen is also coming, and Yangyi is about to resign, shake of the head. Hans Niemann's about to make it into the final. You can even play e4 there, unleash the bishop. He gives a queen check instead. It's going to be mate in a couple of moves, Tanya.
Absolutely, and that's it. We have it. Hans Niemann will go on to the finals. He wins his match against Yangyi, the rebel, the bad boy of the chess world. He's back. He is fighting for Vegas. David, I think we've set ourselves up for a dream final with Denis Lazavik taking on Hans.
That's right. It is these two. It felt like it was meant to be in opposite halves of the bracket, making their way through, though equally convincingly. Yeah, Denis Lazavik earlier defeating Vladimir Fedoseev in very nice fashion. Some brutal sacrifices as well along the way in the first game there. Hans Niemann, meanwhile, did it in a more difficult manner, striking back after losing the first game of the day, but 3-1. That shows his dominance in the Blitz portion. And yeah, it's going to be a very tight final. That's guaranteed, Tanya.
Both players on their A game, Denis Lazavik and Hans Niemann. What a final we're getting ready for. And the action starts in just a few chats. So don't go anywhere, because one of these two players will join the very best, the world's elite in Vegas, the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, Arjun, Nodirbek, everyone there. And you can do it as well, because tickets are officially on sale for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Las Vegas. It's from July 16th to 20th. Mark your calendars. You can be there with your favorite grandmasters, including Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, everyone else. And we're talking about some of the biggest names in chess. They're all going to be battling it out for the title. You can be there live for a limited time only. There is a discount of 15% with the code PLAYIN at checkout. Get your tickets while we go on this break before they sell out. Use the command ticks in chat. You can also extend your weekend in Vegas with Chestival. That's happening on July 13th. It's headlined by NBA legend Derrick Rose and Magnus Carlsen. Chestival is the ultimate VIP event where you can see NBA stars and the world's best chess players live as they compete for a charity prize fund. Use the command Chestival for tickets. And of course, that is a world of an opportunity. If that wasn't enough, David Howell's going to be there as well. So you'll get a chance to chill with him. It's going to be awesome. Get yourself to Vegas, chat. Check out the tickets. We will be back after this break. The big finals coming up.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you.
I mean, looking back at my career in my life, I think I must have gotten so lucky along the way to get where I am. Just like, let's say, when I was going to my very first chess club, the one near my house was closed. Had it been open, it's very likely that I wouldn't get the same coach as I got. Very likely I wouldn't get as good, and then the whole thing wouldn't have tumbled along. Or maybe had my father not got a job in Netherlands, but got it in, I don't know, Austria, I wouldn't have a Vachier tournament where I would get invited, And you need opportunities, even if you're really talented. You need the coaches, you need the tournaments, and I got them, at the time. And I could have not gotten them had I had something gone differently. And I was very fortunate with my parents, the way they treated chess. Like, I had opportunities to play, but they never pushed it. So yeah, my parents were very helpful. And Oh, I mean, I think the fact that I've traveled and lived in so many different countries, it had like a massive impact on my life, and I'm really grateful for all the things that happened, and that sort of changes you, and that gives my life an extra dimension.
Look at him. He can't believe it, and he just took a breath. He is going to find it.
A tournament victory in the second most important event after the World Championship. This is an incredible accomplishment. It is one that he will cherish for many years.
I know Nishikori quite well, and he doesn't just want to win a tournament here, a tournament there. He wants to be the best player in the world.
I mean, I have everything to fight for. You know, the biggest goal in chess for every player is to become world champion. I've got that. I'm like a big believer in it's not about the destination, it's about the road kind of thing. So, you know, I'm on that road, and I think that's amazing. And I feel like, you know, that Super Mario kind of game, and I want to complete the game, but I feel like I've accomplished a lot as well. So, you know, if my parents tell me it's time to stop playing the game, you know, that I have to go to bed, I'm kind of fine. But I want to finish the game, of course, because that's what I'm there for. So I'm really happy with what I've achieved so far. I don't think it was a given that I would be a top 10 player, or that I would play the Canada's tournament a couple of times, or that I would win by Kansai later, certain rating peaks. I'm really happy I've accomplished that, but the main prize is still up for the taking, so I'm going to go for it, of course.
The big final starts in just a few, but we've also got the consolation bracket going on. The players fighting for big money right now. Iliamle and Jan-Christoph Duda already in, and you can check out all these matches taking place on chess.com/events. But let's also bring on our entire bracket, because we are set with the big finals. There's also a third place match on. Currently, right now, it is all eyes on Hans Niemann taking on Denis Lazavik, but also for the third place battle fights Yangyi and Fedoseev. Denis eliminating Fedoseev, Hans Niemann with a dramatic win against Yangyi. And we're setting ourselves up for the big clash, David. He's 18. He's Denis Lazavik. He's ready. He's fearless. And Hans Niemann, unpredictable, dramatic, an absolute fighter. What a final this is going to be to call. I am super hyped.
Yeah, I cannot wait. These two, if you combine their ages, you get 40 years old. Hans turns 22 today, Denis 18. that is still younger than some of the participants in the play-ins yesterday. Mamedyarov, we had Alexander Grishuk and others. So these two, they are youngsters. They represent the next generation. I just want to give a special shout out as well, Tanya, to Freestyle Chess for having those kind of placement matches. Yes, we're not focusing on third place, fifth place, seventh place, those matches, but the ecosystem for chess is being supported. These professional players are getting a bit of extra prize money just for being part of this this whole tour. So here we see Hans Niemann having a chat, maybe with the fair play team, or maybe with the arbiters. Denis Lazavik looks super chilled. Tanya, prediction time.
David, that's so hard. It's the Prodigy versus the Rebel. It's one stage, one match, one ticket to Vegas. And both have shown such incredible chess, right? Denis, he's been a giant slayer. And right now, Hans Niemann looks like the giant himself after the comeback win against Yangyi, has taken down former world champion Ding Liren on his path here. It's going to be such a close match. I think if we put this out to chat, so many want to see Hans in Vegas, especially after the missed opportunity in Paris. And for Denis, it's already, regardless of what happens, the tournament has been a massive success. But I think when you get there, you don't want to stop. Denis wants that ticket. He wants to play with the big boys in Vegas, equally motivated.
Yeah, there's a quiet, steely determination about Denis Lazavik. He works on his chess so hard. It's not just playing tournaments, playing Title Tuesdays, playing these, Champions Chess Tour, Speed Chess Championship and stuff for Denis. He works so hard. I can tell that by his openings. You can see it on his face right now. He wants it. Maybe as much as Hans Niemann, but maybe he shows it a bit outwardly, a bit less.
I mean, I can tell Denis works really hard just by his background. Have you looked at the number of trophies and medals that kid has at 19? And just his demeanor, how focused he is, how calm and composed he is in those high critical tense moments. And Hans, he's got to be feeling the nerves right now, surviving against Yu Yangyi. And David, check this out. Our chat has spoken. And I'm going to say I'm pretty surprised with the result coming in. Denis at a 51% favorite, Hans at 49%. So I agree that it's going to be a close match, but I'm going to say I'm surprised by that result. What do you make of it?
Wow. I'm surprised. I've got to say, especially because they have such different profiles. Denis kind of flies under the radar despite his fantastic results, despite his consistency in these events. Hans, his ceiling is so high. He dominates Title Tuesdays so regularly now. He beats some world-class players, kind of makes them look very ordinary sometimes. So I would have thought that people would be more on Hans's side. But 51-49. That is super close.
Well, YouTube chat agrees with you though. Hans at 57% there and Denis at 43%. So still pretty closely contested, but a slight favorite. Hans says, chat, get ready. We've got our first position reveal coming up in this first rapid game of the finals. It's position number 14. It's right in front of us. You've got the queen on one side of the board. You've got the king in the center, the other rook as well on h1 on the starting position, David. Two bishops together, two knights together, one undefended pawn on c2.
Ooh, I smell a checkmate in 3 moves, Tanya. I wonder if our chat can point that one out for us.
So here's our first puzzle of the day for the chat. What is the fastest checkmate in the position? But one thing I've learned is that chats really picked that up super quick. They're able to find the scholar's mate in just a second of freestyle chess.
Wait, I can see... Oh, no, it's not 3. It's not 2, unfortunately. I was going to say I can see a different one, mate in 3 for white, but not with the knight, with the queen instead. That is maybe a different test. And who could spot a mate in 3 for white with a queen?
Wow, I'm trying to figure that one out, David. How? A queen mate in 3? Are you sure?
Yeah, very sure.
Oh my goodness. Why am I not being able to look at it? What? Okay, that's a big one. This is insane that I can't see it.
I'm just trying to entertain myself. Sorry, Tanya, putting you on the spot. It's a mate in 3. There's various ways you can do it. Black's 2 moves, I think, are the same every time, but here we go. We will not see a mate in 3 in this game, of course. Here we see the 2-board split as the third place playoff also begins. That's our blue board. On the right, we won't be focusing as much on that, but yeah, e4, e5 is in the big Vegas ticket game, the decision. And Tanya, what do you make of this?
No, what I want to know is what was the mate in 3?
You want to see it?
I want
You
to
can
see
show
it.
it
I
now.
mean, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it really
27.
quickly because moves are. Oh my goodness! Of course, a
It might happen.
handmade. That is beautiful. That is beautiful, David Howell.
I
Great
had to
stuff
show it,
there. I
yeah.
wonder if anyone in chat got it. They got the knight checkmate to c7, by the way, or to c2. So well done on that. But this pattern recognition, very cool.
Yeah, so this is the knight checkmate. You can do this in a variety of ways as well, but yeah, the queen checkmate, not going to happen. And it didn't happen. We didn't see a mouse slip from Hans Niemann. Sorry, Tanya, for putting you on the spot like that. The pawn was defended. There was no king e7 accidental, and we see a much more normal position.
I'm really glad you pointed that out because a bomb cloud checkmate like that, it had to be shown, David Howell. So incredible that you found it. Very cool stuff.
Great minds think alike, Tanya. Actually, I was going to give a clue, and then I was going to say it's Hikaru's favorite opening. I didn't know if that would be counterproductive or too confusing. Or in the end,
It would
yeah,
have
the
helped
bomb
me
cloud
for sure.
doesn't win.
But David, what we have on our board has been a bit of a mirror copycat chess, except that white has this move pawn to b3 included in the setup. So far, so good. Can black continue doing that? Can you go b6, or is that playing with fire because the white knight is in fact threatening to start attacking that c7 pawn?
Yeah, I think b6 makes a lot of sense. Black can also attack the c2 pawn, but that will be defended by the white queen, we should mention. And likewise, if the white knight jumps, maybe to d5, then the black queen can just slide across and defend. I think kind of you mentioned b3 is the extra move. White's idea is to put a bishop on c4, maybe trade off the light squared bishops at the cost of doubling pawns, but you get a pawn closer to the center. So black might well be inclined to do the same. I think Hans will only play that though, only keep the symmetry if he can't find a better home for his dark squared bishop. I wouldn't be shocked if like the bishop came out, or maybe he tends to like putting his knights on b6. I've realized Hans Niemann. Maybe he's going to stop the white bishop from coming to c4. That's my prediction, Tanya. But either way, lots of choice for both sides.
Early days, and I think because exactly what you're saying, right? Just these different approaches that exist for the players. So Hans has slowed down. I think all players, all these guys realize the importance of these first few moves. We've seen those miniatures happen, completely busted positions out of the opening. So trying to figure out where you want to develop your pieces. I will say one thing though, David, that I think the most likely is a short castle. A castle on the right side of the board feels more natural to me in this position for both players once the bishop develops.
Yeah, 100% agree. Especially actually maybe now for white, because if you go the other way, then the black bishop might come and check the white king. You might get the white queen trapped in the corner. And yeah, there we go. Oh, I predicted it. I knew Hans would play knight b6 just like he did earlier.
He does like his knights on this square, but unlike earlier, the other knight thankfully not getting to a6 and surprising us all, but has a more sane development on c6. So knight b6 played. Also interesting because clearly the idea has got to be, like you said, breaking in the center with d5. The b3 pawn's already there, so you can't move the knight forward anywhere. He wants to play d5. How much of a threat is this to stop? Or does white just continue with his own plan of development with bishop e2, bishop f2, short castle?
Yeah, I have a feeling Dennis will just continue like normal. I don't think he's going to try too much to stop. I was going to say the one thing I could imagine that stops d5, I couldn't even see another way, to be honest, was to kind of kick away this knight, which sits on a slightly vulnerable square. And, ooh, big decision from Hans. He played it instantly, almost, but bishop takes knight is now on tap for later. That's going to really ruin the black pawn structure. Not just that, but the knight b5 idea that you mentioned, Tanya, much more appealing now.
It really is, right? Either directly or after that trade on b6. It's just a beautiful spot that you have for your pieces for the rest of the game. And if you're afraid that bishop takes knight might give your opponent a bishop pair advantage, well, guess what? You can always trade the light square bishop at the right moment, but planting your own on that c4 square, gaining control of not only the b5 point, but also the d5 square for the knight once the bishops are traded off.
Yeah, I'll show you a point, Tanya, because it's very important. Like Dennis is a very positional player at heart, and he could definitely consider kind of planting his bishop on c4. This is going to be a beast of a night here. It's going to be a stallion on d5, and maybe the one downside is, for example, that white can't castle anymore. So this is going to make Dennis pause and think. But it does feel like maybe you can just eliminate this bishop and get castled anyway with the knight on d5.
Very interesting moment, right? We might see a quick shift in dynamics just at this very moment. Dennis trying to take that decision. Does he go for it? Or does he give Hans the chance to somehow survive that trade? Apart from bishop takes knight, I mean, you are just thinking about normal, natural developing moves, right? Trying to create that castle. He goes for it. So big move. Oh, he got bishop c4 as well on the board, David.
Yeah. It is like, despite his swashbuckling win against Fedoseev earlier, where that rook e7 check landed, the nice checkmate, it is his soul, it is his heart, Denis Lazavik. He's a bit more positional, so I'm not shocked at all that he went for this. It's just light square domination. Hans's move a5, knight b6 and a5, very anti-positional. So now Hans needs to compensate. If you're struggling positionally strategically, then you need to compensate with dynamism. So I just think Hans needs something quick. I wonder whether it's knight b4 attacking this pawn, then a quick d5, or whatever it is. Hans really needs speed now before white just lands a beautiful knight, Tanya.
And that's a great point, right? When you give up such strategic points like a worse pawn formation, double pawns that can easily be targeted, holes in the position, you have to create those tactics as quickly as possible. Now, knight b4 or knight d4, both moves attack c2. White can use the queen to defend that pawn. And the thing is, you still need to follow up. And it's not easy to come up with that. And I'm just wondering that rush decision of a5, is it going to come to haunt Hans? He takes a different approach. He does stop white from castling for now, but bishop takes bishop and sort of just making sure that the black rook moves and you can't castle anymore. I feel like that's a bit of a dub for white here. You still have control on the light squares. You know, knight d3 can destabilize the bishop on c5. I'm surprised Hans allowed this.
Yeah, I'm surprised Hans has kind of blitzed into this. It just looks so horrible for black positioning. Big threat though. Hans has got to guard against that. Probably he'll use his rook or his queen. Maybe you can move the king out of the way as well. But yeah, given a question mark, just to investigate on this last move, Tanya, just to oh wow, I forgot he could still castle that side, and maybe it's not what he should be doing, Hans Niemann. You make the gesture there, Tanya. Maybe he meant to play rook c8. Maybe he'd already touched his king and then played rook c8. Sometimes that happens, a mouse slip. But now he's in trouble.
Oh, wow. And knight d3 comes on the board. The queen is about to land on c3 as well. If you put the bishop on d4 to stop all of that, what happened there? Did you see that? Hans looks furious with himself.
He's a bit triggered by something. I have a feeling castles was a mouse slip, that he wanted to play rook c8, but he'd already touched his king a bit earlier.
Can you backtrack and show that? How it could have happened or what happened there?
Yeah, so let's go back to this position. First of all, we saw a question mark appear. The computer says that knight b5 is the better move. I don't fully agree with that. I think knight d5 is the more obvious one. And I have a feeling that Hans had touched his king. Maybe he was going to play king f7. And instead, maybe he wanted to play rook c8, changed his mind, and then somehow he got confused and ended up putting his king on top of his rook. Or maybe he touched his rook already and then tried to move his king, and he ends up castling, which is just into the danger zone, Tanya.
Because it is a very, very unnatural decision, right? Like you said, the c file opens, c3, b4 coming in really quickly. And we saw the reaction from Hans. I think, David, you might be right there, that somehow it just worked out that Hans just played the move that he was trying to avoid the most. All right, queen a6, but you got to fight on, and b4 coming in next. A nice move there by Dennis, setting it up, not only defending the knight, but coming in with a big threat. You've got to move the bishop back.
Oof. Yeah, but now at the very minimum, white can castle, Tanya, and you're kind of suffering positionally as Hans Niemann, just for free now, no longer even preventing the white king from getting to safety.
Unbelievable. And you've still got b4 to think about at every single moment. That knight on d5 is completely unchallenged. You don't have a bishop to fight it. Where you've got a knight to fight it, he does it immediately. You know, it feels like this is the makings of the classical good knight versus bad bishop positions long run.
Yeah, and just while we do have the live board up, just to show that idea, Tanya, the good knight versus bad bishop, he actually dropped back, but just to show if white could get this knight on d3 to a better circuit, for example, trade, and then if you could magically pick up this knight and put it on d5, that is a good knight versus bad bishop, because simply that knight will never ever be touched. It's going to control the whole board. But for now, the knight can't get to the beautiful d5 square quickly, so he keeps an extra set of knights on the board. Maybe he's going to go this way, Tanya. He's going to drop this problem piece back, put it on c4, and white can still break in the center as well as on the queen side. Black's king is clearly the one that's sitting uncomfortably.
The dream for Hans is to somehow get that d5 break in, right? To neutralize that square forever. So he needs to move his bishop away and then try to strike it. So I'm just wondering if bishop c7, d5 is something that Hans can go for immediately.
Definitely. I think it's got to be one of these two moves, right? Surely, like, I didn't see any counterplay on the king side. You can't get any action going there. b5 is the other move that crosses my mind, but it feels a bit shaky to be opening up lines on the side where your king sits. I didn't see any other productive moves right now for Hans Niemann.
I actually like bishop c5 quite a bit because sure, the knight can pick that up, but that just helps black, right? You undouble the pawns and then the queen suddenly can slide over to better squares as well. And then d5 in the air always. That would be a trade that goes in Hans's favor. I like bishop c5 more than bishop c7.
Agree. Like bishop c7, the downside is like your bishop still might never get active, even if you get a move like d5 in. There we go. He does at least try to get rid of one of the knights. Clearly, the knights are better in block positions than the bishop. So at least now he's trying to forcibly get rid of his worst piece and break with d5.
Well, he's got another worse piece, right? Maybe even, I was going to say worse, not a word, but he's got a piece that's worse than the bishop is the queen on a6. He still has to find better squares to activate that queen, right? And that's something that's got to be on Hans's mind. How does he get that piece into the game? How does he make it play? Meanwhile, it does feel that he's setting up these ideas with bishop c5, d5 coming in. This trade has to favor black. I think Hans has to be relieved to see knight takes bishop on the board. Better pawn structure, queen coming into the game, d5. Will d5 happen right now?
Yes, I think it will. And I think it will come very nicely, unless Denis Lazavik is going to try and poach a pawn on the h7 square with his queen after some exchanges. Tanya, your point though, okay, he does play d5. We're going to see maybe Denis Lazavik get greedy. Otherwise, he's just worsened his position for free. This is great development for Hans Niemann, by the way. But to your point, I just want to backtrack very quickly and show, I'm not going to call it a queen trap, but pretty much a queen trap. Ooh, okay, we'll do that in a moment because, no, we'll do it now very quickly. c4, very anti-positional, it looks like, but it clamps down on d5. And not just that, b5 impossible. This black queen, it's just never getting out.
Wow.
You've got to go the long way, like king c8, queen a8, queen b7, queen c7, but you're never going to get that time. And that was a beautiful, instructive moment.
It really was, right? I mean, c4, it's the kind of move, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It makes the perfect sense. But for it to be on your radar, because you're leaving behind the dark squares, is the tough part. You're sort of giving up any ideas of a b4 break, a d4 break. So just getting it in your peripheral vision that this is a move possible, because once pointed out, it's screaming to be played. Like you're just essentially playing a queen up for the next 5 moves at least.
Yeah, missed by Denis Lazavik. We saw some exchanges, and just to catch up with the current position, he's actually thinking he hasn't picked up that pawn yet. But Tanya, suddenly I'm liking black. Suddenly the black knight is coming in. He's got the Maroczy bind, c5, e5. And like you said earlier, the queen actually has the right to slide over if it needs to ever. This one is turned massively.
And suddenly it feels like the queen on a6 is beautifully placed for that swoop over to the other side, right? Queen takes pawn has been taken. And like you said, if you have to suffer, you need to suffer for something. The position shifted. He's up a pawn. Knight jumping onto f4. Rook sliding over to h8. Queen coming in via e6. It's the making of all the attacks. White can't think about picking up the g7 pawn because thank you very much. You've not only given me the h file, but the other rook's going to come to g8 and hit on the g file as well.
Yeah, knight f4 again is like an almost automatic move. Hans Niemann's very likely to play that one. He's played the last few moves quite quickly, so slowing down now. Maybe we do check in on that third place playoff while Hans decides how to compensate for that pawn he's just given up on h7. And Tanya, third place, Yangyi versus Fedoseev. Two beasts. What do you make of that right-hand side board there?
Well, they're fighting for a lot of money, so and pride on the line for both these players, but the day hasn't gone the way they wanted. It's not the fight that they wanted, but they've still got to do it. They've still got to try to win as much as they can. And this is what we have. I mean, at first sight, it just looks like white with that rook on h5, the queen and the bishop lined up, black's bishop on g7, stuck behind his own pawn, the knight under attack on c4, needs to also fall back. All of black's pieces are going back, David. Just feels that white's far more active. I think Yangyi should be happy with his position right now.
Yeah, looks like Yangyi doing very, very well. Again, a trapped queen in the corner, as you mentioned, Tanya. A safer king. And we will update everyone a bit later on how that game develops. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann has made a decision. He's pushed a pawn forward. The white queen still looking a bit silly, I've got to say, Tanya. I was going to say have to retreat before it gets trapped. And it might have to run the whole way back in a moment.
I'm still expecting that knight to land on the f4 square, and it does, and the rook to land on the h8 square next, then the queen to slide over. The thing is, right, black is down a pawn, so you have to play for the attack right now. You've got to avoid all piece trades and just sort of focus all your forces on getting them on the h line, the d3 square, the queen, try to get it closer. And this is always the hardest part as a defender. With 7 minutes on the clock, you have an extra pawn, but you know you have to make the next 10 moves precisely, or you're just facing a very powerful attack. Queen f2 does attack the c5 pawn, so perhaps not to rush with the rook move just yet. Plant that knight on d3.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. The knight probably wants to be there anyway. Again, I'm very tempted to show Anastasia's mate, which could have happened if you hadn't played Queen f2. Tanya, do we show a checkmate?
100%. We always show a checkmate. You gotta love a checkmate as a chess player, right? You get every opportunity you do it, David Hall.
Yeah, so for example, white has a bunch of moves, but if white had done nothing here, knight back to e3, for example, black could have given a check to the king. The king actually needs to step forward now. But if it slides into the corner, the rook slides across, hits the queen could move, and now rook takes pawn on h2 check. And this is one to remember for anyone at home. When a knight lands on e2, e7, corresponding square there for white, and the escape squares are cut off, and this would have been a checkmate next move. The white queen could throw herself in the way, but yeah, rook or queen on the h-file, knight on e2, e7, and this is Anastasia's mate.
Beautiful stuff there. Really nice point out. And instead, what we had was the queen sliding back, controlling the e2 square, and we saw another pawn sacrifice. That's the second one on a different flank, again to just win tempos. This is very interesting play, but it looks like it could backfire, right? Knight takes pawn, David, but there was something better here for Dennis?
Yeah, I was just wondering, in this position, okay, computer says it's time to just push a pawn to d3, which nobody on earth is going to play. It looks like that pawn is just going to be captured, but maybe some trades will help white. But knight takes pawn. I'm wondering what Hans Niemann's idea is, because the white knight's gone back, 2 pawns up for Denis Lazavik. I think his idea is that the queen is now ready to slide. He didn't care at all about his own pawns. Not materialistic at all here, Hans Niemann. This is a big threat, Tanya.
It's a big threat, but white does have the resource of just pushing that h-pawn one step forward, right? You go h3, and you have everything sort of defended. I don't believe knight takes pawn could work. It looks very scary, but I'm just wondering, is it worth that second pawn that Hans has given? I mean, that's some gutsy play in the finals by Hans Niemann.
Yeah, this is a totally different Hans Niemann to the one we saw game 1 of the semi-finals. Game 1 of the semis, he was slow, making some anti-positional decisions. Suddenly he's sacking pawns without even thinking. He's woken up, and he really wants to feast on that white king. Very, very impressive. The eval bar approves of this second pawn sacrifice as well. Denis Lazavik, he's going to be reeling a bit. Like, he's going to be feeling the heat. I don't see any useful moves here for white, Tanya. And that's the problem. You can't really move your rook because you get forked if you come to the e1 square. If you push d4, then everything gets traded. At the end, there might be some knight forks, knight to e2. I don't see how you really improve the queen. The white king is stuck on this flank. It's a clear target.
It's incredible stuff. I mean, it's so tough to actually defend this position. I'm just okay, David. Can we actually check what happens if White goes A5, A6? I just want to create a counterplay. I won a pawn. I believe that after A5, Queen H7, I can defend the position with H3. Oops.
Ooh.
Whoops. Whoops.
It's not Queen H7 because you're right, H3. And just to show you that line you mentioned earlier, very importantly, very tempting here to go for checkmate, but White can just block with the queen. Queen trade and you save yourself. But apparently there's a threat then after Rook H8. If A5 loses, Tanya, it must be an immediate threat.
Is it E4? Rook takes pawn?
Maybe.
What?
I just want to check. It's not Rook takes
okay.
pawn. It's not. I thought you slide across and... oh, maybe the White king comes forward. That's the idea. King to G3. That looks hairy, but my idea was to come in, and this looks terrifying.
Because Queen C5, you've got Knight D3 at the right moment. Just Queen H1 and Knight D3 wins. Oh no, but that is King E2. Or... Yeah, Knight D3. And the Queen falls. Or Queen G2 checkmate. Even nicer, David.
Yeah, and okay, in the meantime, from Dennis, let's go back to the game. It was Rook to H8, followed by Rook E1. He's giving up the exchange here, Tanya. He wants Knight D3. He thinks that Black Knight is strong enough to give up Rook up for. I
would grab it. I would go Knight D3 and pick that knight up and hope for E4. But that's why I am an international master. And Hans Niemann is Hans Niemann because he's just playing incredible chess. Look at that. He wants to slide the rook over, also opening the path for his other rook to land on H8, hitting that H2 pawn. All those knight takes pawn sacrifices will be so much more powerful when you've got the two rooks. So good luck dealing with Rook G5 and Rook H8 idea. This is such a classy move by Hans.
Yeah, so instructive, like not being greedy. Like I would do the same, Tanya. I would panic. I'd be like, oh, what if I don't give checkmate though? And then I can't pick up the exchange. And then, oh, maybe the moment will pass. Let's go. Let's grab the rook. But no, Hans Niemann finds the best move by far, Rook H5. He played it instantly, not even tempted by the material. That's almost superhuman self-restraint. But he spotted that the attack on the H-file is even more potent. And oh, now Rook G5 looks very tasty.
I think what he's relying on is Knight G4 because you still have to calculate what happens after F5. There's Rook takes pawn and there's all kinds of tactics in the position, David. So still a lot of calculation required here. But you mentioned Hans is not greedy. I mean, that's pretty clear, right? He just sacrificed two pawns out of the blue, one on the right side, one on the left side, just to get piece activity. And he continues on that momentum. Hans doesn't care about material. He only cares about the white king right now.
Yeah. Rook G5 forces the knight to come in the way. He's going to be looking at whether he can profit from that pin. There's other ideas. You can swing the queen across. You can, I don't know, push some pawns. Very natural. Maybe you push a pawn to kind of cut the white knight from jumping over to defend. Ooh, lots of tempting options. This is very professional as well from Hans. He slows down. He knows he's built up a big, promising attack, but slowing down at the right moment is a key skill.
And he's built up that time advantage as well. So using it at this moment also shows his experience, right? He wants to use those extra minutes right now when he's done everything right, but he's two pawns down. So he needs to capitalize on the attack. David, the one move that I would not want to make is rook takes pawn, giving up the two rooks for the queen. Unless there's something absolutely direct. You never do that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a big if though. Maybe there is something direct. But I agree, Tanya. Like, you don't rush because I don't think this pawn is running away. If it ever steps forward to h3, maybe then there'll be a sacrifice. But rook takes pawn just to put it on the board while Hans thinks. Okay, the bar doesn't hate it. Oh wow, that means there's something immediate. Is it the queen coming? Is it something on this diagonal?
We've got a move though. He didn't go for it. There is something, maybe e4 here with some ideas and it just blows up the position. I'm not sure, but instead Hans went in with the knight to d3. There was something stronger and he's given away a big chunk of his advantage, David.
Wow. Okay, we were praising him for not playing knight d3 and then he plays it. I'm going to say it's a natural move though, so hard to find fault there. I don't blame Hans at all. He's got still threats of trapping the white queen, still threats of taking this rook. But, Tanya, what could it be? The counterplay for Dennis to survive this?
And maybe the rook g5 option or the rook takes pawn, what we were checking out when we saw the bar just remains where it is, was the critical moment for Hans to capitalize on the attack. Either of the two moves very strong, right? Sliding the rook to attack the queen or going for a direct line, which required calculation. But I think Hans not seeing rook takes pawn, because it did have that feeling that you need to calculate, you need to find your way forward, or you never go for that, understandable. Hans choosing knight d3, equally understandable. Hits the rook. Now what happens? What's the follow-up once white does go rook e2? Is he then intending to take on h2 and go e4 with a check, once again, just destroying white's king side?
Yeah, just to very quickly show that Dennis doesn't have much time. He's under 1 minute now. Now rook takes h2, maybe as well rook to g5, but this does look very scary. And some checks on this diagonal. The white king does feel like it's doomed, although maybe white can struggle on with a knight sitting as a blockader. Let's go back to the games and see what Dennis plays. h3. He's giving up material. He's giving up the exchange, but Tanya, this can't be good. He gets hit. Queen runs. Oh, that poor queen.
And Hans did this because the queen was getting trapped after rook g5, like you pointed out. Rook e2, rook g5 equally strong. So Hans creating a square, but it's really not the square you want your queen on, right? Queen on h2 at the corner of the board. He gets greedy. He picks the rook up. The queen comes into play, attacking not only d2, but rook takes pawn, a big threat.
Wait, why is white better? Suddenly Hans Niemann is worse. He's blundered apparently. g4. Now the black rook is the one that's trapped.
Oh my goodness. And does Hans realize it? And the thing is, h4, the queen is pinned, but you've got two moves to defend it. Black's rook is stuck there forever. The queen from h2 also guards the d2 pawn. You're just going queen f2, h4. That's it.
Hans Niemann, I think he relaxed one move too early. If he'd been accurate there, maybe the best was to play like f5 or something. But if he'd just got his rook out even, then he would have the advantage. But suddenly this rook is trapped. Talk about two trapped queens. Suddenly, anything could happen here. I still believe that it's difficult for Denis Lazavik. h4 might not work because of pins here. He might need to get his queen out of the way first. Queen f2, queen g3 come to mind. Black with the king moving. He's hinting, Hans Niemann, he wants to play f5 without allowing queen takes pawn check in the center. This one is crazy, Tanya. I think all bets are off. Despite what the eval bar says, it's going to be difficult for Denis.
But he's got to be feeling it, right? That rook on g5, just completely out of squares. And Hans, the one good thing for him, he's got about 5 minutes on the clock. For Denis to figure all these tactics out with 25 seconds, it's a big ask, David. Can he deliver it? Can he find a way to trap that rook and win material? He makes the first inaccuracy. He jumps with his knight to c4. How is Hans going to hit that chaos button further now?
Yeah, it's not easy. Just to mention, the reason this is a question mark is because white should and could have just moved the queen out of the way and gone for h4. The white queen would have actually defended everything, and that would have trapped the black rook. So Hans would have needed to shed some material, kind of sort some murky counterplay. So knight c4 is not a bad move. This is the key for Hans. He gets his rook out of prison because now there is a rook slide. White had to take with the rook, otherwise there would have been some nasty stuff on the h and g files. And now the rook does breathe a new lease of life, but it's knight and 3 pawns for a rook. Denis Lazavik has a small material advantage, but the white king a bit drafty here, Tanya.
That's a lot of pawns for the exchange, and he's all about trying to open up the lines for the rooks to get active, to get to that king. Denis moves the pawn forward with the threat of a fork coming in. So watch out. You probably don't have time to capture on g4 just yet. Pawn takes pawn, perhaps could be met by knight b6, so he first falls back with his queen to d8. Now knight b6, there's rook takes pawn, so you can't step in with your knight just yet. He sidesteps.
Yeah, Denis, it's just the clock. That is the real menace in this position. 12 seconds, Tanya. It's just not enough. It's still so complicated, and the white king is so open in the face of all the rooks.
Despite what the evaluation bar says, Denis saving this, it's a miracle. I mean, that will be a huge achievement for him. Like you said, the king. And look at that. He keeps sacrificing material. He wins a key h-pawn. Now the queen coming to h8. He's basically asking big questions to Denis. He's making it so complicated with 5 seconds on the clock. There are massive queen penetrations, rook h1, checkmate ideas. Can he go for it? Can he go queen h4?
Yeah, I think he can go for it. I think Dennis, the only way he's going to save it is by bringing his rook across. That is his plan. Given a question mark, his move, but it was very difficult to find something even better. Maybe he could try and flee at some point. If the white king gets over to the other side of the board, you seek refuge, you might be fine. But I think in practical terms, Tanya, Dennis is almost done. He's living life on the edge. There's so many other moves. Rook d3 comes to mind, going for pawns. But okay, he's blocking with his rook. Maybe clinging on here.
He goes in with it. The thing is that for Hans, he needs to just find a move that throws Dennis off for a few seconds, right? Something that he's not expecting. Queen h4, he was ready with rook h2. Does Hans have a follow-up? You want to be able to make one or two moves quickly to put that pressure on the clock. He's thinking, does he go in with a check on g3? I think queen g3, you definitely don't want to trade. Trades and king f2, that rook will be trapped for the second time. Rook f5, that's a surprise. Hits the queen. Dennis doesn't have time. Oof.
Dennis took it, gives up his queen. Great move from Denis Lazavik, not panicking. And look at this, he's going to have to give up his queen in a different way. Black's rook was doomed anyway, and now there's going to be some checks. A pawn will drop. Do you believe in fortresses, Denis Lazavik? White has a rook, knight, and a couple of pawns for the queen.
Do you believe that he will go for a repetition in this position with queen h4? Hans Niemann says, no, I am playing for the win. My opponent is on 8 seconds. Hans trying to flag Dennis. David, I think he's got enough material against the queen, like you said. The fortress should exist, but are you able to construct it playing on seconds?
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. And now he's abandoned his queen side. I don't think he's going to build this fortress. He's going to be suffering for the next 50, maybe even more, 100 moves, Denis Lazavik, with only a few seconds on the clock to not blunder against a queen, Tanya. White's rook as well, almost trapped. I don't think he saves this. I think Hans is a massive favorite.
And look at that. He uses the only other remaining piece apart from the queen in the game. He wants to pick up the pawn. He wants to pick up the b pawn and then just start advancing his own 2 pawns on the queen side. Hans Niemann does. The plan is clear. Get the queen closer to that b3 pawn, b5, b4, forcing white to give up more material once that pawn is ready to queen. Also, not easy to get there for white, even to fight against that b passer that's about to happen eventually.
Yeah, and here it comes. It's the B passer, as you mentioned. If White's pawn structure was slightly different, if the pawns all defended each other and couldn't have been removed and only exchanged, then maybe it would have been a fortress. But here, hard to believe. It's all about the B pawn. That will cost White his knight. And here we go. Oh, a bit of a mistake, apparently, by Hans Niemann. Dennis needs to find a move.
Knight c6. Can you go knight c6 and just give up that knight immediately? Rook e4 is the best move.
Yeah. Best move. Now threatening your knight c6, Tanya. I think you've hit it spot on. You can give up the knight for the pawn in some scenarios, but ooh, watch out. Queen takes d2 would have landed a knight fork. Oh, he's so tricky, Denis Lazavik, but now he blunders finally. He moves his king forward. And now the black pawn is coming.
And Dennis realizes that this is over. Knight d3, you have to try to defend it. He's going to give up his knight. But David, is this as trivial as it looks or as the bar indicates?
I don't think it's easy, but the black pawn is so far advanced that, it must be over, surely. Oh, he's driving the white king so far away now, and feels like he can move in for the kill. The black king's going to cross over at some point. The white rook doesn't have access to the stable square at once. I think, Tanya, if you put the white rook on e4, then maybe the fortress that you're talking about might exist, but so far away from getting there.
Well, Hansi keeps checking, and the king can go forward. But the thing is, you could also place the rook on g4. You lose the d2 pawn, and then your king gets driven away from the defense of the f3 pawn. Look at that. Dennis, he's trying to keep things under control. The black king steps in. It's going to arrive on d3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
If the f pawn falls, it's game over.
Yeah, he's going to try and put his rook on e4 sooner or later, Denis Lazavik, but there we go. He does begin. But now, yeah, king and pawn endgames are also lost because of how far advanced black's pawn is. If black's f pawn were not on the board, then it might be a draw. But yeah, his king, he could have even swapped queen takes rook there, maybe winning. But yeah, he's going to bring the black king across first. Here we go. Last few moves, Tanya.
And that's going to be game over in just a few moments. Hans Niemann about to take the first win. And he does it as Denis Lazavik resigns. Hans Niemann 1 game away from Vegas.
Hans Niemann celebrates as well. There was a clap of the hands. was a smile to the camera. He's playing for the fans, clearly, Hans Niemann. Nice to see a show of emotion from him. But Denis Lazavik, stoic. There's not much he could have done in the closing stages there. He was low on time and couldn't hold what was a very difficult endgame. Talking of difficult endgames, though, Yangyi in the third place playoff looks doomed. It's 2 bishops versus 1 bishop. Some pawns here, Tanya, though, so maybe some practical chances. But the clock down low there as well for you.
I think it's very tough to hold this one, right? And he's gonna fight it out, but with 3 seconds, all right, make a move. He does. He loses one of the 2 pawns, trying to rely on b6, but the king comes back just in time. David, I think this is Fedoseev's to take, but I'm just still thinking about Hans Niemann's win. I mean, he plays this incredible game from the start. He sacrifices 2 pawns for the initiative, for the attack right there, and then it slips. But Dennis has no time to capitalize on it, and then finishing it off in the style that Hans did, getting the win, and now half a point away from booking his ticket. What a moment this is for Hans after everything that's happened over the last many years in Hans Niemann's life.
Hans in Las Vegas. It feels meant to be on his birthday as well. This game is over. Meanwhile, Fedoseev with the extra bishop traded off all the right pieces and was about to win the last pawns for white. But yeah, Hans Niemann, it's just the mode. Like he's got so many different gears, Tanya. The opening was a disaster for him, Hans Niemann. It's got to be said, made some really bad kind of positional decisions, but Dennis couldn't punish him. And once things turned, yes, Dennis got some chances, but it always felt like Hans was in the driver's seat.
And David, let's not forget, we were talking about an early mouse slip by Hans when he went long castle and just how much trouble that got him into, right? And then you saw his reaction on the camera as well, and you could feel his frustration with himself. He fought back from that, created this attack. Dennis kept going, he kept fighting, but just not enough. And now Denis Lazavik, the 18-year-old, has to bounce back in this next game. He will have the black pieces. Round 2, the final rapid game starts in just a few for Yu Yangyi in his fight for 3rd place. It is the same storyline. He must win the final game. Dennis just feels like he's ready to go, David. He didn't have so much of an expression or reaction on camera, and I think that's exactly what you need when you're playing against Hans. What do you think? Is Hans feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure, the dream so close now?
He might hide it, Hans, but surely he's going to be feeling the pressure. This is going to be a huge moment for him. That ticket to Vegas it's not just about the prize money on offer. It's not just about the chance to play Magnus. It's his chance to make all of his statements on social media over the last few years come true. So a huge amount riding on this next game. Denis Lazavik, super focused, super professional. He knows he'll get a chance. Hans has been dropping chances here and there. Like he's had worse positions at moments, played some strange moves. But yeah, Denis to pounce on those mistakes. That is the key. As potentially the final game of these play-ins as we prepare for it.
David, are you ready for the final rapid game position reveal? It is position number 664. Let's bring it on for chat. David, check this out. This is what we have. This is what it is on. The players looking at it, and this is where it is. If Hans is able to draw this, that's it. Match over. Hans will go on to play in Vegas. If Denis stops Hans, who seems unstoppable currently, just with the form that he's shown throughout the knockout bracket. If Denis does what he's been doing, if he turns out to be a giant slayer one more time, it goes into the tie breaks. What do you make of this? Is this the kind of position that does bring in the possibility of an early chaos for Denis?
I think so. I have a feeling at least it's kind of, how do I say this? Unbalanced enough. The pieces are just really weirdly kind of shuffled. We don't see any bishops next to each other. We normally see knights often next to each other. Queens in the corner. From experience, Tanya, that is always quite controversial. It's not always the fact that you start with white that helps there. I remember in the play-ins a couple of days ago where we saw several trapped queens on the h1 square for white. So it feels like it's not the worst kind of scenario here for Denis. We should mention to chat, there's a mate in 3. If you want to find it, drop it in there. Let us know. It's not the most difficult. I won't mention which pawn is undefended. But what else catches your eye, Tanya?
That was already a hint. I mean, by now, Chad
Oh.
is a pro at mate in threes in the starting position. But you've got the David Howell challenge. Let's go, Chad. Let's see who gets it first. While they're trying to figure that out, David, what do you think will be Hans's first move of choice in this one?
Ooh, this is actually difficult. I do not want to push the d pawn forward. D4 here looks like it's just walking onto a square that will be attacked, and it's in front of the white king. Although it is kind of the move you want to play to put a knight behind it. I'm going to say E4, Tanya. How about you?
I think E4 makes a lot of sense, but I'm going to say G4. I want to threaten a pawn win in one move. I want to open my diagonal for the queen, and I just want to play, entertaining chess. So I'm hoping for a G4. The thing with E4 is, David, I thought about that, but I wonder if the fact that it comes in the diagonal of the queen and sort of blocking that activity might be something to consider here.
Yeah, as soon as you said G4, I think that's the way forward. I take it back. That's what Magnus always does if he gets a chance. And G4 on the board from Hans Niemann. Great shout there, Tanya.
I don't know if that's actually such good news for Hans if he starts listening to my moves and recommendations, David.
Ah, it's gold medal worthy, that move from Tanya Sapdev. G4 for the score. And yeah, black can't really keep symmetry. The good thing about pushing pawns like G4, like B4, is often because if black tries to copy, then you can push one of your flank pawns forward. White would push the H pawn forward. And already look at Hans Niemann seizing space. Tanya, I think he's off to a great start with white here in a game he only needs to draw.
He only needs to draw, but definitely just looking at the piece placement and the way the pawns have moved forward. By the way, not a single piece out yet. I would predict that we're going to see one of them right now with black, either bringing the queen out or the knight to f. Well, you can't go knight f3 because the f4 pawn is hanging. It's so easy to forget that there's a bishop on b8 and not a knight. So watch out. Don't play the hand move knight f3.
Yeah, easy to forget a lot of things in freestyle chess. Like if you lose focus for 1 second, which a lot of players, including myself, are guilty of. But yeah, if you lose focus, then you might just get punished. And in the meantime, Hans, I think, again, very professional. The planning phase is always the most important. We've seen how dynamic he is, how great he is instinctively, calculation, but planning, that's where players are best most of their time.
Mm. And the other thing I want to talk about, he does develop the knight, but the other one, the correct one, brings it out to b3, so eyeing some of those dark squares. Danis Lazavik does the same, brings his knight to the center of the board. Might be the moment to develop that knight to f3 eventually. David, should we just deep dive into this position? Because the other one, there's only one move that's been played so far. We'll keep an eye out on the match, the fight for third place between Yangyi and Vladimir Fedoseev. But of course, this is the big one. This is the big final, the one ticket, the half point that Hans Niemann needs. What do we make of this? A lot of development right now. Queen comes out, defends the g4 pawn. How does Dennis create his chances in the structure?
It's hard. Like Dennis, he's got the central strategy going. He's got a nice pawn chain here. He's got d5 as a stronghold. But the flank play, I mean, this is reminiscent of a Dutch defense or a bird opening where white plays like 1 f4. You get very good control kind of with pieces from the sides towards the center. And here, white's knight is always ready to pounce into some nice squares. I do fear that the black knights are always going to be kind of stumbling over each other. They're going to get hit. I don't really see what black's light squared bishop is going to do. There's always one problem piece. It feels like in freestyle chess. Okay, he pushes his a pawn. In terms of what Dennis needs to do, he needs a pawn break, Tanya. I think he needs to get e5 in at some point, but it's just so hard to achieve. Like white's knight is going to clamp down on that. Black's knights need to move in order to the queen or dark squared bishop to support it. Okay, Dennis hitting a pawn in the meantime, defended. Hans just keeping control here. I like it for white.
I really like your point of getting the pawn break in, of getting that e5 to just activate the long range pieces, the bishop and the queen. But again, with the rook on f1, you have to watch out for so many things. I wonder if knight c4 could be a way to try to make that a reality for Dennis, where the bishop opens up on b8, hits the pawn on b2. And once you defend that, again, so much calculation is required because e5 is also playing with fire, right? There's a bishop on e1 ready to go to h4, pin that knight on f6. So you've got to time it super well.
Yeah, big dilemma actually. You point out the black king on that diagonal. Big dilemma where to go. I don't think he's going long anymore. Well, in this case, short. He's not going to the queen side. He's not going to sit on his c8 because he's pushed some pawns forward on that flank. Nice cool knight c4 as well. But the black king going the other way, it feels like you're walking into the eye of the storm. The white pawns are already ready, kind of poised to storm forward.
It's a complex game, and I see the bar does prefer Hans's position, but I think this is exactly what makes freestyle chess so exciting, that even if a player takes a lead, you're going to get a game, you're going to get complications. And David, I think it's still anybody's game. Castle done, queen on h8. That's the one piece that I'm worried about for Dennis. He needs to get that activated as quickly as possible. He might be eyeing a b5 break. We're talking about e5. There's also b5 in the air to try to destabilize the queen side. And by the way, meanwhile, we do have the ninja coming up with a mate in 3 idea. That was the David Howell quiz for the final rapid game. So well done finding that b7 soft spot and the b2 counterpart to it, developing the knight, and eventually the checkmate, the quickest checkmate in the possession.
Yeah, that pawn has been undefended since the beginning. So great spot from the ninja. Very sneaky there, sneak attack. Okay, and knight posting up.
That's a threat. b7 attacked, and it's also hitting the bishop on d7 because there's a g5 idea in the air, right? Getting rid of the knight on f6 and winning a piece. So a bit of a double attack for Dennis.
Yeah, normally you react immediately to this by dropping back. There we go. He puts his bishop back on, well, its normal starting square. Here it started the game on e8. And both sides are going to be ready to kick away the enemy knights. b3 I'm expecting, or yeah, I was going to say d3, but you don't want to play d3 because the black knight comes in with a fork. So b3 I'm expecting. b6 will soon come as well for black. And yes, you've gone forward with knights, but you often get kicked back this early in the game. Tanya, whose position would you pick?
Oof. I see the bar, so that kind of really makes things, well, easier, but also clouds judgment in some ways. But I think it's not that hard to understand why white is preferred here. The queen better placed. There are ideas of this f and the g pawn. You kind of hold all the keys of the breaks in the position as white, either f5 coming in or g5 coming in at the right moment. The king on c1 can slide over to b2. The bishop from e1 can go over to h4. And I wonder, with knight arriving on e5, feels like the attack might be easier to create if you're playing white. But David, I still think that there's a lot of chess that lies ahead, and it's still too early to say.
Yeah, still very, very early, 12 moves in. Both sides, as predicted, their knights are getting kicked away. It might just boil down to the fact that black's queen is a bit stuck. No space at all. Hans using the advantage of the first move with white very nicely. That g4 move, I can't believe I'm tracing it all the way back to move 1, Tanya. But g4, it's been a masterstroke. Keeping the black queen in. Exactly. Looking good for Niemann.
It is, right? Because it's also restricted so many of the black forces, as we're discussing, the black light squared bishop, the knight not having so many squares. And now Hans reroutes his own knight to the center of the board. But again, you get this beautiful position, but you need to find a breakthrough. You need to understand that if you're playing only for a draw, do you just set it up and wait for Dennis to come at you? Or do you take the chances yourself with a potential f5 or g5? But turns out Dennis is ready to come at Hans. He's advancing his own pawns at the center of the board.
Yeah, and looks like a nice pawn center for black. The problem is what to do next. Like d4 is covered for now, c4, unclear what that really achieves. It does feel like the pawn breaks are coming for white. I would be shocked if we didn't see f5 from Hans in the near future. First he brings his bishop out, the bar drops. Okay, maybe not the best square for the bishop, but looks very natural to my eyes, getting pieces off the back rank. White's king is fixed on the left side of the board, we should mention. We see the starting position just below our board there for everyone at home. So the white king is shifted from d1 to c1, therefore it cannot castle. So maybe that's one downside for Hans Niemann, that his king is kind of getting in the way of the rooks connecting. Maybe your king b2 move in the near future, Tanya. But first, the black queen finally makes an entrance to this game.
And I think that really needed to be done as quickly as possible. You really don't want your queen stuck on h8, also taking away some key running squares for the king. You want it into the game. I will point out, though, that the idea of king b2, you always have to calculate the d4, c4 pawn breaks. And that sort of makes you hesitate a little bit from putting your king to that square, which essentially means it's not easy for Hans to get that rook on a1 into the game. So I agree with you that the position on the right side looks beautiful for white, but on the left side, there's a different story, right? And Dennis, he's trying to understand how can he maximize his play there. David, I am eventually expecting a pawn break, either the C pawn or the D pawn. Don't ask me which one, but one of them will arrive on a 4. C4 or D4.
Fully agree. And Hans, it's a bit weird. He was smiling for a second, and then he kind of composed himself and played the move Queen G1, which is a bit bizarre to my eyes. Like, yes, he's getting off this diagonal, so maybe trying to stop your D4 idea there, Tanya. But the Queen, yeah, feels like he's lost a bit of time. Feels like he's hesitating slightly. Maybe the smile was because he realized he put the Queen on a bad square. He put her on G2 just a few moves ago. And now Dennis connects his rooks. Good tip for everyone at home. Connect those rooks. And yeah, at least Dennis has a couple of easy moves on the next couple of turns. Not sure what Hans is doing in the meantime. Ooh, knight 4 to G5.
Oh, and that's a big inaccuracy. The bar really drops this time. I mean, F7 is overprotected. It's over defended. So what are you even doing with this move, knight to G5?
Is he threatening knight takes F7? Like, if I play like rook D8 or rook, I don't know. I don't know how to pass the move. Let's say black plays like rook A7. Maybe white can take this way just to show the threat. And yes, it's over defended, but no matter which piece takes on F7, the white knight lands on E6 with a double attack. And Queen H6 still continues, like hitting this bishop. You move the bishop, take a pawn, then we take this bishop, and ooh, just a total mess, Tanya.
So he does come in with a big threat and a trap, as Hans Niemann does. Let's not forget the one that he set up earlier in the day against Yu Yangyi, and it worked to perfection. That one did. So knight takes pawn, with the idea of the other knight jumping in, and then is about to make his decision. Is he going to move the rook away, defending that bishop, bring that rook to C8 to a square where you're also lining it up against the white king? Or does Dennis have something more active in his on his radar? He leans in. He's about 9 minutes on the clock. Very tense position.
Yeah. Knight G5 is weird, Tanya. And the fact that he played it in 12 seconds, like, Dennis only just put his bishop on a vulnerable square. And knight takes F7 is a tactic that's very much a one mover. So there must be something behind Hans, like some logic behind this move. Like, if black just defends the bishop, the most natural move in the position, what else could there be? It has to be an idea for Hans. Queen G1, Knight G5, they look odd on their own.
No, I completely agree with you. I mean, just two disconnected moves and doesn't seem to make sense. But on the other hand, if he always wanted to get knight G5, he had to get the queen out of the way, because otherwise D4 would come in with a big tempo with the bishop on B7. So somehow, I think he wanted to put the knight there. The one mover, it has been stopped with the move knight E4. But has it, David? I mean, there is still a knight takes pawn. Is Dennis setting a counter knight takes pawn of his own on C3? I mean, this is insane stuff.
Yeah, this is where Hans Niemann should slow down and calculate a lot, because knight takes F7 is the move he wants to play. Just to remind everyone that rook takes or knight takes, knight E6 is the idea, with a fork winning back the piece, or so it seems, because maybe now Queen H6, Dennis might have calculated that the white bishop has to save itself. Now he takes here, and at the very end, I was going to say maybe you take this pawn. You're hitting the rook. I mean, this is such a crazy line, Tanya. Like, at the end, the knight might get trapped on C7. Who knows? But Hans surely won't go for this in a situation he needs to draw. And okay, we actually have some moves. He went back with the capture. He drops the E7 pawn, Denis Lazavik. And apparently it's a big mistake by Hans Niemann. G5. Look at this, Tanya.
Wow. He's hitting the bishop. He's destabilizing the knight on E5. Is Denis Lazavik back in the match with this brilliant find? He sacrifices a pawn, forces Hans Niemann's bishop back, and then strikes with immediate energy on the board. David, you can't take that pawn, right? Bishop takes pawn, bishop takes knight, wins the bishop on G5. You can't take that pawn with your own pawn because the knight on E5 falls. If you fall back with your bishop, simply pawn takes pawn, and the knight on E5, once again, in big danger.
Wow. And I've been praising Hans a lot, but the fact that he played this sequence, he spent 30 seconds on knight takes e4, and then he spent 1 second on grabbing this pawn, 1 second on coming back. Like, you're ahead in the match, and you've just taken a massive risk. Of course, Denis Lazavik didn't blunder a pawn. Like, surely you pause for thought I don't understand. I wish I was young and that optimistic again, Tanya.
I mean, it's kind of been mysterious, right? Hans's move starting from Queen G1, and you could feel it, David, which is why you pointed out that it feels disconnected. Like he's playing just on this feeling rather than a thought out plan. He does come back with the bishop, and now Dennis, he just picks up that pawn. No time to recapture. Look at those two beautiful pawns over on Hans's side. This is a dream pawn formation for black in any position at all. You know, you're always ready to create a passer. You've got the bishop pair as well. uh, David, Dennis looks like he's about to make a comeback, and we might have a tiebreaker in this one. And I'd love to see it. I'd love to see this match go down to the wire.
Me too. I would love it. Blitz chess is always a lot of fun, especially with the likes of Hans Niemann involved. I'm just surprised, firstly, that he's taking such big risks. Hans still has 10 minutes on his clock, and it's almost a dead loss position with white. I'm also surprised he's not shaking his head more, Tanya. I thought we'd see more emotion because he must know his position is super shaky here. Black's bishops as well support the pawns perfectly. White's king is just feels like a sitting duck. So yeah, I'm surprised by so many things. It's got to be said in such a high stakes game as well.
And we've seen Hans have those reactions when things go his way, right? He is an expressive player. He is somebody who makes great cinema when he's playing as well. You can look at him and tell what's going on. He doesn't look so perturbed with the action on the board, and he's about to lose material, by the way. He's just sacrificed his exchange for a very strong pawn. And look at that. Dennis doesn't immediately grab it because that pin is big. You can take the rook at any point. Dennis is crushing this one. He doubles down on it. Bishop g3 will be met by queen takes pawn. You cannot unpin yourself.
It's just game over. We're going to see a flourish here to end this. That was a double attack. Now the black bishop is simply coming into the center to set up a checkmate. Hans Niemann reacts. He knows he's done. This game is over, and it was self-inflicted. He went in for this whole sequence. He barely paused for thought. Hans Niemann resigns with still nearly 10 minutes on his clock in a rapid game, and we're headed to tiebreaks.
Half a point is all that he needed, and instead, using only 5 minutes for this game, he lands himself in a busted position out of the opening, David. Inaccuracies after inaccuracy, and you can see it on Hans as he's sitting down right now, still trying to figure out where it all went wrong. It just seemed to slip away so quickly. Dennis Lazavik pouncing on that opportunity and then just breaking through with g5. What a find by the 18-year-old grandmaster. He had one opportunity and he took it, he maximized it, finished the game off, and we've got a big tiebreaker coming up. 5+2 on the clock. Hans has been a beast in that format. But David, what do you make of this? Dennis has got to be feeling confident after this comeback.
That was a powerful display from Dennis Lazavik. It's got to be said. We were talking about how Black's position was really difficult. And literally 5 moves later, he had a winning advantage. He set a nasty trap for Hans. Hans got greedy. And Lazavik punished him so convincingly. I was talking about Hans not spending any time on the clock. Dennis still had 7 minutes left when he won that one. And okay, in the meantime, that leaves us with a third place playoff that we can follow. Both players at 7 minutes. Equally chaotic, it feels like, Tanya. This one, I've got to say, both kings a bit airy. White's king and stuck in the center. Black's king not got much pawn shelter in front of it. And the count tells us White is 1 pawn up, but that's not going to last for long.
Yeah, that one hardly matters, right? Because the c5 pawn, there's tension there. If you trade on b6, then you've got the a file opening up, and there's a huge a4 weakness on that. David, I see your point about both kings not feeling super comfy, but it just feels that the white king is more under fire than black, simply because of the pieces that are targeting it, right? You've got a knight on c4, you've got the bishop and the queen lined up, you've got a rook potentially coming on, or a pawn landing on c5, and the b file opening up. Meanwhile, white has this beautiful bishop on g6. Again, the problem child, the queen on h1. How do you activate it? For black, the queen on h8 already beautifully placed because you've got a target on c3. And this is what Fedoseev is trying to do. He wants to trade those queens. I think this is a very practical, good defensive move, a good defensive try by Fedoseev.
Inspired decision there from Fedoseev. I agree. I think he was facing a lot of trouble there with white. And by playing h4, he's clearly been talking to his worst placed piece. We always recommend talking to your pieces, asking which of them isn't feeling so happy, and the white queen was feeling left out, no friends, and wants to join the party. So h4, great decision. we might just see a interesting endgame, Tanya. If the queens do come off the board, like you said, black's going to win back the c5 pawn, maybe even the a4 pawn with a check, the black knight coming. Maybe opposite color bishops along the way. Who would you pick if the queens do come off here?
I'm a fan of the bishop pair, and it just feels like it is something to play for, but I really like black's activity here. So it's going to be pretty direct and I think concrete and not relying on strategic points like the bishop pair. So I like the move h4, but I still think there's a lot of pressure on Fedoseev. David, I'm thinking about what we saw, right? Hans with his power performance in game one. And then we had Dennis striking back in game two just the way he did. And like you said, Hans with the white pieces kind of felt like he walked into trouble. And he had no reaction, usually an emotional player, but except in the end with that head shake when it was too late. And now it goes into this tie breaks. And I want chat to tell us as well, who do you think has the momentum and who takes it in the tie break? Or will it be an Armageddon? Does Dennis win? Does Hans win? Or does it go down to an Armageddon? David, if you had to speak to Dennis Lazavik right now, you were on his corner right now, what would you be telling the 18-year-old youngster who's managed to survive the Hans onslaught?
If I were in Dennis's corner, I probably wouldn't even say too much to him, especially after that last game. I would just say, stay locked in, like do whatever it takes, focus, because ultimately, yes, he lost one against Hans in the first game, but he didn't play too badly, just maybe a bit too slow. And the second one, he was on fire. So Dennis Lazavik, more of the same. He did beat MVL after all in the Armageddon, so he's got a great track record in these tie breaks. If I were in Hans's corner, I would say slow down, like not necessarily on the clock, because I mean the clock cost him there, just spending no time on the critical moments, but like slow down the pace of the game. You don't have to rush into complications, especially when you're up in the match. Yeah, that was bizarre, Tanya. I'm still struggling to understand what we just saw.
It really felt like Hans just wanted to play with fire when there was absolutely no need to do that. Just the sequence starting from the move, the queen retreat, the knight jumping in, and eventually picking up the pawn really quickly. Everything played in seconds, falling back with the bishop, and then just ending up in a dead lost position. So I think your advice, go slow, makes a lot of sense. But how does someone go slow when you've got only 5 minutes to start with David Howell? That is the big question as well, right?
Yeah, but go slow with the pace of the game, like especially if the opponent's like tempting you to grab a pawn. I don't know, it just feels so odd to say yes, like grab it, and then realize you're lost 3-4 moves later. That was odd stuff from Hans Niemann. So yeah, maybe he was just warming up for the Blitz, Tanya. Maybe that was the logic behind it. Just not spending any time on these big decisions. Maybe he knows he needs to be super speedy in these next games.
And what do you think? What do you think is going on in their minds right now? Like, how are they setting up? There's so much at stake, right? And yes, you can delay it, but it's inevitable. There will be only one winner out of these two players. It goes to tie breaks. It might even go to Armageddon, but just one ticket. And it will be either Dennis or Hans Niemann. When you're getting so close to that finish line, when it's right there, what do you think right now Hans Niemann's doing? And what is Dennis Lazavik doing? Because there's nothing to prepare, right? You don't know what position's coming on.
Yeah, maybe work on those nerves, maybe do some stretches. I actually see Hans Niemann out of the corner of my eye on a camera. He's been sitting in the chair. He hasn't been shaking his head. He has not looked upset at all, which is not what I'm used to seeing from Hans Niemann when he loses a game. But yeah, Dennis Lazavik is away from the table right now, maybe just freshening up, maybe grabbing a snack, fueling up. And Tanya, yeah, it's hard to call now. It just feels like a 50-50. But tens of thousands of dollars on the line in such high-stake Blitz games. I mean, some of the biggest games, especially for Dennis Lazavik, of their career.
First prize for the play-ins is $10,000, but it doesn't stop there, right? You get that Vegas ticket. You get this huge platform and opportunity to play against the absolute best, the absolute elite of the world, in this grandeur of freestyle chess, and also fight for $200,000. That's a lot of money, and it's going to be just epic for either of these two players to make it. I mean, Dennis, it'll just mean so much for his career, David, to get that opportunity at 18 to get to play freestyle chess with the very best in the world. And for Hans, I mean, you don't even need to express, because it's so clear just how much this means to him, how hungry he is constantly to let chess speak for itself. I'm waiting for that tweet, once he does make it. I wonder if it's already ready in his head.
Yeah, and I don't know. We talk about the birthday curse. We've been joking about it, but it did feel like he was about to shake that off and power through on his birthday to Vegas. That's the one thing I found, Tanya, from playing chess on my birthday. It's happened multiple times. It always seems to be Olympiad or some team tournament during that phase, but you can't turn on your phone. That's the one problem, because as soon as you turn on your phone, there's birthday messages, there's distractions, people are calling you, and it's hard to lock in and focus on the chess. So for Hans Niemann, maybe he's got that tweet ready, maybe not, but either way, he needs to lock in if he wants this win.
Maybe that's why he hasn't moved away from the camera or the board, because he doesn't want to check his phone. He doesn't want to get involved with all the birthday messages. He wants to stay focused right now, as we can see him, and he's still pretty much on there, perhaps going through what has just happened or trying to get that puzzle rush in. And there we've got him. You can see Dennis. He's sort of left. You can see the trophy cabinet there. Hans looks very locked in. And of course, we've also got Fedoseev and Yangyi. That's the blue board, the 0-1, which gave Denis Lazavik another fight, another chance to Vegas as it goes into tie breaks. David, what about mouse speeds? As we go into 5+2, that's going to be a huge part of it, right? And we've spoken about what a monster, what a beast Hans is, winning all those title Tuesdays, all his practice he's been getting with these rapid and blitz matches against Anish, against Vidit. But let's not forget what Denis Lazovic has also achieved in that space, whether it's his performance in Title Tuesday, whether it's the Champions Chess Tour, or in freestyle chess itself. Who do you think has the upper hand, or who would the odds favor more as we go into a 5+2 with mouse skills?
I think that's the difficult part, and that's why I think it's just a 50-50. Chat seems to think it's almost a 50-50, because they've both got such great pedigree. I remember watching Champions Chess Tour match. It was a couple of months ago. Denis Lazovic, one game, he had 15 seconds left, and we were talking about, like, is he going to make it? He had a better position in an endgame. I mean, he barely spent another second on the clock as he converted that advantage. I've never seen that kind of speed and accuracy combined in my whole career, I think. So Denis Lazovic, yeah, I would actually say maybe him if it comes down to a 30-second scramble. But Hans is good at kind of keeping time on his clock. If it comes down to Denis on 30 seconds, Hans on 3 minutes, then I think that's Hans's best shot. But Tanya, so good. It's going to be close. That's guaranteed.
I mean, this is entertainment, right? This is what we love about freestyle chess. And this is what we talk about, that even if you get the lead in the match, there's no guarantee that you can shut down play. You will have a game. You will have chaos on the board. You will have so many comebacks. And that's what we've been watching as Hans waits. Dennis still missing from his chair. We've still got this one on, David. A lot of development over the last few moves. You know, the queens did get off the board, but that has to be a weird pawn formation for white. You've got 4 versus 5. White is down a pawn. What am I missing? There has to be something concrete. Is it just checkmating ideas? Rook h8, rook h7?
Yeah,
Losing the
mate
rook
is
or losing your
threatened.
king?
Yeah, I know which one I would rather part with, which one I'd rather lose. And I think black here only has one move to save this game. You need to just walk forward with the king. You need to run away actually to this square, and then you use your pieces to block. So Yu Yangyi needs to find this. Like you said, it's weird. Like, if black gets one pair of rooks off the board, black wins. Black has an extra pawn. If black controls, defends everything, black wins. But activity, dynamism, even in the endgame.
So you're mentioning king f7, but can you start with rook f8?
Ooh, this rook.
Yes. No, wait, what am I missing after rook a f8?
Ah, wait. Yeah, I thought it was mate. Sorry, my bad. I just wanted to put this on the board, and then I forgot you could run away this way. And this is very tempting, actually. He might play this, because just to show everyone at home, I will promise I always show mates. This is checkmate. The bishop cuts the escape square. But rook f8, that is a very tempting move, actually. I was very influenced by the fact I'd forgotten the king can flee.
David, there's something.
A moment of truth.
Sorry, go on.
Ooh. Go on, Tanya. There's something here.
Yeah, because I saw the bar rise up. Yes, there's something very strong for white here.
Okay, I'll let you guess because I've been naughty and I've seen the engine. But okay, he plays something else. So I'll just mention rook g5. The king would run, and then you cut off everything. They call them blind swine. These 2 rooks on the 7th. They're just going to eat everything, and they're going to come round and checkmate. The ladder checkmate on the black king. This would have been scary. He's gone the other way instead with his bishop. Now there's a check. Tanya, this looks scary anyway.
Wow. All right. But we've got some moves, and I completely agree with the G pawn coming in. It feels like even more terrifying now. And you hit the rook again, and then you hit the bishop, and then you win the game. This is an 18 seconds to solve the problems. David, you could have an hour on your clock, and I don't think you solved them.
This is over, and he needs to win Yangyi. He lost the first game of this third place playoff. This one, he's not going to resist much longer. He's 5 seconds. He's got to move, but there are no good moves. What is he going to play? He attacks the white bishop. This can be ignored, though. Fedoseev steps forward, hitting the black rook this time, which also moves. And now, you can pick your path to victory. Even pushing the g-pawn forward to promotion on the g8 square is more than sufficient right now. He saves the bishop, though, with a check instead. Now he drops back, and the g-pawn is going to be g4 glory as he crowns this win. Fedoseev, a worthy third-place finisher, Tanya.
Yeah, incredible action, incredible game, and really nice finishing touches to that as well, as my mic was falling apart there with in these critical moments, David. And there we have it, just in time. Fedoseev gets the dub. He takes the third place finish. For Yu Yangyi, it has been a heartbreaking day. He did take that first win against Hans Niemann, and then Hans bouncing back, eliminating Yu Yangyi to that third place fight. And then finally, Fedoseev, the big fish, showing absolute class in this match, a 2-2 victory.
Yeah, he would have been a player many would have loved to see in Las Vegas. He did play in the Weissenhaus Grand Slam, the Freestyle Grand Slam earlier in the year. Fedoseev had a tough time there, but ultimately he loves this format, and that showed. So third place, many congratulations to him.
But the biggest congratulations will happen on the other side of this break, as we've got the big finals tie breaks coming up. It is Hans Niemann versus Danis Lazavik. It's going to be Blitz. It's going to be fast, furious, freestyle fun. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Throughout the year, we have this ongoing collaboration with RLs. We host workshops, tournaments for the people who are experiencing homelessness. And to be honest, it's just amazing to see the joy and the confidence that chess brings to their life.
El ajedrez lo que tiene es una posibilidad de hacer conocimientos o de establecer relaciones intergeneracionales. Puedes jugar hombres, mujeres, niños, niñas, y entonces esto es muy interesante. Y también de alguna manera pues iguala a todo tipo de persona, ¿no? Dentro del programa ocupacional intentamos generar actividades que tengan relación con las competencias o con los gustos de las personas. Aquellas actividades que de alguna manera les motiven, les sean significativas. Y hay muchas personas a las que les gusta el ajedrez.
Me relaja mucho, porque termino una partida y después una tranquilidad maravillosa. Me olvido de todo.
Hemos organizado unas partidas y han venido 3 personas a jugar partidas simultáneas que han atraído a mucha gente.
When we see a grandmaster with a first-time player, and when we see people who don't even play but are so interested by the game and, sharing and watching, that's the real magic of this initiative.
I have a rating of over 1,000. I think this event organized by Chess.com and the Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was just a great experience for me to come here. I got absolutely destroyed, but it was at least fun participating. And I just think it's a great opportunity to just unite with other people that can play chess, and I'm just happy to be here.
It was fantastic to be able to play out in open air in Barcelona. A lot of great players. I had some tough games. I was a little slow, but it's what it was. I didn't want to lose any games. I had some good positions, but they played me tough. So it was quite a bit of fun.
Las personas que viven en la calle y que están vulneradas son personas de ciudadanos de primera como todas las personas. Y entonces todas las actividades que puedan hacer visible esta igualdad, esta equiparación con el resto de ciudadanos es interesante.
It's amazing to be a part of a game like chess and then to see the magical power that it has, that it can transform lives. We see it happen all over the world, and to see it happening here in Barcelona, it's such a great cause with homeless people who may have life a little bit tough, but get a chance to take a little bit of break and play some chess. I think it's a wonderful initiative that Chess.com has started.
It's not just chess. It's about community. It's about dignity. It's about joy and action. So yeah, chess is for everyone. When we say that, we really mean it. And what a final this is turning out to be. Denis Lazavik, the giant slayer, he's taken down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He took down Liam Lay, and he's up against the rebel himself. It's the prodigy versus the bad boy of chess, Hans Niemann, who's taken down Ding Liren along his path. Yangyi today with his big win against another Chinese grandmaster. It's gonna be a big battle. It's the tiebreak. 5 minutes for each of these players with just a 2-second increment. And what an incredible day it's been, right, David? Hans gets that first rapid win, and Denis bouncing straight back in that second game.
Yeah, both players showing really high quality as well. Feels like Denis has been the more consistent of the two throughout these play-ins, Tanya. Hans, he's played some sparkling games, but he's also played some odd ones, just like that last rapid game, and maybe the first game of today against Yangyi. It does feel like Denis, maybe, I'm just having a feeling now, like he might be the more confident going into this this Blitz tiebreak. But of course, it's freestyle, it's Blitz, anything can happen.
I'll tell you one more thing that I feel that Denis is doing better than Hans is just the way he's managed to keep his composure. You see such little emotion come out, and he's just so young. It's incredible to see this kind of composure and calmness by the 18-year-old. Hans, gotta say, love it that he brings in the drama and the entertainment apart from the brilliant moves itself. You know, he's got those reactions, but how would that affect his mindset? I mean, that's something he needs to shake off. He needed only a draw in the last round. And David, that's a thought that can haunt you going forward.
It really can, especially when you have the white pieces. Yes, it's freestyle. Yes, you can't rely on your known patterns, your known openings. But having white, you get to go first. He actually had a great opening, Hans Niemann. And to let it slip so quickly, so dramatically, that's got to be, like you say, somewhere lurking in there. Of course, the top players are great at bouncing back. They very rarely lose 2 games in a row. But someone's got to lose. Someone's got to be moving on to Vegas at the end of this.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of Vegas, David, our first position of the tiebreaker is ready. Drum rolls. It is 7-4-7. And this is what 7-4-7 looks like. It's got two knights on c1, on d1, the king and the rook tucked on the left side of the board. One long range piece, the bishop on the corner. David, a quick count tells me that there's only one pawn undefended and it's on the right side of the board. H2, H7, the tender spots, but very hard to get to.
Yeah, that is very hard to get to, and maybe not the most important pawn anyway. So I'm wondering whether that's going to be such an issue. Tanya, I know we mentioned it earlier today, but just for those of you just joining us, when kings and rooks start like this, we very rarely see castling. Actually, more likely we'll see a pawns push forward and rooks try to develop up the board. So I think that's another important thing. Another important thing, I'm going to challenge our chat, mate in 3. Go for it. Mate in 3 for white.
I think this one, I know you need a little bit of a helping hand, but mate in threes usually do. So chat, you got to use a little bit of your imagination there. I wonder if there's more than one way. I think there is more than one way to get that mate in 3 going. So let's see chat which one they do land up with. As David, we are waiting for liftoff of that first game. I mean, this final has just been filled with twists and turns. You were talking about one concept of freestyle chess, the a pawn moving forward with the rook on the flank. The other big takeaway for me has been, multi-purpose developing moves. Now, I see the bishop on h1, I see the rook on g1, the queen on f1, and I'm just wondering, will we see another g4? Just like I predicted in a previous game, trying to activate many pieces with one move.
Yeah, it makes a whole load of sense. I might have missed g4 last time, but never again. I fully agree with your choice there. I think we'll see g3 or g4, at least on the first 2 or 3 moves. It's got to be one of those just to get the bishops out and staring down the board. In the meantime, the 2 warriors back. We'll get the times on the clock sorted. And g4, of course, for the score in this huge game, Tanya.
Love it. Just absolutely love it. And this is exactly what was chosen by Hans Niemann when he started with the white pieces. And now it's Dennis Lazavik doing the same. An aggressive choice, opening up pieces. And now he moves a central pawn so the bishop can land at either c3, which does then challenge the strongest piece, I want to say, for black. The bishop on h8. You want to get rid of that piece.
Yeah, definitely. And just while the game ticks on or do I reveal it now? Okay, I see some suggestions in chat about the mate. E4, queen a6, queen b7. Yeah, there's Dragelis coming in there. Swimshad, whack. They've all been guessing it, Tanya.
That's pretty awesome. But there's, I think, another idea that was possible was a knight's mate on d7 as well in some of the positions. Again, always look for smothered mate ideas. The white knight from c1 with a little bit of help from black could have given a checkmate on d7. David, but our chat has gotten very strong with the mate in threes. Find the fastest mate in freestyle chess, I have to say. Proud of our chat.
Out of our chat. Everyone's a grandmaster these days, and this position looking relatively normal. I'm just going to very quickly put those on the board for those of our chat who might be wondering what we're talking about. One of the mates in threes would have arisen after g4, for example. It could even have happened in the game. If white puts the queen on g2, the square is defended, so you need a helping hand. If the black knight had moved out, we would have seen the queen swoop with a checkmate. As one of our chat pointed out, the white queen could have maybe come another angle as well. And the other one, as Tanya pointed out, if we go the whole way back, if white starts by bringing this knight out, black could, for example, move a pawn and move the bishop out the way. Whoops, smothered mate. So anyway, we are half joking, Tanya, right? But these things sometimes do occur a bit later on.
They really do. And also it kind of puts in the agenda what are the possible attacking ideas that exist in the position. We spoke about the b7 square as a mate in 3. I mean, we could see a lining up of the queen and the bishop, even in our current position, just sort of setting up those ideas and those traps. Queen g2, then you start targeting the knight on d6, and things can start getting tricky.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen some super strong kind of elite grandmasters like Vidit lose in just the space of 12 moves, get checkmated. We nearly saw Hans Niemann deliver a really nice mate as well. We saw Peter Svidler get a smothered mate in. So these things, just ones to watch. They actually occur a lot more, these kind of beginner tactics, I'm going to say, but things we learn when we're starting our chess journey. They occur a lot more in freestyle than they do in classical chess.
Because there are no familiar patterns. There's nothing to rely on. There's no opening prep or memorization. So it just brings in all the drama from the very start. David, a big move on the board, by the way. And I don't know if you can do a quick action replay, get to this point, and then take it from there, because F5 starts asking some questions.
Yeah, we were talking about G4, G5, some symmetry early. We did see the white bishop come out and challenge the first swap of the game. The black queen comes out and hits a pawn on H2, which is defended. Moves forward. We do see the bishops leave the board. It's black actually who committed first by castling the king on the queen side, and F5 going for it. Hans Niemann, he wasn't happy to just continue maneuvering. We see a trade and now a hit on this G pawn, which isn't defended, Tanya. Wow, Hans Niemann really just feeling brave today in Cavalier mode here. G5 looks like a free pawn to my eyes.
He's being very creative. I mean, I don't know how many pawns he sacrificed today just against Danis Lazavik in his first win, giving up those two brilliant flank pawns and then going on to crush. And he does give up one more in this one. The knight now does come back, and it's already an inaccuracy. Hans Niemann playing for piece activity here. The white king, it can't go long castle because the queen on h6 controls that square, David. On the right side of the board, there's so much piece activity. The queen's also tying down white's queen to defend the h3 pawn. I mean, compensation is clear, but is it enough?
Yeah, big question. I really don't like Denis's last move. It was given a question mark as well, and sometimes I disagree with the computer, Tanya, but this knight retreating, it was because of that point you made that the black queen now cuts off this diagonal, and maybe he could have just moved the queen out of the way off the f-line. Now he's trying to make amends for the damage he did by blocking this diagonal. He just needs to get this rook in the game. Otherwise, he's playing a rook down. Pawn up, Denis Lazavik, but rook down if he doesn't castle. And in the meantime, Hans Niemann has a couple of moves to start getting aggressive on the f-file.
This starts looking very scary because that move e3, it does destabilize the knight on f3, and I think Denis was relying on the other knight coming to defend. You could not have traded on h4, allowed the onslaught of the queen and the rook against the f2 pawn. So the other knight comes to defend, and it does feel like this trade should favor white. The knight on b3 wasn't doing a great job. It's transferred itself to f3. How does black continue putting the pressure? Hans answers. He's doubling down. Rook takes knight is the threat right now. Can you just chase this queen with rook? I was going to say rook g5. He starts with rook g3.
Yeah, it feels clumsy for white though. Now I would just rush to trade rooks probably. I guess Hans is going for this corner pawn, this h pawn, just to restore the material balance. Not an easy one to defend for Danis Lazavik, but there's so much other danger. While the white king and rook are still locked in the corner, the f-file on fire. Oof, Danis Lazavik low on time as well, Tanya. We've got to talk about the clock a bit more this game because it is Blitz after all, and Hans is so good in the Blitz portion. Title Tuesday winner multiple times now.
Yeah, and he's taken down Magnus, Hikaru on those Title Tuesdays. Hans has very recently, so I think he's got to be feeling good about his speed. And the clocks speak for themselves right now, right? He's got almost 3 minutes. David, I just think the biggest problem for Denis is he has no time to go castling here. If you try to do that, connect the rook and the queen, then the problem is that the black trade happens on g3. You lose the h3 pawn, and the knight on f3 is feeling very, very unsafe with the rook on f8 lined up against the queen. So without that possibility, you just feel like you have no harmony in your pieces. You're one move short of equalizing right now.
Yeah, and he's got to move. He's been spending ages, over 1 minute on this one move. He's down to 1 minute left. He only gets 2-second increment. Denis Lazavik is frozen. It's a difficult position, Tanya, but you just have to move at some point. Otherwise, it's going to haunt you very, very quickly, the clock situation.
And the thing is that the bar says it's level, but the fact that he's taken a minute and a half just shows how difficult it is to actually make a move here. You don't want to move your knight anywhere because rook takes rook, and then you're looking at all kinds of attacks on the f-line. The queen takes pawn idea. If you don't move your knight, what is your move? You can't move the king. Oh, he does go knight d2. Wow. David, I thought there'll be some discovered threats on the white queen.
Yeah, super brave. I guess after a rook trade, the black rook on f8 will not be defended, so there's no discoveries yet. The white queen would actually be staring down with a pin on her own right. So for now, it's holding together. Very shaky for Denis. But yeah, it's a good move. He just needed to play it faster, Tanya. I have a bad feeling that that's going to set the trend now.
But also, it was so important for him perhaps to find the precise way, because as you said, it was also a difficult position. So finding that balance, finding himself in a critical moment, but also having enough time for the rest of the game is never an easy fight. He's got less than a minute on the clock. But David, if we see a flurry of trades right now, if the pressure eases off and there's liquidation, I think that's good news for Denis Lazavik.
Tanya, there are tactics in the air. Hans Niemann is calculating. Check this one out. Oh, I was going to say bishop takes d3 would have been a huge tactic. But okay, the bishop drops back. Instead, there's a rook trade offered and pressure along the f-file. Hans is still going to bank on trying to win the h-pawn when he'll have a pass pawn of his own on h7. But Denis, is it just time to castle, Tanya?
Yes. Please, castle, just get that rook into the game as quickly as possible. He first attacks the black queen. I think after queen takes pawn, I will be shocked if we see anything else except long castle. You really, at that moment, need that rook to participate.
Yeah, and Hans decides not to win the h-pawn. He didn't want an endgame. He would have had to take with the queen. Queens would have come off. White's rook, after castling, would have come and started hunting the h-pawn. So a big decision from Hans Niemann. And big decision from Denis Lazavik as well. Bishop for knight exchange. He just wants as few pieces on the board as possible. That makes a lot of sense, Tanya. He's just trying to play it safe now.
It really does. You're up a pawn, trade as many pieces as possible. That is traditional chess wisdom. And of course, Denis Lazavik knows it. He also avoids any knight jumps to e5, asking questions to that bishop. And now I think I am really expecting him. He does it finally. Long castle on the board. I don't believe you can go the Fischer way by capturing on a2. B3 just looks incredibly dangerous. This bishop just gets trapped there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good tip for everyone at home. 90% of the time you can't take pawns like that because you just get trapped by a pawn no way home. But yeah, Fischer tried it, got his fingers burned, and Hans not brave enough, despite modeling himself as the new Fischer, not brave enough yet to take this pawn on a2.
I think he's taking all the right lessons from Fischer. So not taking that pawn on a2 was definitely a good decision. All right, but now, David, White has an extra pawn, but h3 can fall any moment. But the problem is, the moment you do that, the white rook will slide over to h1 and start also attacking the weakness on h7. If you were to pick it up with bishop takes pawn, then the queen jumps to c4. It's not very easy for black to recapture, in the ideal circumstances, queen c4, queen a6 coming in.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. Very tempting, Tanya, now to take this pawn, but then the black queen is a bit offside and the white queen could come in. He didn't go in yet. He didn't go in first because the black queen would probably come over and offer a trade. So very interesting deflection, sacrifice from Denis Lazavik, and Hans Niemann here apparently has blundered by bringing his bishop in. White should have brought his queen in then and tried to go for a checkmate. He tries it now, but black needs to get the queens off the board.
You could not have taken the rook because knight a5 would have been game over in that position. Queen a6 was a huge missed opportunity there by Denis. He does eventually bring the queen, but now Hans has the resource that you earlier pointed out. Get the queens off the board. He needs to do it. Now both players playing on seconds. David, this endgame, down a pawn, what are the chances that Denis pushes for a win?
Yeah, I think Denis, of course, is on the better side. He's a pawn up. But then again, if the white h-pawn ever drops, black's h-pawn promotes on a light square, and the bishop is so much stronger than the white knight with pawns on both flanks. I don't think this is easy, Tanya. Black's also got the more active rook. It's actually it's kind of faster to play when you have the active pieces. You are the one making threats, the opponent just reacting.
And speed is the name of the game, as the players are both under 10 seconds and Hansi's chasing it. If bishop takes pawn, I think that's relief for Denis. This is a draw for now. The king comes in, David. Without the bishop and the knight dynamics, this is holding. I think this ends in a draw over the next few moves.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. The one problem for white is that the rook isn't so active, but there we go. He finds a way up. There's a pawn trade, b for h pawns, and yeah, 4 pawns. Yeah, 5 pawns even, sorry. Against 5 pawns, this should just be over, Tanya. And just hard for either side to make progress. The white rook, again, good tip for everyone. Behind pass pawns. You always want to be behind those ones to stop them.
And what a game, right? About to end peacefully. By the way, he's rushing in. Once that pawn gets to h2, watch out. You have to be careful where you place your king in those positions. He runs to safety. He wants the king on the b2 square. If the h-pawn was to arrive on the second rank, that is the best position. And Hans, he's trying to instead get his king to assist the pawn. Stopped from marching up the light squares.
Mm.
Still
This
tricky,
is still a
David.
3-result game. Yeah, 3 results possible, Tanya. The Black King is coming. This is a race.
It is a race because you need to create your own passer so that you're able to sacrifice your rook for the black pawn at the right moment. Hence, he's making it very difficult. He's not just giving a draw there. Now that the king supports it, the rook comes on to stop the pawn from advancing. It feels like both players on the edge here.
Mm-hmm. Both on the edge. Hans Niemann, he has to decide whether to repeat moves or to try and step away from these checks. Is he going to take a pawn? Taking a pawn is the only real way to dodge the draw. But then the white rook is going to come back. And we might see a repetition here, Tanya. You think he's going to go for it, Hans? Gamble.
It's moment of truth. If he comes back with the king, the game stops right there, right then. But Hans, he's trying to fight on. David, I don't think there's a good way. And there we have it, a peaceful result, but a game that was anything but peaceful.
Oof, it was up, it was down. Hans lost a pawn, but then had the advantage a bit later on. Dennis had 1 or 2 very big moves, but he had no time on the clock. I think a draw, a fair result in the end, Tanya, after all of that.
Incredible stuff. I mean, this is like a freestyle fist fight that we're watching unfold between these two players. And there we have it. 2 rapid games were played. Punches were traded. Hans with the first win, Dennis with the second win. The tiebreaker starts with the Blitz, and it is a draw. The first Blitz game ends in a draw after an absolute roller coaster. Hans Niemann sacrificing a pawn, fighting, keeping that initiative, and Dennis Lazavik showing resourceful play under pressure, playing on seconds. David, I just love how closely contested this battle is. What a fitting final we're getting between these two incredible beasts.
Yeah, it's now either going to be the next Blitz game that settles it, that ticket to Vegas, or it's going to be Armageddon. I think it's very appropriate how close it is. It feels like Armageddon might be written in the stars at this point. Just the only way to separate these two great players, the future of chess. And yeah, both so locked in, Tanya, during that Blitz game, but also now it's clear how much they want to stay in the zone, how much they want this.
There's so much adrenaline and energy running through the players right now, right? This is the final Blitz game. Everything could be decided in the next 10 minutes. Everything that they've fought for over the last few days, it comes down to this moment. And if not, well, the last one will be the Armageddon regardless. So in the next 2 games, we have the player who makes it to Vegas, David, and we've also got the position that the players will be fighting their final tiebreaker 5+2 in. It's position 577. Let's do a reveal. Let's have that in front of us, chat. This will be the battle right here. Already I can see the makings of a dynamic fight. You know, you've got pieces all shuffled up. It's far away, David, from a position in standard chess. And I say that, I will point out, castling possible on move 1.
That's right. For those of you new to freestyle chess, you castle onto the squares you would normally castle on in traditional chess. So the white king and the rook would just swap around in this case. I actually think it's quite likely, Tanya, not just because castling is a good thing, but also because it guards against threats. For example, white can create a threat on move 1, undefended pawn, after all, and black can simply defend it by castling the king and rook. I say simply, it only begins from there. I think having the white pieces here, having the first hit, might actually be a really nice weapon here. Queen and bishop on the long diagonals.
I hear you, David, but I just feel that when you have the possibility to get the king to safety early on and fight against an early threat, for example, as a response to c4, as we were pointing out, that there are all the makings of getting a standard chess position. You know, at first it just felt that we don't have a single piece at their original starting spot. None of the pieces are where they usually are. And yet the moment you get castling in, you can see a development in a middle game with familiar patterns from 518.
Yeah, that is true. And in the meantime, I see 3 mate in, oh no, maybe just 2 mate in 3s. Tanya?
I feel
one
like
with
I've
the knight?
spoiled you, David. Like that's all that you're looking for now are the quick checkmates. I do see one as well. You know, I'm sure chat sees this as well. Probably saw it like 5 hours ago in this position, just how quick they are. I wonder, so you've seen how many you said?
I've seen at least 2. I'm trying to work out the third one. So two different patterns. There's different routes to get there, of course. I see you can checkmate with two different pieces at least. I'm wondering if there is a third in this
I've
position.
seen two checkmates. I've seen two checkmates with the same piece, by the way.
Ooh, that's true. There's two undefended pawns.
Yes.
I forgot about the d7 pawn. Okay, it looks like knights are coming out. We're not going to see any of that checkmating business yet. Just to very quickly point out as the players open up the c-pawns, open up the pieces on the long diagonals, get their knights in. A couple of the checkmates very quickly. You could bring the knight forward. Just as Tanya mentioned, you can go this direction. Knight takes d7 is a checkmate. Knight to g5 and h7 is another checkmate. But of course, you don't just want to do it with a knight all along. If black had castled, you could set it up with the bishop as well. And bishop takes h7, also a mate.
Oh, nice.
In the meantime, we've had three moves. If we go back, and this is the live position. Long think from Hans Niemann there before he opens the center, Tanya.
And it's Hans who breaks the symmetry. Now, usually in freestyle chess, if you're able to achieve that, strike in the center and kind of break that copycat chess, you do end up with an edge out of the opening. But I do see that this bishop trade very strongly plays because that's the bishop you want to get rid of. The bar seems to like black just a little bit after that. How do you explain that? Because to me, d4 looked like the move that was screaming to be played.
Yeah, I think it's hard to explain. I think it's a tempo thing. White is now kind of spent one move with the bishop. Is about to spend a second move with the bishop to trade off. Yes, black's invested one move with the bishop, but the knight is going to come out and develop for free if white does capture now. So essentially, if there is a trade, black would have two knights out. White would only have one knight out. Small advantage there. Also, black is very quick to break with d5. And Tanya, we've talked about this before. Like the one who has the pawn breaks, the power to break with d5 or maybe even b5. It's normally you who holds the key to the position, who can unlock those lines.
I really like b5 actually as a break in many of these positions because, David, that would also activate the rook on c8 and the queen on b8. Let's not even talk about the monstrous bishop on a8. So it just feels like, yes, d5 always the thematic break, but again, just the makings of this position after the bishop trade that Dennis will be the one who will get that stronger strike in the center.
Yeah, I agree. Hans as well. It feels like he started this game on the wrong foot somehow, like the time usage. He's been investing a lot of time this move, 45 seconds so far and counting. He also spent around 45 seconds on a previous move on going for d4. I was talking about all those checkmates and he didn't make a move that whole time. But here we go. He develops the knight and your b5 move. Yeah, Tanya, I think we're going to see it. Oh, b6 only.
That's a bit cagey. And I would almost think was it a mouse slip? Did he mean to go b5? But looking at him on camera, I think he intended this move. He wants to shut off the bishop on d4, but b5 would have definitely been the more active choice. Now Hans getting that Maroczy bind in the center, making sure that d5 is never easy, because then you trade it with the c-pawn and push the e-pawn one step forward, creating a very strong center.
Yeah, I think maybe a small misstep. That normally happens, I mean, at all levels of chess, Tanya, but especially at the top level, like occasionally someone takes a bit of a timid decision. b5 was more energetic, but you take a timid decision, suddenly the opponent goes forward and it's like, whoa, momentum has just totally changed. It can be that quick. But d5, anyway, he blows up in the center.
Whoa, a completely different approach by white.
Yeah. Maybe if he had traded with the c-pawn first, there would have been a rook exchange and white's knight would have been forced back to c1, so there wouldn't have been an e5 advance. So, wow, well calculated by Dennis.
Super well thought out. But, David, you can't allow pawn takes pawn and a weakness on c4 eventually in any case. So I wonder if we'll see further liquidation in the center. He first steps in with the bishop, asking some questions. Rook d8 comes to mind. Rook c7 just feels a bit shaky, putting the rook in front of the king, in front of the queen even. And I'm expecting a trade on d5 eventually. I'm going to point out white still hasn't castled, so he needs to take that one move pause and get the king to safety.
Yeah, and Dennis is trying to climb into his camera right now. He looks so interested in this position. That means to me, just the fact that he's paused, that he might be considering an exchange sacrifice. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes rook. He'll take this knight, and it's pure chaos on the board. But the black bishop has been opened up. White still hasn't castled. I just have a feeling, Tanya, he's in that... look at the way he's staring at this position on the camera. he's in that mood today. He did it against Fedoseev, but no, he keeps it calmer. Rook d8, too much on the line here.
But the thing is, the amount of time he took, Rook d8 is a move that you make in seconds. That was definitely on his radar, and I think he just decided to be a little bit more practical with all at stake on this game, deciding not to eventually give up that exchange. But he burned clock, he burned some of his time advantage, but surprisingly, he still has an almost 1 minute lead. We've rarely seen Hans be the one on the back foot on the clock. In this, there's some pressure. By the way, Hans did push the c-pawn. Dennis coming in with the knight. Knight takes knight, queen takes knight is not a trade that you want. Too many bishops hanging.
Yeah, this is a great move by Denis Lazavik. Really awkward for white to face, especially with the white king uncastled. And Hans Niemann in a bit of trouble now on board and clock. This game alone worth tens of thousands of dollars, as we mentioned, not just the play-in prize, but also Vegas. I mean, worth up to hundreds of thousands of dollars if the players go on a journey there. But yeah, the players, I mean, one Blitz game to decide everything, Tanya. Imagine just all of that expectation on your shoulders.
And it all comes down to this. And you know that, the world's eyes are on you right now. You've set up this big clash. It's all about this moment. It's all about that one prize to get to Vegas. Everybody knows how much it means to these two players. And the battle comes down to this moment, right? Where you've created this chaos in the position. Trades happen. Pawn takes pawn. Bishop takes pawn, not possible because the queen is hanging on b2. So the rook on f8 still safe. David, what are the chances with the position that we have right now that this match actually goes to an Armageddon?
I think decent chances. I'm slightly liking what's happened for Hans Niemann. He's just playing against the isolated pawns. I'm assuming he's going to take with a rook. Why else would you hesitate? Maybe he's going to trade bishops first, but I don't see any rush there. Wow, he does trade off, but now the blockade is broken and Black's bishop is about to get out. That makes zero sense to me. Why would you allow this bishop out? I was going to say Armageddon was the favorite. Tanya, now next move. I don't know. It feels like maybe it's imbalanced enough with this odd pawn structure, Black having two Isolanis.
I would love to get d4 on the board, and I think he has played it. It has been played, and we get a short castle in as well. David, that bishop on a8 looking really good, and not so easy for white to challenge that piece, right? A battery set up with queen b7, bishop a8, always in the air. I think what Hans is relying on is an f3 to just block and build a wall against that piece.
Yeah, great move in the meantime from Denis Lazavik. The white knight was poised, wanting to jump into f5, maybe with a rook swing as well. But yeah, now he's totally dominated this white horse. And yeah, suddenly it's anyone's game. The queen has some dark squares to look at. Denis Lazavik desperately trying to trade off white's active rook. Computer does not like that one though, Tanya.
But to me, it just makes so much sense because white had that rook at such a strong point and you want to get rid of it. He centralized his knight, but that d4 pawn, it needs to be defended. Is he about to centralize his own queen to e5 to guard that pawn? White could double down on it. There are some back rank issues to deal with as well. This position still very spicy.
Very spicy. Hans Niemann down 1 whole minute almost. But I like the fact that those rooks actually came off the board for white because Black's pawn looks more of a weakness than a strength, at least for now. And yeah, plenty of squares to utilize the Black queen. b6, e5, maybe even b4. They look like very decent moves. He needs to keep his time advantage, Denis Lazavik, though, because suddenly you could imagine this Black pawn dropping and white just being up in the endgame.
I think what Dennis wants to do is to try to trade with queen b4. He's trying to wonder what happens after queen g5, knight f5, jumps were in the air. So I think he takes the more cautious approach, centralizes his queen, stops the queen from coming to g5. Trade, checkmate in one being threatened, stopped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But these trades have had to favor Black, is the feeling.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you prefer, queen and knight or queen and bishop? But maybe it's not even about those pieces right now.
I think it's about the d4 pawn, right? You've got the queen and knight combo, which makes a great attacker. But here you can feel that the d pawn will be enough to create counterplay. If anyone, I would pick to play Black in this position, David.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. The time disadvantage is less now for Niemann, but he has to hold this blockade on the dark squares. He's going to probably try and bring his knight round to e4, maybe to d2, or maybe even back to f1, d2, block the pawns. So knights are great blockaders. And yeah, it's still going to be difficult for Denis Lazavik. He's fighting on just one front with that pawn for now, but ultimately that pawn is so powerful that it ties down the whole of white's army.
And it's so tempting for white to take the route of knight e4, but the moment you do that, black will have the option to slide the queen to a central square on e5 now that the a-pawn has been defended. Knight e4, queen e5 would only end up in more trades, neutralizing any knight tactics in the air. So Hans Niemann sort of preparing himself for an endgame, gets the king to a more active spot.
Yeah, and I think it's nice for Denis Lazovic to be able to trade off this knight if it does land in the center. So he doesn't have to calculate knight e2. Wow, not on my radar at all. The pawn is pinned. You cannot take the knight because the queen would drop to the white rook. And it also hangs this h2 pawn, but I guess then he'll gobble up that powerful pass pawn. If Denis wants to play safe, maybe taking this pawn is the way to go. But knight e2, Hans is just so unexpected in so many ways, Tanya.
He just keeps surprising us, right, with these moves. I mean, knight e2 would not have been in my top 5 candidate moves in the position. Just such a creative way to deal with all that's going on. By the way, Denis does keep the crowning jewel in his position intact. The d3 pawn still lives on, so he's not getting greedy with h2. The knight does eventually jump to c3. And the question is, how do you improve the position? The one move you don't want to rush with is d2. Placing it on a dark square will just make it fall sooner. By the way, we see trades. Are we going to see a repetition? Queen h4? Or is Hans going to be able to hide with the king? King e2 runs into rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 might be Denis's plan anyway. Big moment. Okay, Denis doesn't go for the draw, which he could have achieved with a queen check. Maybe he'll still go for it now. He can give a check with his queen. It's Denis Lazovic playing for the win, Tanya, despite being lower on the clock.
Denis Lazovic once more with 13 seconds on the clock. Is it a decision that he lived to regret? Or will it pay off? Once again, he's got the draw in his hands. He can bank it. He can take it to Armageddon. David, I think he's about to do it. Queen h1, queen h4. He doesn't. Whoa.
Ooh. He's going for the same thing, though. It's going to be a draw by repetition. Everything for white is defended. And the black queen is the only one that can give checks. This is headed to Armageddon. It's going to be a draw by repetition in the next move. Denis Lazovic repeats threefold. And wow, Armageddon will separate these two.
It will be the Armageddon that will decide who goes to Vegas. It comes down to that final game, the sudden death between these two gladiators. What a fight this has been. David, 2 draws in the 5+2, in the Blitz tiebreaker. I mean, in a format like freestyle chess, and crazy, insane games all around. Unbelievable stuff.
Just unbelievable. Super impressive from both sides. We see them trying to compose themselves. Hans maybe just asking about the format. They bid for time in Armageddon. We saw that yesterday, and that could be all important. What would you bid now, Tanya? How low can you go before the Armageddon?
I mean, David, with a ticket to Vegas on the line, I really don't know what's the answer to that question, right? Yesterday, we asked chat, and chat believes that anything below 4 minutes is too much. And let's remind everyone that the player who has the lower bid gets the black pieces. The other player starts with the base time with the white pieces. Let's bring up our format because it's pretty easy, chat. Check this out. Both players will bid for time. The one with the lower bid gets black. A draw means black wins the match. White, on the other hand, will start with 5 minutes, the base time, but has to win the match, has to win the game. A draw and white loses. So black gets result odds, but less time on the clock. And of course, there are no increments. You don't get any bonus time in the Armageddon. So flagging, highly encouraged and loved by chat, by fans, by players. It's going to be a big part of it. It's a big fight. This is going to be insane, David Howell. We will have a winner in this Armageddon. Big one coming up, chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. it. The chaos ends here. It's one shot, it's one survivor, it's one ticket to Vegas for the big Grand Slam. And it all comes down to the Armageddon chat. Let's get this started. Let's finish this. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. David, the bids. It's time to reveal the big question. How low can you go? What are you expecting before we bring them on? Do you think anyone dare go below 4 minutes?
Oh, I think it depends on the position. The players will be allowed to study the position once it is drawn. And only then, having looked at the position, analyzed it, tried to break it down in their own minds, then they go for the bid. And I think if the position looks roughly level, there will be a fight, a proper fight, a scramble for black. If we look at the games so far, they've played 4 games against each other, Denis Lazavik and Hans Niemann. Black has won 2 of those games, and there have been 2 draws. Black is undefeated so far, Tanya. So it feels like, all things being equal, the position being tenable, black is the color that they both want.
So much of the bid depends on what they feel about the position. And guess what? We do have the position number with us, the big reveal on which Vegas hangs. And it is position 410 that will decide the fate of these 2 players, of Hans Niemann and Denis Lazavik, as they study what they have in front of us. The minors all connected, the majors all at the edge of the board. Hans Niemann and Denis Lazavik get 3 minutes to place their bids. And then they have to figure, how badly do they want black in this position? How much time advantage are they willing to give white to get those draw odds? As we see these 2 on our screen, David, with the position that we just had, once again going to throw the question to chat and to you. What kind of a close bid are you expecting? How desperate are the players to get black? Because to me, it looks like there's no easy way to equalize in what we've just seen in 4-1-0.
4-1-0, a fateful number for these two soldiers here today. I agree. I don't see any symmetry anytime soon. It is weird. I don't think this is going to be a fight for the center either, just because there's no major pieces to back up the center. And I think as we see the players there locked in, studying the position, staring at what's unfolding, I think it will be around the 4-minute mark. I don't think anyone's going to dare go lower. It just feels wrong right now. Hans is adjusting himself. Denis widening his eyes. They're both so proficient with the mouse, Tanya. We talked about the speed. They're both so speedy. But it's about how brave they're feeling.
So much about that. I mean, on the camera, they both look pretty relaxed. I think for Hans, it's been sort of tougher to deal with the comebacks that Denis has had as well, and holding his own in those Blitz tiebreakers. But now, this is the final. This is the sudden death. This is the position as the players check it out. And we can see Hans, I think he's just writing. He's just sending in his bid right now. David, it's all about whether symmetry can be reached. Can you try to equalize? I'm trying to look for those undefended pawns. None of them exist in this one. The rooks at the corner, the idea that you are highlighting that we've spoken about, Alpha Zero-esque, try to develop the rooks from advancing those corner pawns is something that we can see. We might not even see a castle in this game. If I had to make a prediction, David, I say that the bid will be somewhere between 420 and 430 by both these players.
Okay, so a bit higher. They might want the white pieces here. And yeah, it's very tough to call. You were highlighting earlier, just to put it on the board as well, these 4 pieces, the minors in the middle, that's not great necessarily, especially for the bishops. Also, I've lost track of how many times the bishop's been on E1 this day alone, Tanya. More than my entire career, I can guarantee. We have barely seen a bishop on G1 or C1. We've seen it on A1 a couple of times, but E1 seems to be the birthplace for the bishop today.
David Howell, the last time it was on B1, and you said you've never seen the bishop on B1 so many times as well.
I said E1 earlier today, right? No?
Oh, was it E1 as well at the same time? But I get the confusion, right? Because I feel like I remember B1. Might have to rewind the stream and check that out. But David, I think the problem with having the bishop in the square is simply that you have to make a decision, right? When it's at the corner of the board, you just push the pawn and activate it. If it's on A1, on B1, the diagonals are so much easier to get to. But here you have to decide, do you push the F pawn or get it into the game via the D pawn? And I think we're going to have the bids very soon. The bids are in. I was completely off the mark. David, guess what? A player has gone desperate for the black pieces, has gone below the 4-minute mark. It is Hans Niemann, who bid 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Denis Lazavik bid 4.5 minutes. Denis Lazavik will start with the white pieces. He'll start with 5 minutes on the clock. He will have to win. Hans Niemann with 3:55 needs only a draw to book his ticket to Vegas. No
Wow,
increments, no second chances.
That is a huge statement from Hans Niemann. He gives away more than a minute in a blitz game. As you say, no increment. Wow, he takes black as well. He must be really confident in his defensive skills here, wanting maybe a draw. And okay, we'll see whether he's rewarded for that courage. Denis Lazavik, though, has to do something he hasn't done so far today, and that is defeat Hans Niemann with the white pieces. And we're off. We have liftoff. It's an English opening, Tanya, with the white c-pawn moving forward. How many times have we seen the white queen on b1? And Bishop Fianchetto, Hans Niemann starting super speedy, wants some trades.
He does want some trades, but more importantly, he wants to keep that advantage on the clock. He does deny the accessibility to that Fianchettoed bishop. The more pieces on the board, the better it is for the player playing with white. You want to keep the game complicated, complex. So for Denis, he keeps the pressure on. He controls, solidifies the center. Hans now guiding his knight to those dark squares, the weakened ones, d4.
Mm-hmm. That's the home for the Black Knight long term. If it can get there, right now it would be traded off. Big question is whether the player's castle and who will blink first. If the White King castles, then we might see Hans Niemann start to attack by pushing his pawns forward. First he maneuvers. That cost him a bit of time, Hans Niemann. And Denis Lazavik, he's got a square of his own that he wants to sit on, where the White Knight might be exchanged, but would only be replaced by a monster pawn. King's getting to safety. Tanya, I think this is a great success for White. He's gone for the strategy, Denis Lazavik, of keeping pieces on the board. So that ensures a long game where he has an extra minute and a half now.
And he's keeping the pressure on the clock. He's not letting that level out either. So some incredible move strategy, even if not objectively best, just practically taking those decisions, playing them fast. Hans lines up his queen with the bishop. There's a bit of a traffic jam on the long diagonal right now. David, we see some trades. And a5, it just feels like Hans's pawn formation has been destroyed. Is he going to go forward with a4? But Denis Lazavik has set up b4 in response to that move.
Yeah, any pawn tension will be bypassed. Yes, the White Knight is kicked back, but okay, this is only the beginning. There might be a trade in the center. The White Knight retreating. Black can actually win material by pushing the pawn to d3, unleashing the bishop, but that will be counterproductive. Black's bishop is all important as a defender. And now Denis Lazavik is going to install a knight as a blockader. We talked about it earlier. Knights are great blockaders in front of passed pawns.
And that looks like a dream spot for the knight. But first, Denis comes in with an attack on the d6 pawn with his own bishop. And not easy. If you put your queen on c7, there's c5 as well that needs to be considered in this position. Bishop e5, do you really want to trade your big Fianchetto bishop here? Not easy to decide. 2.5 minutes for Hans. He makes a very passive move, and nobody can be happy playing knight to c8.
He's just lost 2 moves. The knight literally came from that square on the last move. He came forward, then he had to go back to its home square there. A loss of 2 full moves, Hans Niemann, and he's still a minute and a half down, Tanya. This has been a dream start for Denis Lazavik. But of course, this middle game is still early days. It's still very, very tense.
He needs to keep the momentum going, bring the rooks to the center of the board, start pushing the h-pawn. But what I fear is if the clocks level out, David, that's the one thing that Denis needs to avoid. He has to keep those extra seconds, keep about an extra minute. Because critical decisions lie ahead. The game is far from easy to decide. For the next 10 moves, you'll have to take some big action.
Yeah, it looked like he froze on the camera for a moment, Denis Lazavik. I was scared for his internet connection, but there we go. He tries to get the action going. He was calculating this variation, but look at this. Black's won a pawn. Hans Niemann is a pawn up. He was threatening to fork the white queen and knight. What happened there?
Just like that. I mean, Denis thought for about a minute and then just voluntarily gave a pawn. The bar still says it's fine because it's a double pawn, and at some moment you can try to strike, but not immediately. Rook c1 runs into d3, and maybe this was Denis's idea. I mean, this is either genius or just too much.
Denis shaking his head, though. He knows he's lost his advantage on the board. He's now a full pawn down. He's also lost his time advantage, Tanya. It's down to under 30 seconds suddenly. And black has such easy moves. Hans Niemann is a big favorite to win this one now. Look at the bar dropping for white. Those pawns are marching. And Hans Niemann, just with his extra advantage here of that pawn, I just can't see any counterplay for white at all.
That was such a bizarre decision, right? Just everything under control, and to get this on the board, you've spent your time and now you're down a pawn, and suddenly all of Hans's pieces are playing. You blocked your own bishop. There's no clear path of winning that pawn back, and you're on the back foot. Also losing the time advantage. Bishop comes back, attacks the queen. The queen can still stay connected to that c5 pawn. It does.
Yeah, he's got to retreat his bishop, which might just be hacked off the board next move, or maybe the black knight is going to enter. This looks really scary for white. That knight is a beast. It is a monster right now that's hard to get rid of. Hans Niemann, he's catching up on the clock as well. Remember, Denis Lazavik needs to win, and he's in a position where he's struggling, fighting for his life.
He's trying to survive this one, and a draw is not even good enough. Is he about to sacrifice his exchange for that monstrous knight? He sets it up. Hans, he continues to play with energy. If he sacrifices the rook for the knight, Hans needs open lines. So he's preempting it with the move a4. Bishop comes back, wants to get that knight off the board.
Yeah, that turned around so quickly. It was like Denis just froze for a minute and then blundered and now is suffering. He needs to flag, or he needs something here, Tanya. It looks like he needs a miracle. The black rook has also got full access into white's camp.
And you mentioned at that moment, David, that it looked like Denis froze on the camera. And I wonder if he did lose his connection just for a second, comes back, panics, and falls into this position.
Yeah, because he gave away a pawn seemingly without thinking even, just on the next move after he'd come back, or after that long think. And okay, that's not good news for the white king, which is now feeling really airy. No pawn protection around it. Hans Niemann relocates his bishop, repurposes that one, and white is totally stuck. White is capped out behind his own pieces here. Just no activity at all, Tanya.
Just unbelievable what we're seeing right now. And Hans Niemann knows that he's got this. He knows that this is better for him. And just moments away from converting, he reroutes his rook to the open A line, trying to get into, and look at that. Denis Lazavik creating counterplay on the other side, h5. I think that's a great practical try. If you take that pawn, f5, throw everything at Hans's king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first glimmer of hope for Denis Lazavik as the players down level on the clock, 1 minute 10 each. The white king is going to step up. The white rooks are going to come. Okay, the white knight is actually coming for that black king. Talk about those mating patterns we were joking about earlier. Tanya, it's not over. He's actually, over the last 10 moves, made a lot of progress here with white Denis.
He's absolutely managed to turn this around, and now it's going to be a flagging game. Both players in bullet territory and a very rich position. The bar slides up. Is the knight coming in? He first brings his rook, and I'm expecting the knight to land on that e4 square. But David, he has to keep the speed up. Denis just unsure of where to put his pieces.
Yeah, Denis trying to find a plan. He's still got a bit of time. Problem is, if he moves his knight, the black queen has access. She's going to jump in potentially with some checks. You have to watch out. And okay, he brings his rook up the board. Oh, the black queen could still jump in. I think both sides have just been ignoring this resource for a while. Maybe they haven't spotted it. You have to make sure you cover all your bases.
And he stops it now for good. No more queen e2. And David, it was a blind spot for me as well. When I said, come in with the knight, that queen e2 check, such an important resource. And look at the way the rooks have shuffled around. Black's king has gone to the other side of the board. One more opportunity for Hans Niemann to bring his queen in.
Missed again.
He doesn't do it.
Ooh, now it's covered. Now it's covered. It's too late for the black queen to swoop, jump in and cause some chaos. That would have cost a bit of time. But okay, we see a swap of rooks and a pawn dropping. Tanya, the black queen now pounces. Oh, this is
hyper bullet territory. Under 30 seconds for both players.
It's a queen trade. It's an endgame. Who's going to come out on top?
It's just anyone's game. This is all about the clock. Expect blunders, expect the bar to go up and down. None of that will matter. And Denis needs to speed up. He's just going to get flagged if he plays with the speed. It's 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it should be a draw because there's no material left, but it's so much easier for black to play. No time as well. Hans is up 5 seconds on the clock. That could be all important. He's won a piece. Hans, everything's getting traded off. Last hope for Denis Lazavik. He needs a miracle.
Someone needs to find a way to flag Hans, but it's Hans who's got double the amount of time. I mean, he's just a beast with the mouse right now, picks up all the pawns, and that is it. Hans Niemann does it. He survives the chaos. He silences the noise. Hans Niemann will be in Las Vegas. For Denis Lazavik, you have to feel for him, but what a win in the Armageddon. And he books his ticket for the Vegas Freestyle Grand Slam.
Wow, many congratulations to birthday boy Hans Niemann. What a gift he's just had on his birthday. It was well earned, well deserved. He got there, he got the result he needed. In the end, it was a draw, but insufficient for Denis Lazavik, who just logs off. Denis, heartbreak, he came so close. These two, Tanya, just so evenly matched. I think these two will be hearing a lot more from them for future years, but for now, Hans Niemann finally checks his phone, finally can relax.
Finally get back to all those happy birthday messages that are waiting for him, because what a birthday he's had, right? Winning against Yangyi, coming from the back, he lost that first game, equalizes the match, takes it in the tiebreaker, goes in to fight Denis Lazavik, and such a closely contested battle, both players on their A game, and it comes down to the wire, comes down to that Armageddon, and Hans Niemann with the black pieces gets the job done. You know, he walked in with all eyes on him, and he's going to walk out with that ticket to Vegas. David, what an incredible play-ins this was.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and these two, they added so much to it. Of course, we started with some real giants of chess. We started with the Swiss, then we went into the knockouts, 16 players, but ultimately these two, yeah, they deserved it. They were by far the standout players here in the freestyle play-ins, and only one can go to Vegas. That's sad, Tanya, but it had to be Hans. It was always destined to be Hans.
It was the kind of match where you just didn't want either of these two to lose, right? I mean, the dream would be to have both of them in Vegas, but that's sport. And for Denis, what a tournament, what a run he's had. So much to be proud of with his performance. But this moment belongs to Hans Niemann. And we will have Hans joining us for an interview in just a few moments, chat on the other side of this break. And you've got to send your questions in to the man of the hour, to the winner of the play-ins, who's just confirmed his spot with the big boys in Vegas. We'll take a short break. We'll be waiting for your questions to come in. You've got a short amount of time for that. And there's also, of course, chess action always continues. The play-ins come to an end, but the 2025 Bullet Chess Championship is all set to begin. It's happening. It's right around the corner. Ali Reza Firouzja will return to defend his title, but he'll have to better and quicker the speed against players like Daniel Naroditsky, Nihal Serene, and Arjun Erigaisi. It's gonna be awesome. The action begins right here on June 23rd. Mark your calendars. For now, go to go.chess.com/BCC or use command BCC in chat for everything you need to know. But before that, send in your questions for Hans Niemann. We will be back with the winner on the other side of this break.
I'm Levon Aronian. I'm a chess player, 42 years old, very good looking and very smart. Let's see what the questions are. What is Levon Aronian's peak rating? My peak rating was 2830. What happened was I was winning Vaikanze. Last round, my live rating was 2835. I already won the tournament by then. I think I was 2 points ahead of Magnus. And I was playing against Luke from Valley. Then I lost against him, and my rating that got registered was 2830. How old is Levon Aronian? Levon Aronian is 42 years old. I was born in 1982 in Armenia, but I don't feel 42. I feel much younger. What is Levon Aronyan's IQ? I don't know actually. I've never did the test. And I'm scared to do the test because I never really went to school. So I think you need to know at least basic geometry or basic mathematics to do the test. What is Levon Aronyan's favorite chess opening? Levon Aronyan's favorite chess opening must be the Marshall. I played rarely, but it's the opening that definitely gave me a lot of joy and occasional sadness. Why did Levon Aronyan leave Armenia? I think it was kind of a decision. I was being dragged into some politics and some things that I didn't want to do. And I was, okay, if I want to remain being a chess player, remain being a happy person I am, I need to move. And I moved to St. Louis. When did Levon start playing chess? My maternal grandpa was always obsessed with chess. He tried to teach me. But there was so much enthusiasm in his teaching that I never wanted to learn. And then I was visiting my paternal grandparents, and my sister Lilith, that is 6.5 years older than me, was being pestered by me. I was really driving her nuts because I was saying, no, you cannot leave me alone. You're going and playing with the kids. What am I supposed to do? So I was 8, turning 9. And yeah, she was 14 and a half. Turbulent times. A teenage girl, you know, wants to go and explore the world, explore the relationships. And she taught me to play chess. Saying, oh, here you are. I think she understood the potential of the inner nerd that I had. And then I just didn't want to do anything else after that.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mousepad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
It's one man who owns this moment, and it is Hans Niemann, the birthday boy, and he's joining us after an incredible performance in the plains. Hans, first of all, a very, very happy birthday. A huge congratulations to you. And I mean, what a birthday to have. You've qualified to Vegas. Just tell us, what does this mean for you, this moment?
Yeah, no, it could not have been written any better. It's like, it feels like a script. But sometimes my life feels like a script, so that's the only way that you can understand certain things that happen. But yeah, no, I after I lost his first game, I was so sad. I was like, "There's no way I'm going to lose on my birthday. Like, that would be so depressing." And I really wanted to qualify. Obviously, it's in Vegas, it's in America, and I rarely play chess in America, so it's very, I really wanted to play. So I'm very happy.
And yeah, Hans, many congratulations and happy birthday. What did you feel was the most critical moment of the day? Was it after that first loss? What was kind of the highlight for you?
Yeah, I think in the second game against Yangyi, I was upset with how I played in the opening, and then I spent a lot of time. And thankfully, I found this sort of rook a3, rook c3 idea, which was actually super strong, and I won the piece. And then after that, I was in control against Dennis. Perhaps relaxed a bit too much in the second game, but considering it's such a brutal format, having 16 players, only one spot, like you're sort of trying to avoid losing at every moment. So it's extremely stressful. So I would say that when I sort of got things back together in the Armageddon, I felt quite confident, although I made it like way closer than it should have been. But I guess when it came down sort of like low time, that's when I probably have the biggest edge. So I was able to close things out.
Hans, you mentioned that it all feels like a script, and I want to say this feels like a blockbuster that no one could have written. Just what we saw in the plains, it came down to the wire in this final, and what a fight it was with Danis Lazavik and you into that Armageddon. And I think there's so much, all eyes are on you, right? There's so much noise around it. And how is that something that plays on your mind? What was going through in those final moments of Armageddon, knowing that this sort of dream to get to Vegas is so close?
Yeah, well, in the first qualifier that I played in Weisenhaus, I streamed it, and I felt like I beat Maxime, and then I was about to beat Nepo, and then I guess things sort of collapsed. So I definitely felt a lot more focused than I usually am while streaming. So I don't think that I felt the same pressure. I think that if I was streaming, and I was, I more so don't want to disappoint my fans. If someone's not my fan, then I'm not worried about losing. It's they're rooting against me, but I just feel bad when like my fans are rooting for me and I lose. But anyways, no. Obviously, the way that the freestyle system works is that once you sort of get into a tournament, it's a lot easier to stay. But getting into is the hard part. So I hope that this qualification means that I will play the rest of the events of the year, because I really enjoy the format. And I think that, I believe that matches are the most meritocratic tournament system. So the system in Vegas, like 30 plus 30, I really like it. So I'm just looking forward to playing, let's say, that format, which minimizes a lot of variance and usually favors the better players.
We're super excited to see you there. But something that you just mentioned, right? The inspiration that you get from your own fans and your community. But is it also a motivation to perform this, to have this, to sort of earn that spot the way you did, to sort of shut down the detractors?
Well, yeah, it's obviously nice to qualify. It's a brutal qualifier. You have so many strong players. And when you only have 2 games and a knockout, one mistake and it's over, right? So you're playing 4 matches, and if you let up for one moment, it's so difficult. But if I had, it would be nice if we had a shorter time control with 4 games. Then I'd be less stressed because this took a lot out of me. I don't know how I'm going to celebrate my birthday. I never really celebrate my birthday, but now I just have to. I don't think I'm going to have any energy. I just think I'm going to cancel my birthday party and just sleep. I have no energy left.
And Hans, you mentioned that it felt scripted, it felt destined, written in the stars. What are you looking forward to most specifically about being in Vegas?
Well, I'm looking forward to playing chess on American soil. I usually have to travel to these obscure places. The recent invitations that I've got, I played 2 tournaments in Moscow, which is quite a haul away. And then the Grand Swiss and the World Cup are in India, and so I'm just looking forward to playing a tournament that doesn't require 20 hours of travel and jet lag. And also, I haven't been to Vegas since I turned 21, now 22, and I've actually been playing there since I was 9. So there are a lot of great childhood memories of playing tournaments in Vegas. So I'm sure that will be very nostalgic.
It's awesome. Well, we've got some chat questions for you, Hans. But before we get that, you mentioned India. Are you coming to India anytime soon?
Well, I suppose the World Cup is in India. I think they said it might be in Goa, but obviously that I'll play. Any tournament invitations I will take. I'm not the pickiest person.
And Hans, everyone's looking forward to you being in Vegas, of course. Are we allowed to ask? You missed the last opportunity in Paris. What the reasoning was there, or is that something that's it's not going to be disclosed for now?
Well, I really wanted to play in Paris. I'm sure more than anyone wanted me to be there, but I wasn't there, and that's unfortunate. But I do think that the relationship with Freestyle, no ill will towards them. I'm a huge fan of the tour and hope to participate in all the events to come.
And one of the cool things in freestyle, Hans, that we have in the Grand Slam is that the players, they all sort of analyze these positions together when they're revealed. And we've got a chat question around that, a really fun one. It's Mark Kenasa who wants to know that in Vegas, who will be the players that you will choose to analyze the position before the start of the game?
Well, I've in preparation for this knockout, I analyzed all of the rapid games in the past tournaments and like the in-person events and the qualifiers, and I found that a lot of players who analyze together, they just make the same mistakes. So they're just the people. A lot of times you'll see, if you see 3 games go the same way, to me it actually to me it makes it theoretical, because people are looking up at the ceiling, they can see the games, and then they're all playing the same thing. So I would prefer to analyze alone, to be honest, because when you look at some of the rounds, you'll see 3 players play the same thing that's just bad. Okay, there are exceptions, of course, but I probably will just be alone. But if I had to choose, probably my best friend Hikaru, and biggest fan.
Love that. Hans, tell me one more thing, right? You've often spoken about how much an opportunity to play against the very best in the world, how much that means to you, and how hungry you are for that, and how much you try and strive for that. And in Vegas, you're going to have all of them there, right? Including Magnus, Hikaru, Arjun, Fabi, Nodirbek, just name them and they're there. What does that mean for you, just having that finally that moment to prove everything that you wanted to well, not just your fans, but also people who've got maybe not the best things to say?
Well, today the chess spoke for itself, and I'm sure the same will happen there. And I wouldn't say that my lack of opportunity to play the top players has not been a result of my chess skill. Since the Singfield Cup, I haven't really played a single super tournament. I've had invitations revoked by numerous tournaments after being invited. So, I don't want to use this moment to discuss negative things, but I would say that in the time that I have not had the opportunities, I have been working extremely hard and remained ready for the chance. And now the chance has come, and I intend on showing my best, and hopefully that will lead to more opportunities. But again, there's no excuse for anything. If I'm not invited to a single tournament, that does not affect how well I play. So I should be able to play my best chess regardless, and that is my intention. And that mindset has helped me weather certain storms.
And Hans, another fun question this time from our chat. This is from Normal at Super, and asking if you could beat your hero, Bobby Fischer, at his peak.
I'm far from that. It's insulting to Fischer to compare my current level to his peak.
Fair enough. Just checking.
Well, no, it's just I come on. It's I have a long way to go.
I love that attitude and the mindset that you also mentioned for Vegas, Hans. And we've got one more question that I want to bring up, and it's about this final game, right, on which so much was on the line, the Armageddon, where you went for this bid under 4 minutes, and it was a great bid in the Armageddon, and it's by BGH13, and he wants to know, what was it about the position that made you want the black pieces?
Yeah, well, I've already forgotten what the position looks like, but the pieces were the king. Let me just check, just so I can. Yeah, so the king is on. Like basically, the pieces are pretty reasonable squares. So like everything, the knights or bishops. It looked so whenever the piece already. Then the advantage is usually less. Like you can tell based on the position, if things are like completely discoordinated, then perhaps you'd prefer white. I also, analyzed all of the past games that he played against MVL, and he had MVL had 406 and he won the bid. So, he did win that Armageddon, but I wasn't, he's a very conservative player. So I really wanted to bid 410 and just, I was really confident. 355 was sort of I was just thinking, what's my max limit? Because I think psychologically, if he bid lower, I'd be upset. That is sort of like a moral victory. So, I thought I could bid 406 and get it, but I wanted to be absolutely sure because I just felt very confident with the black pieces. And when time gets low, I really feel like that's where I thrive, as I've shown in Title Tuesday. So I didn't really feel, and I have a lot of, my main chess improvement came from playing like 3-0 games, like 8 hours a day. So in Armageddon, I felt pretty confident with either color.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think we've seen you with those incredible performances in Title Tuesday. Also, the matches that you've been having, with Anish, with Vidit, and all these speed chess, different formats. I'm sure that has helped you a lot along the way. And what I'd love to hear a little bit. Sorry, go on.
No, I just said yes. Go ahead.
So that's been awesome to watch. And coming into this play-ins, we saw some incredible match play by you. First against Ding Liren, then you, Yangyi, and the finals against Danis Lazavik. Brilliant stuff there. Is there one match that really stands out to you that you're extra proud of, Hans?
I think that I showed the most resilience against Yangyi. That is when I was under a huge amount of pressure. That was the only time I was down. And before that, things were, I guess the first game against Ding started very poorly, but I managed to turn things around. I think that just at that point, I lost just very, very stupid way. So it would have been very easy to tilt. So I would say that just the thing is that I also analyzed all of Yangyi's games, and he was struggling to convert when he was up. If you look at his match against Kratzev, he won a game, and he was then losing at the opening. So in 960, you can't really prepare openings, but you can look at all your opponent's games and glean their, let's say, psychological habits or weaknesses or tendencies.
And you really, sort of took the best from that. Hans, I have to say, I think so much of our chat and so many people were rooting for you, wanted to see you in Vegas. Before you go, what would you like to say to your fans?
Well, thank you for the support. I hope you all become grandmasters, because I call my fans future grandmasters. So you should play chess. It's great. It's a great game.
Great advice.
Come to Vegas, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure tickets are selling out as we speak.
I think with you in, they're going to sell out even more. So Hans, one more time, happy birthday and a big congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Happy birthday.
Hans Niemann does it. He will be in Vegas joining Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, the world's best players for the third Grand Slam of the season. And what a play-ins we've had. We started with 16, an absolute fist fight. Gloves were off from the very beginning, from the Swiss. So many upsets, turnarounds, brilliancies, hits and misses, Armageddon, drama, David Howell. We had it all. And in the end, Hans Niemann did it. He was able to block out the noise. He was able to keep the pressure off. And these are the players. And that 14th name gets added right there. Hans Niemann will be in Vegas. David, just your thoughts on everything that has happened over the last 3 days.
Yeah, firstly, it's just been a lot of fun. Fun and freestyle go hand in hand, and it's always an extra bonus when we see players like Hans Niemann in the fray. Special shout out to Danis Lazavik, to the likes of Ding Liren as well. Great to see him in action, but yeah, all eyes on these 14 to be joined by 2 more players in due course. I'm just hoping for more of the same in Vegas. I know I'll be there, Tanya. I'll be there with you, and the highlight for me was always hanging out with you.
This was so much fun. And our chat, I mean, I feel like we all learned so much about freestyle chess, you know, with David breaking it down, all the concepts and the themes that exist, all those mate in threes that our chat was on fire finding. David, it's shaping up beautifully. It's all going to happen at the Win, heart of the Strip in Vegas. Tickets are on sale. You know, you and I are going to be there. The 16 players, we saw the 14 names there, will be there as well. Chat, you've got to go get your tickets and join us in the action. I'm almost sad that all of this is coming to an end, David. It's been a blast doing this with you. And let's remind our chat that tickets are officially on sale for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Vegas from July 16th to 20th. All your favorite grandmasters are going to be there, and you can be there live as well. Witness it all unfold right in front of your eyes, and for a limited time only, it's a 15% off on tickets. Use the code PLANES at checkout and get your tickets before they sell out. Go do it now. What a way to end this. What a field we've got with us, David. You know, we're talking about final thoughts, and I want to ask you one more time. I think we could not have asked for a more dramatic and a more entertaining player to join that list of the StarCast, the stellar StarCast in Vegas.
Yeah, he wanted it, Hans Niemann. He deserved it in the end, and he gave everything to it. In an interview, he was saying how he's not even sure he has energy to celebrate his birthday. I'm glad he said he had a birthday party planned. I think he deserves that, but yeah, he wanted it so badly, and yeah, the fans wanted it too. We've all been rewarded.
It's been awesome, chat. It's been amazing hanging out with David and you guys over here, sending us all your love. Don't forget to like the stream, leave a comment, wish Hans Niemann happy birthday, tell us who will win in Vegas. David and I hopefully will see you in Vegas or from Vegas. For now, it's a goodbye from us. Don't forget to follow the Bullet Chess Championship. We'll be back with more chess. It's a sign off.